Chapter 1680. Zhu Qizhan actually dared to let Qiao Jixiang work with Yang Qindong to deal with him, and even created an imperial edict to confer the title of the new Bugnam of Gozhouzian. This was equivalent to creating an excellent excuse for Yang Qindong to attack the southern Ming Empire. He originally thought that it would take some time before he had to mobilize his troops. Everything was brought forward because of this accident. In the third month of 1468 AD, 2 months after the Southern Ming Observation Group returned, Yang Xie advanced from Guangxi to Guangdong in the name of cleaning up the emperor. The battle was about to begin. Yang Xie sent out the 1st Cavalry Division, the New Army, the 3rd Army, the 2nd, 4th, and 5th Divisions of the Lung Vanguard, as well as the 1st, Ming 2nd, and Ming 3rd Divisions of the Russian Empire. Close to 300,000 troops were split into 3 directions: Guangdong, Hubei, and Jiangxi. The 1st Cavalry Division, the 5th Division of the Lung Vanguard, and the 3rd Division of the Ming 3rd Division of the Jiangxi Vanguard, the New Army, the 4th Division of the Lung Vanguard, and the 2nd Division of the Ming 3rd Division of the Russian Empire went to Hubei. The 300,000 troops moved out with great momentum, causing Guangdong, Hubei, and Jiangxi to be in a state of emergency. Southern Ming capital, Yingtian Prefecture. Kuang Yi, who was already over 80 years old, dragged his sickly body into the palace to meet the Southern Ming Emperor, Zhu Qizhan. Ever since he returned from Qiqian City, Kuang Yi had been sick. After all, he was old and no longer as brave as he used to be. This old man who should have died in the wooden fortress had his fate changed by Yang Qindong. However, he was finally at the end of his life. "Give him a seat." Seeing Kuang Yi trembling as he walked into the hall, Zhu Qizhan shouted from the bottom of his heart. Eunuch Zhu Hai hurriedly complied, and directed the other eunuchs to bring over a wooden chair with a very thick cushion on it. He then helped Kuang Yi sit on it. After tossing and turning, Kuang Yi's face was slightly red, which was caused by his anger. It seemed that his body really couldn't take it anymore. "This old subject has come to see your majesty to ask on behalf of the officials of the Ministry of War whether the food and military equipment have been properly prepared, and whether the soldiers are sufficient." Kuang Yi took a long while to finish his words. "Minister Kuang, the food and weapons have been prepared. It's just that the issue of the source of soldiers is still a little troublesome. I'm afraid it'll take some time." Zhu Qizhan's voice had a trace of fear in it as he spoke. There was nothing they could do about it. The influence of the members of the observer group was too great. Under their influence, it seemed that everyone knew that Yang Xie was extraordinarily powerful. They all knew that if they were to fight with them, they would lose more than they would win. As a result, many young people were unwilling to join the army. After receiving the news, Zhu Qizhan had no choice but to give the order to capture able-bodied men. But even so, the effect was still not good. Many young people ran away from home and hid in the nearby homes. This made it difficult for the supply of reinforcements to arrive. Kuang Yi had been bedridden at home for a while, so he wasn't clear about the matters of the court. When he heard that the army wasn't fully prepared, he couldn't help but anxiously say, "Your Majesty, this can't be sloppy. Yang Xie is extremely powerful. In addition, they have countless experienced veterans. Even if we were to fight them one by one, we would still be at a disadvantage. If we don't have enough soldiers, we won't be able to suppress them with numbers. I'm afraid that it will be even more difficult to obtain victory." "Yes, Minister Kuang's words, we understand. You should go back and recuperate first. Once you're well, we still need to put you in an important position." Zhu Qizhan didn't want to tell Kuang Yi about the difficulties of the court. First, it was useless. Second, it would only add to his worries. Since it was like this, it was better not to say anything. Seeing that the emperor had agreed, Kuang Yi couldn't force him too much. Trembling, he stood up and took his leave. After leaving Qinzheng Hall, he didn't go home. Instead, he went straight to the Ministry of Personnel's Yamen. He wanted to see Minister Chen Sun and have a good talk with him. He wanted him to send capable people to take charge of the recruitment of soldiers. Because he had been kept in the dark by his family, Kuang Yi didn't know that Chen Sun had long been arrested by the embroidered uniform guards. When he arrived at the Ministry of Personnel and saw that the new minister Qiao Jie had come to greet him, he had a puzzled expression. He knew this Qiao Jie. He had always worked in the Ministry of Personnel. He didn't have any great abilities, but he was good at forming cliques. He had a good reputation among the officials. However, he was still an old official and the Minister of War. What was the meaning of sending Qiao Jie? He immediately said, "This old man isn't looking for you. Tell your Minister Chen to come out and greet me." Minister Chen? There's no Minister Chen in the Ministry of Personnel. There's only Minister Chao. Official Kuang, have you become muddle-headed? An official from the Ministry of Personnel gave an answer without thinking too much in order to flatter Qiao Jie. Qiao Jie didn't say anything to stop his subordinates' rudeness. These old fellows were already so old, yet they still occupied such important positions. He had long found them unpleasant to the eye. Young people also needed to stand out. Thus he allowed his subordinate to speak to Kuang Yi with such an attitude. Kuang Yi's health wasn't good to begin with. He should be recuperating at home. How could he have been provoked? In front of the emperor, he was given a seat and treated with kind words. Who would have thought that he would receive such treatment in the Ministry of Personnel? He would be directly contradicted by an unknown minor official. Kuang Yi's personality was very straightforward and impulsive. Most of the time, he was the one who didn't follow the rules. This was also one of the reasons why he was able to become the Minister of War. If you weren't strong enough, you wouldn't be able to control the people in the Ministry of War. When had he ever been treated like this? His face immediately flushed red with anger. However, when he thought of the country's great plan, he forcefully restrained himself. He didn't know what had happened recently, so he couldn't help but say, "I want to see Chen Sun." "You want to see Chen Sun? Easy. Go to the embroidered uniform guards discipline prison." That minor official saw that Kuang Yi seemed to have been subdued by him. His face was full of pride and he spoke even more unscrupulously. Discipline prison? For a moment, Kuang Yi didn't quite understand. That's right, the discipline prison. At this moment, Qiao Jie opened his mouth. It seemed as if he was explaining, but in reality, he just wanted to anger Kuang Yi. He wanted to use this opportunity to tell those old officials who had the final say in the Ministry of Personnel. They were old, so they shouldn't stand out and give orders. Not only is Chen Sun in the discipline prison, but Wang Zhua, Xiechong, Xiaoxian, and the others are also there. They actually said that the Nanming Empire wasn't a match for Yang Xie and caused a bad influence. They've all been arrested. Qiao Jie had just finished speaking when he saw a black figure suddenly collapse in front of him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Kuang Yi had fainted from anger. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had fainted from anger. Considering Kuang Yi's seniority, if he really died in the Ministry of Personnel, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. He hurriedly shouted for people to carry the unconscious Kuang Yi and send him to the Kuang Manor. Then, he sent people to the palace to find an imperial physician. Kuang Yi fainted from anger, and his body's condition worsened. When he returned to the manor, he slowly woke up after tossing and turning and spitting out another mouthful of blood. He muttered the words destroying the Great Wall, and fainted again. 3 days later, Kuang Yi finally breathed his last. This loyal official who had devoted his entire life to building the Great Ming Empire's army finally left the Great Ming Empire at a crucial time. This was all thanks to Mao Mu. He had captured all of the capable officials of the Nanming Empire, and replaced them with officials who only knew how to fight for power and profit. In reality, they didn't have much ability. Not only did this cause the Nanming Empire's work to be unable to progress smoothly, it also caused Kuang Yi to faint from anger until he died of illness. However, at this time, no one cared about Kuang Yi's life or death. Even when Zhu Qizhen received the news, he only sent his prince, Zhu Jianshan, to offer his condolences. Speaking of Zhu Jianshan, he was already a young man of 21 years old. He was in his prime. In history, Emperor Xianzong of Ming Dynasty was wise and benevolent. He could be considered a good emperor. However, it was a pity that Yang Chendong's arrival changed everything. First, Zhu Qiyu seized the throne, causing Zhu Qizhen to no longer value familial love. In order to not repeat the same mistake, he didn't give the crown prince too much power. Secondly, Zhu Jianshan's mother was Madame Zhou. Because Empress Qian was in good health, she didn't die early under Mao Mu's care. She even gave birth to another prince for Zhu Qizhen, Zhu Jiani, who was now 11 years old. His mother wasn't favored, and he had a younger brother who could fight for power. As a result, he was never made the crown prince and was only an ordinary prince. This was especially true in the imperial palace. Now that Mao Mu was in power, he only had Zhu Jiani and the other young masters in his eyes. The other eunuchs naturally knew what to do. Zhu Jianshan's influence became weaker and weaker, and he could only do some unnecessary things. Kuang Yi died. Losing a great general before the great battle had even begun was somewhat unlucky. Although this great battle didn't happen, Kuang Yi wouldn't have been able to last long with his age and body. But things happened so coincidentally that the impact wasn't good. Mao Mu deliberately spread the news. For a time, whether it was in the imperial palace or among the common people, there were many unfavorable comments about the southern Ming Empire. This made the recruitment of soldiers even more difficult. After all, who would send their children to die in a war that they knew they were bound to lose? When the officials trembled and wrote a report about the recruitment of soldiers that didn't go well and presented it to Zhu Qizhan, this emperor who was plagued with misfortune didn't get angry. Or it could be said that he already knew everything and was mentally prepared. He didn't want to be like Kuang Yi and be angered to death by his officials. Zhu Qizhan couldn't help but think of those old officials. If those old officials were willing to help, things wouldn't be as bad as they were now. But when he thought of how those old officials had already been frightened by Yang Xie's strength, he didn't know what kind of problems would occur if he really used them. This idea was suppressed by him. If the recruitment of soldiers isn't going well, then we won't recruit for now. We now have 1.2 million soldiers in our hands and 800,000 soldiers on the front lines. We want them to fight a victory, and let our people see the might of our southern Ming Empire's army. Come, write a decree to Guanning. Have him quickly attack and find an opportunity to destroy Yang Xie's army to strengthen the prestige of our southern Ming Empire. Zhu Qizhan was very straightforward and directly issued a decree to mobilize the army. It was said that 100 words couldn't compare to a single action. Then he would use practical actions to prove it. Chapter 1681. Guangdong Provincial Commissioner's Office. Jurisdiction: Guangzhou Prefecture, Zhaoqing Prefecture, Shaozhou Prefecture, Nanxiong Prefecture, Huizhou Prefecture, Chaozhou Prefecture, Gaozhou Prefecture, Laizhou Prefecture, Lianzhou Prefecture, Qiongzhou Prefecture, etc. Of course, Gaozhou Prefecture and Laizhou Prefecture had been taken over by Yang Xie's 5-star army. As a result, Guangdong was no longer complete. This had once caused Guangdong Provincial Commissioner Yang Xian to tremble in fear, fearing that the 5-star army would attack at any moment. Fortunately, the imperial court had negotiated with Yang Xie, and both sides seemed to have made peace. However, Yang Xie had been assassinated in the capital, and Chao Jixiang had brought a fake imperial edict to incite Yang Xie's servant, Yang Lu, to rebel. After Yang Xie took out the imperial edict from Chao Jixiang's hands, the southern Ming imperial court naturally did not admit to it. They claimed that it was Chao Jixiang's own actions, and reprimanded it for being fake. However, anyone with a bit of judgment knew that it was definitely Zhu Qizhan's doing. Although eunuchs had a lot of power, they did not have the guts to forge an imperial edict to reclaim the title of king. This was not the first time Yang Xian had cursed Chao Jixiang's incompetence. If you want to do it, then so be it. It is said that the strongest fortress is the easiest to break through from the inside. Instigating the people of the Yang faction to rebel is the right direction, but the key is why you didn't succeed, and the evidence was even obtained by others. If this isn't incompetence, then what is? Now, with such an excuse, Yang Xie would have enough reason to attack. As such, Yang Xian quickly mobilized his troops and made the decision to fight against Yang Xie. At this moment, the imperial court had also seen this scene clearly. The reinforcements had arrived. When General Guanning brought 300,000 soldiers to Guangzhou Prefecture, Yang Xian's heart calmed down, and he hurriedly brought his officials to welcome them. After all this training, Guanning had finally matured and became a great general. He had 300,000 soldiers under his command, and could be said to be very proud of himself. However, if one looked closely, one could see the worry in his eyes. Guanning had dealt with the 5-star army a long time ago, and they had worked together to quell a riot. At that time, The strength of the five-star army had shocked Guanning. Now, so many years had passed, and Wuxia had taken over several territories of the Great Ming Dynasty. The strength of the other party could be imagined. It could be said that this mission would not be easy to complete. The general died in 100 battles. As a trusted general of the Southern Ming Dynasty, it was Guanying's fate to die on the battlefield. He couldn't refuse it, and he wouldn't refuse it. He wanted to see how strong the five-star army had become. He wanted to teach the five-star army a lesson, and let them know that in front of the Southern Ming Empire, the five-star army was nothing. The 300,000-strong army directly moved to the outskirts of the city and set up temporary barracks. Guanning and his group entered the city and met the civil and military officials of Guangdong. As one of the most important guards in Guangdong, General Li Hani of the Guanghai Guards reported the situation to Guanning. For this person to be able to become the commander of a guard, he was quite capable. At the very least, he had a clear understanding of the strength of the five-star army and the numbers of the troops sent out. General Guan, the five-star army on the other side has around 100,000 strong soldiers. They have the 3rd Legion as the main force, with the 2nd Division of the Lungfeng Division and the 1st Division of the Russian Empire as support. The 3rd Legion has around 50,000 strong infantry and firearms. The 2nd Division of the Lungfeng Division is all firearms, and the 1st Division of the Russian Empire is all cavalry, numbering around 50,000 strong. There are also some auxiliary troops transporting rations, but the number is unknown. Oh right, I heard from the scouts that Bugnam of Gojoseon will personally come to the front lines to command the battle. After he finished speaking, General Li Hani returned to his seat. Yang Xian and the other civil officials all looked at Guanning expectantly, waiting for his reply. Guanning had already noticed everyone's gazes and knew that he had to make a statement to reassure them. He immediately laughed and said with a magnanimous tone, "Very good, General Li has done a lot of work. Since we know the enemy's deployment, the rest will be easy. This time, I have brought 200,000 strong soldiers. Including the soldiers from Guangdong, we have a total of 300,000 strong soldiers. The enemy only has 100,000 strong soldiers. With 3 against 1 and the terrain advantage, how can we not win? Yes, we have the advantage in numbers and are more familiar with the terrain. We will definitely win." Yang Xian and the others agreed. For a moment, everyone voiced their agreement, as if they had already won the battle. Kuang Ye's expression did not change. All these years, he had been studying the tactics of the five-star army. Although he did not personally go to the front lines, he could see how powerful the enemy was from their achievements. He had never underestimated his opponent. If the five-star army was easy to deal with, they would not have such glorious achievements. However, it was absolutely impossible for the Southern Ming Empire to surrender without a fight just based on this battle record. Kuang Ye's face was full of fighting spirit. "My lords, the five-star troop is very aggressive this time. I heard that they are either on horseback or on bicycles, and they move very quickly. In order to prevent them from using their advantage, I have decided to defend the Guangzhou prefecture in this battle and unite the army into one fist. We will use our advantage to fight them at the city gates." Good, this is a good idea. We'll combine our advantages and allow them to move too quickly. In the end, they'll still have to obediently come to the city and fight with us. Li Hani was the first to agree. The two generals had the same opinion, and those civil officials who didn't understand military tactics all expressed their agreement. The left envoy of Guangdong, Yang Xian, expressed that he would take care of the food reserves and ensure that the army had enough to eat. After the meeting, the Southern Ming Empire quickly took action. The Southern Ming Empire's army in the nearby cities received the order and quickly left the city to gather in the direction of the Guangzhou prefecture. In a short period of time, the Southern Ming Empire's military strength in the Guangzhou prefecture reached 450,000 soldiers. The five-star army that was marching towards Guangdong also received intelligence from the spies in the various cities. They knew that the Southern Ming Empire's army was retreating to the Guangzhou prefecture and intended to fight a decisive battle with them. Immediately, they sped up their march and headed straight for the prefecture of Guangzhou. After a few months of training, The Third Army had regained its original personnel structure. The missing personnel were transferred from Crimson City, and were all carefully trained by the 1st Division of the Cold Front. With the addition of these people, Wuxia's confidence skyrocketed. Now he was just waiting for the right opportunity to fight the Southern Ming Empire. In Yang Xie's army, the Third Army's composition was the most complicated. They had infantry, cavalry, and firearms. This was also because the Third Army was formed under the pincer attack of the Ross Duchy and the Golden Horde. They were far away from the rear, and couldn't get any supplies or personnel to replenish their forces. Fortunately, they had persevered until now and finally achieved results. The Third Army had grown from less than 8,000 soldiers to more than 50,000 soldiers. Now they could be described as having high morale and powerful combat strength. The Third Army was already so powerful, let alone the 2nd Division of the Cold Front. Although there were only about 10,000 of them, they were all made up of musketeers. It wasn't difficult for them to do so as they were all motorized troops. The 3-wheeled motorcycles that filled the entire 2nd Division allowed their movement speed to increase by more than 10 times. During this period of time, after Crimson City successfully built the first 3-wheeled motorcycle, they sped up the production process. In the end, they produced close to 10,000 motorcycles, all of which were allocated to the 2nd, 4th, and 5th Divisions of the Cold Front. Originally, the 2nd Division of the Cold Front needed to use bicycles to increase their speed. Now that they were motorized soldiers, they were filled with fighting spirit and only wanted to perform well on the battlefield to repay Bugnam of Gojoseon's kindness. Now that they had 2 strong armies, the 1st Division of the Russian Empire was not worth mentioning. Although they were all cavalry, they were not part of the Han Army, so they were only used as reserves for this battle. Although Division Commander Ahuli was a little disappointed, he did not complain at all. Instead, he kept his subordinates under control and warned them that their opponents this time were the Han. Without orders, they were not to kill innocent people. Otherwise, no one would be able to save them. In addition, Yang Chendong had also come. Along with him were 5,000 black cavalry soldiers and 100,000 logistics soldiers. These were Han auxiliary soldiers who had undergone short training. Their role was not on the battlefield. Other than transporting supplies, they were mainly responsible for guarding prisoners and propagating the Yang Xie policy. Obviously, Yang Chendong had already predicted the outcome of this battle before the battle even started. If they could not defeat the infantry of the Southern Ming Army with firearms and cavalry, then the 5-star army did not want to unify the world. It was better for them to obediently stay in the city and wait for death. With firearms that were much more advanced than this era, Yang Chendong had already treated the Southern Ming as his own backyard. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to conquer this place with the smallest price, the army would have continued to advance after conquering the 3 provinces. What reason was there for a war between countries? That was just a lack of confidence. A true expert would not do such a thing. I am stronger than you, so I want to take care of you. So what? Not satisfied? If not, then come and fight. Just like how the Yang Xie conquered other countries, there was no need for a reason. He just needed to beat you until you could not take care of yourself. In the end, you would have no choice but to surrender. However, Yang Chendong believed that he was already very lenient towards the Southern Ming Empire, the land of the Han people. His original plan was to reform them and assimilate them at the same time. In the end, he would be able to take down the entire Southern Ming Empire without shedding a drop of blood. However, as more and more intelligence department telegrams were sent to him, he had no choice but to change his mind. When he saw the telegram that the Southern Ming Empire was preparing for war, it had caused the people to have no way of making a living. They were looking for strong men everywhere to gather food and military equipment. Most of the people were already at the point where they could no longer survive. Thus, he had no choice but to deal with the pain quickly, and decided to conquer the Southern Ming Empire by force. Only then would they be able to take down the Southern Ming Empire in a shorter period of time, and save the Han people. Chapter 1682. As for Chao Jixiang's matter, it was just a coincidence. This was equivalent to giving Yang Chendong an honorable reason. How could he not use it? Riding on the white dragon, Yang Qindong charged towards Guangzhou city under the protection of the 5,000 black cavalry. At the same time, the vanguard of the 2nd Division of the Lung Vanguard had arrived at the city gate tower and started setting up camp 8 miles away from the city. Hundreds of light and heavy machine guns had been set up on the trenches that had been temporarily dug. Although there were only 2,000 people, there was no fear on Gao Xiang's face. In his heart, he still hoped that the South Ming army would take the initiative to attack. In that case, he would be able to make the first contribution. What was disappointing was that the South Ming army in the Guangzhou prefecture didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything when they arrived. General Guaning stopped the other generals who wanted to go out to battle. Obviously, he didn't care about the 2,500-star army that had arrived first, because his plan was bigger. Over the years, the South Ming army had developed. For example, they had created mini cannons. Due to the limitations of their technology, their cannons could only fire 3 miles away and they used solid bullets. However, when 200 cannons were set up on the city walls, it gave people a sense of security. Guaning already had a plan in his mind. This time, he would wait for the enemy to charge over. He only needed to defend. That way, his cannons could be used to attack. He wanted to take down the 5-star army's prestige on the city walls, and use this battle to tell the world that the 5-star army was not invincible. Just last night, Guaning received the news that his teacher, Kuang Yi, had passed away. He also knew that because of the news of Yang Xie's strength in the capital, the recruitment of soldiers was not effective. Many of the soldiers that were originally set up had disappeared. The 2.5 million soldiers that the South Ming had prepared were now only 1.5 million. They had lost 1 million soldiers. Guaning was naturally very sad about the death of his teacher. However, the battle was imminent and grief could not solve the problem. He had to think of a way to win this battle in order to better comfort his teacher's soul in heaven. At the same time, if they fought this battle well, it would strengthen the confidence of the Southern Ming dynasty and the people. Only then would they be able to recruit more soldiers and fight a long battle with the 5-star army. In the end, they would achieve the ultimate goal of not invading the Southern Ming dynasty. On this point, Guaning clearly knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for the South Ming Empire to defeat Yang Xie. Disregarding everything else, the other party had taken over so much territory and stationed troops everywhere. Once all of them were called back, just the number alone was enough to scare people to death. Therefore, he only asked for a draw. In the end, the Southern Ming Empire would recognize Bugnam of Gojouzian as a legitimate country, and the Southern Ming Empire would be able to govern itself. However, this goal was not so easy to achieve. To be safe, Guaning chose to defend. He wanted to use the city walls to block the 5-star army. Commander Gao Xiang waited until the next morning. After seeing that the Southern Ming Empire had no intention of attacking, he knew that the other party would not take the initiative to attack. Immediately, he reported what had happened and his analysis to the division headquarters using an electric suit. Not long after, Yang Qindong also received the news. Haha, young master, this Guaning has grown up. He can keep his composure. However, he thinks that he can stop our army with 450,000 soldiers. That's a bit of a fantasy. Beta Persei, who was accompanying him, also saw this telegram. He immediately looked down on Guaning and laughed. Yang Lu had been killed. A white silk had ended his life. It could be considered a dignified death. At that time, Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, Yang San, Yang Si, and Yang Wu were all present. They could be considered brothers and they came to send him off. Although Yang Lu was dead, the impact of the incident had already happened. Other than Tiger's Mane, the other servants could not help but worry about their future. After all, such a thing had happened. If the young master was no longer close to them, it would be reasonable. Fortunately, Yang Qindong was only concerned about the incident and not the person. Yang Lu was dead, so in his eyes the matter was considered over. This time, he still brought Beta Persei with him. As soon as this signal was sent, it completely calmed the hearts of the servants. It also let the other officials of Yang Xie know that the servants were still servants. They were still trusted by Bugnam of Gojouzian. Some people who originally wanted to replace Yang Lu also gave up on this idea. The situation in Yang Xie became stable again. Okay, Beta Persei, Go and call Yumian over. Yang Chendong also smiled. Beta Persei's words on this matter were very much in line with his thoughts. In modern warfare, whoever had more people would not necessarily win, and whoever defended would have more advantages. The power and advanced weapons would ultimately determine the route of victory and defeat. Just like in the original historical spacetime, on the battlefield of Normandy, a German machine gunner killed more than 1,000 Allied soldiers with a machine gun. This was enough proof. Of course, not all armies applied this model. For example, the soldiers of the People's Liberation Army in the future defeated their opponents one by one with a rifle. But this theory was still applicable to most of the enemies of the army. After a while, Yumian came in front of Yang Chendong. Speaking of which, the two had not seen each other for a long time. The last time they met, they even made a bet. It turned out that Yang Chendong won again. Today, the Far Eastern province had long become one of Yangtze's important granaries. There was a large area of fertile land, rich in forest resources and various minerals. It could be said that except for the cold climate, it was already perfect. Especially after the construction of the train tracks. In spring, summer, and autumn, the people chose to work. In winter, they left their homes to travel or relax in the three eastern provinces. It was a beautiful life. It was equivalent to Yumian losing to Yang Chendong. This time, no one brought up the matter of the bet. They called Yumian to talk about the reconstruction of the southern Ming dynasty and persuading them to surrender. Yumian, with our powerful military strength, it won't take long for us to win on the battlefield. Persuading the officials of the southern Ming dynasty to surrender, and the reconstruction work after the war will be handed over to you. How is it? Do you have any difficulties? Yumian was already in his 40s, and was in the prime of his life. When he heard Yang Chendong's question, he immediately straightened his posture and said, replying to the sixth young master, I promise to complete the task. Yumian had this confidence because this time, there were 5,000 cadres from Rejing City accompanying him. These people were all cultured and experienced management talents. There were also 5,000 cadres from other Yangtze provinces. They had considerable experience in migration, land distribution, and city reconstruction. Adding on the fact that Rejing City had prepared enough food and necessities, Yumian was confident that he could complete this task. It had to be said that Yang Chendong's migration policy was really good. Because of the migration, the barriers between the different races were disrupted, and the opposing voices could not work together. Every time they went to a new place, they would face a group of unfamiliar people, and even unfamiliar races. No matter how capable and ambitious they were, in this kind of environment, they could only lower their heads and accept their fate. Not to mention, the Yangtze did not disregard the people after the migration. They distributed land, houses, seeds, food, and necessities, and so on. They hoped that the people after the migration would have food to eat and houses to live in. Like this, who would think of rebelling? To most of the people, they did not ask for much. As long as they had a place to settle down, they would be satisfied. As for the rise and fall of a race, that was something that only a few ambitious people would think about. It was not something that the common people should think about. It was because of this migration policy that there were very few rebellions in Yangtze's territory. Almost every piece of land that they occupied, other than having to pay a hefty price in the beginning to provide money, after a few years, this place would begin to exert its power and provide food and money to the Yang faction. This also helped the Yang faction to grow stronger and stronger. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that most of the people were uncultured. If it was the future where everyone was familiar with the history of their race, it would be difficult to carry out such a large-scale migration, and there would be endless problems. It was also because of this that the Yangtze started to popularize culture in their territory. The difference was that everyone, regardless of race, had to learn the Han culture, write Chinese, and speak the Han language. This was tantamount to a cultural assimilation. Like this, many years later, everyone would only know about the Han culture, and would not know that there were so many different languages in the world. The more Yumian thought about this, the more he admired Yang Chendong. In fact, it was not just him. In the entire Yangtze, most of the Han officials admired Yang Chendong, and this admiration turned into respect. Young Chendong did not feel much about this. He only knew that since he had come to this world, and had brought Ditsang with him, he had to do something. It was just that the results were out of his expectations, but this kind of result was even better, and he was even happier. After Yumian did not have any more questions, he quickly bid farewell and left. Yang Chendong rode the white dragon, and the black cavalry went straight to the Guangzhou prefecture. April 1468 AD. Under the Guangzhou prefecture city, more than 100,000 five-star army were stationed here. The bright five-star flag fluttered in the wind, and from afar, it was a world of red flags. As more and more five-star army soldiers gathered, the South Ming army on the city gate tower continuously moved boulders, wooden sleepers, kerosene, bows, and other things to the top of the city gate tower, as if they were going to defend to the death. With these resources, they were confident that the five-star army wouldn't be able to return and would suffer heavy losses. Guanning even found Commander Li Hani and proposed that if the five-star army failed to attack the city, they would send out an army to counterattack. All the war horses in the city were also mobilized, forming a total of 5,000 cavalrymen. When the time was right, they would counterattack with all their might and obtain the final victory of the Guangzhou prefecture city. Chapter 1683. With a large pile of defensive equipment, sufficient soldiers, and enough provisions to last for a year, Guanning had a calm and steady look on his face. He wanted to see what the five-star army, who had always been known to be invincible, would do at this moment. It was said that one's thoughts determined one's vision. Guanying's scope was still too small. At most, he had a place in the southern Ming dynasty. Compared to Yangshi, who had already conquered all of Asia, and even had a navy that was advancing towards Europe and the Western countries, it was not an exaggeration to say that Guanning was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Just as Guanning was thinking about how to defend, the five-star army's cannons were ready to assemble at the Guangzhou government. This time, the five-star army was using the newly developed 120mm field cannon. Compared to the 90mm field cannon, which had a range of 10 miles, and the 75mm field cannon, which had a range of 6 miles, it could shoot up to 15 miles. The larger the caliber, the greater the lethality. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Once the beginning was made, the next step would be much easier. The lathes were constantly being updated. In addition, there were many new cannons in the warehouse for people to imitate and research. Currently, the progress of the cannons in the Crimson City was increasing rapidly. It was worth mentioning that the new weapons were mainly used on the Navy's ships for the conquest of the West. The new weapons allowed Yang Xie's military committee member and deputy commander of the Navy, Gao Xiong, to fight against the foreign races with greater ease. After a few months, they had already conquered the Cape of Good Hope and landed in Africa's Niger River. It was foreseeable that news of their victory would arrive soon. Yang Chendong had also thought of boarding a large ship and killing his way to the west. However, no one agreed to this suggestion. The sea was different from the land. Danger could come at any time. If something happened to Yang Chendong, no one would be able to take responsibility. Helpless, Yang Chendong could only give up on this idea. The 2nd Division of the Cold Front Division's cannons were pulled 5 miles away from the Guangzhou government. This distance was out of the range of the southern Ming's red coat cannons. Accompanying the division commander, Xiaofeng, to inspect the cannons was a young man. Crown Prince Chang, please be careful. When he saw that the young man was actually carrying the ammunition box with the artillery soldiers, Commander Xiaofeng, who had never frowned in the face of so many enemies on the battlefield, broke out in cold sweat. The young man was Yang Bo. This time, he had taken the initiative to come to the battlefield. Yang Chendong also agreed. If he wanted to inherit his great cause, he had to learn this lesson on the battlefield. Only by doing so would he know that victory was not easy to come by. Only by doing so would he be able to intimidate Yang Xie's 3 armies and the millions of soldiers that he would have in the future. In order to train Yang Bo, other than returning to Yang Chendong's side at night to report what he had seen and heard, he was allowed to roam freely in the army to observe what he was interested in. Under safe circumstances, no one was allowed to stop him. As a matter of fact, When Yang Bo heard that the artillery soldiers were about to attack, he took the initiative to come. This frightened Xiaofeng. He knew that this person was very precious. Not to mention that his life was in danger. Even if his skin was scratched, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Helplessly, he could only accompany him. This caused the artillery regiment's commander, Lin Luan, to be very careful as he led a group of artillery regiment's officers to protect him. All right, Division Commander Xiao, Regiment Commander Lin. Go do what you are supposed to do. I am here to learn and experience, not to be protected. Yang Bo, who was already 12 years old, saw that there was nothing he could do with so many people surrounding him. He could not help but put down what he was doing, and turned to look at Yang Bo and the others. Crown Prince Chang, but Xiaofeng and the others wanted to say something, but Yang Bo's face darkened. Follow my orders. This is a military order. You cannot disobey it. Needless to say, Yang Bo, who was wearing a custom-made military uniform that was a few sizes smaller, was quite impressive when he was angry. At the very least, he managed to intimidate Xiaofeng and the others. They had to obey military orders. After saluting in unison, they went back to doing what they were supposed to do. Ba Daojiang and Peng Yu led 200 black cavalry soldiers to watch from the side. Their faces were filled with gratification. The Crown Prince Chang's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It would not be long before he had the ability to inherit the 6th young master's legacy. This was just a small interlude. The cold vanguard soldiers were busy. Guaning received the news from the top of the Guangzhou Prefecture's city gate tower, and was looking around. They had something similar to binoculars in their hands, but the quality was not as good as the 5-star armies. They could only see further. They are deploying the artillery. They are about 5 miles away from us. Our artillery cannot reach that far. Guaning put down his binoculars and frowned as he spoke. He knew the power of the artillery and knew that it was the 5-star army's forte. They were no match for them in this aspect. However, it did not matter. The main point of attacking a city was to take down the city. It was not a competition of whose artillery was more powerful. Your artillery could not possibly charge up the city gate tower like a human. In the end, they still had to rely on humans to climb up the city gate. Not to mention, Guaning had already arranged enough troops in the streets of the city. This was the embryonic form of urban warfare. There were quite a lot of people in the prefecture of Guangzhou at the moment. There were more than 450,000 soldiers. In addition to the civilians who rushed over from various prefectures, there were more than 1 million people. This was because there were many commoners who had left the southern Ming Empire for Qiqian City. Otherwise, the number of commoners alone would have exceeded 2 million. Remember, when the enemy's artillery fire, you must find a place to hide. Do not run around. That will only increase the danger. Also, we don't need to arrange too many soldiers on the city gate tower for the time being. When the enemy's cannons have finished firing, the soldiers will rush up the city gate tower and give the 5-star army a fatal blow. As Guaning spoke, someone beside him was recording. After a while, these words would be transmitted to the ears of the various generals. Just from these arrangements, one could see that Guaning was indeed capable. At the very least, he knew how to avoid the spearhead. However, it was a pity that he had too little understanding of the power of the artillery. In other words, he had underestimated the power of the 5-star army's artillery. This meant that he was destined to lose in the end. The artillery regiment was deployed. The artillery regiment was divided into 3 groups. They were respectively guarding the north, west, and south gates of the Guangzhou prefecture. Only the east gate was left. This was what the art of war referred to as Surround 3 and Block 1. If the enemy was left with a chance of survival, they would not risk their lives to fight back. Outside the east gate, the 3rd Corps and the 1st Division had already prepared an ambush. They were just waiting for the South Ming Army to escape from here. Then they would deal with them once and for all. After the artillery was set up, the ammunition was also transported. The sky was already dark. Yang Chendong decided to launch the artillery attack early in the morning. As such, the soldiers fell asleep early in the morning. Yang Bo, on the other hand, could not fall asleep. After thinking about it in bed, he went to Yang Chendong's main tent. Yang Chendong did not sleep. With his current body, he only needed to meditate for 2 hours when he was tired and let the qi in his body circulate through his body several times. After that, he would be full of energy again. He had already passed this set of techniques to Yang Chendong. Perhaps it was because of his physique that he had transmigrated to. Yang Chendong could cultivate qi and control it well. However, Yang Bo was still unable to do so. He still needed more time to practice. Yang Chendong, who had not slept, was looking at the telegrams sent from various departments. He would ponder from time to time. When he thought of something, he would write down some instructions. When Beta Persei said that Crown Prince Chang wanted to see him, he stopped writing and sat up straight. Yang Bo entered the tent and bowed respectfully. Then he called out, "Father." "Bo, it's already so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Are you too excited?" "Ah." Yang Chendong waved his hand and called Yang Bo to sit beside him. "Father, Bo is not excited. I just don't understand some things," Yang Bo said with an expression of asking for advice. "Oh, what is it that you don't understand? Tell me about it." Yang Chendong had a fatherly smile on his face. He liked Yang Bo's attitude of asking for advice. There was nothing shameful about asking if he did not understand. On the contrary, pretending to know when he did not know would ruin things. "Yes." Yang Bo took the initiative to stand up and asked with an expression of learning. "Father, you once said that your greatest wish was to bring the Han people to the peak of the world, to bring harmony to the world, and to let the Han people live the best lives. However, if we were to bombard like this, wouldn't the Guangzhou prefecture be destroyed? Wouldn't the Han people in the city be killed as well? Wouldn't that be? What would that be?" Yang Bo did not say, but he believed that his father would understand his question. "Haha, very good. Boer's thoughts of pitying the people are good. However, it is impossible for there to be no deaths in a war. Most importantly, if we are able to eliminate the 450,000 soldiers of the Southern Ming Empire, it will play a positive role in our conquest of the Southern Ming Empire. Using this battle to determine victory and defeat will reduce the difficulty of our conquest. This is very worthwhile. Furthermore, be it the soldiers or the people in the city, they are not innocent. The soldiers were ordered to fight. If we don't kill them, they will kill us. As for the people, when we gave them the chance to leave from the various ports and head to Qiqian City, many of them left obediently. However, there are still some who stayed behind. Do you know why? This." Yang Bo pondered for a moment before saying, "I'm afraid that the people who stayed behind do not trust us. They still have fantasies about the Southern Ming Empire." "Very good, Boer is right. Since they do not trust us, and they have made their own choice, they are our enemies. We cannot show mercy to our enemies, so it is not wrong to bombard them. Of course, they are Han people after all. If they did not help the Southern Ming Empire, and chose to abandon the city and escape, Father will do his best to be merciful and not take their lives. However, if they did something wrong, they will be punished. All of their assets will be confiscated, and they will be put through labor for 1 to 3 years. After they are released, they will still be Han people, and can enjoy the fruits of our labor. This is a reward and punishment." Chapter 1684. Such a detailed explanation made Yang Bo nod his head continuously. He finally understood his father's painstaking efforts. At this moment, the haze on Yang Bo's face disappeared. Instead, he bowed deeply. "Father, Boer will remember your words." "Good." Yang Chendong patted Yang Bo's shoulder with a gratified expression. In fact, as Yang Chendong thought, the commoners who accompanied the South Ming army in the Guangzhou prefecture did indeed treat the 5-star army as an opponent. This was not as simple as distrust. Among the commoners, there were mainly tyrants. They had already received news that wherever the 5-star army went, the rich would only be able to leave behind 20% of their wealth. This was something they could not accept. Although most of their wealth came from the Great Ming Dynasty's good policies and exploitation, this was also a kind of ability, wasn't it? Why should the wealth that they worked so hard to obtain be handed over to the Yangxia? They could not understand, so they wanted to be enemies with the 5-star army. In order to let the South Ming army win the war, these tyrants even took out money and food to provide for the South Ming army. With such people, even if they died under artillery fire, Yang Chendong would not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Other than these tyrants, there were also some elderly people. They did not want to leave their homes. Even if they died, they wanted to die in their homeland. Of course, the proportion of such people was very small. There was also a group of scholars from the great Ming dynasty. They had learned the ways of Confucius and Mencius from a young age, and were very knowledgeable. Under the great Ming dynasty's system, bookworms like them had a very high chance of becoming government officials. However, once they were transferred to the Yang faction, they would no longer have any prospects for development. And so these people stayed behind. But even if they stayed behind, when they saw the South Ming army practicing formations in the barracks before the war started, they still looked down on them and said, "They are really all brawn and no brains. Their actions are a disgrace to the educated." He was about to die, surrounded and unable to go anywhere, yet he still looked down on martial artists and soldiers. Even if such a person entered the Yangtze, he would still be reformed. Even if some of these people died, no one would feel sorry for them. In short, the people who stayed behind were all enemies of the Yang faction. Even if they were enemies, how could they be innocent under the fire of the cannons? The night passed uneventfully, and the sun rose as usual the next morning. The soldiers of the 5-star army had a hot breakfast early in the morning. When it was 7 o'clock, the artillery soldiers were in position and the shells were loaded. Commander Lin Luan, who had the rank of senior colonel, Lung Feng's officers were all high-ranking officers, raised a small red flag and shouted loudly in front of everyone. Target, Guangzhou Prefecture City Wall. Distance, 5 miles. Direction, to the left 004. +2. Reload. Delay fuse. Everyone, get ready. As the red flag suddenly fell, Lin Luan shouted again, "Fire!" Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs shot out of the barrel and headed straight for the prefecture of Guangzhou. After the cannons were fired from the west gate, the cannons were fired from the north gate and south gate as well. For a moment, the sound of cannons rumbled, causing the earth to tremble. The Guangzhou Prefecture city walls, which were marked as the attacking side, were instantly riddled with holes. As the cannonballs landed one after another, pieces of the walls fell off, and waves of cries and screams rang out. It was clear that under the bombardment, many southern Ming soldiers were hit, and the screams came from the mouths of these soldiers. The southern Ming soldiers couldn't even raise their heads after being hit by the blazing flames one after another. These country bumpkins finally saw the power of the Yangtze cannons. It was definitely not something their red coat cannons could compare to. The 200 red coat cannons that were set up in the surroundings were now in a miserable state. Under the barrage of cannon fire, it was smashed into a pile of scrap metal. It was impossible for it to display its strength. Hearing that the cannons were all destroyed, Guan Ying's face showed a look of heartache. However, the southern Ming generals beside him did not notice this. Instead, they kept flattering him. Thanks to the general's great foresight, we had the soldiers withdraw from the city tower in advance. Otherwise, the losses this time would be too great. Yes, I really did not expect the 5-star army's cannons to be so powerful. Of course, they did not expect that we had already made arrangements under the general's orders. Ha. This time, these cannons are destined to return empty-handed. When they are done, it will be time for us to show our power. The generals were all talking at once, one after another. Those who did not know would think that they were already the victors. After half an hour of artillery fire, the explosions finally became weaker and weaker until they completely disappeared. Guan Ying's expression returned to normal. Although the red coat cannons that he had arranged were destined to not be of much use, it was still a great contribution to preserve the main force of the army. Now it was up to their own skills. Come, send everyone up to the city tower. The cannons have stopped firing. The 5-star army should be preparing to attack. For a moment, the sound of soldiers shouting could be heard everywhere. The southern Ming soldiers who had been hiding also began to rush up the city tower. However, when they really reached the city tower, they realized that there were no enemies in front of them. There was also no sign of the 5-star army. What's going on? Why didn't they charge? Many of the generals on the city tower were puzzled. Guaning also did not immediately understand. He stood there and was vexed. Suddenly he thought of a possibility. He immediately shouted, "Not good. The 5-star army is going to continue firing. Quickly, everyone retreat." After shouting, Guaning ignored the others and was the first to go down the city tower. At this moment, the cannons sounded again. The 5-star army's cannons had covered the city for the second time. As a person from the future, Yang Chendong was naturally more familiar with the use of cannons than other people. For example, the second cannons had already been used during the anti-Japanese war. This method would often cause the enemy to be unable to grasp the situation, and would often cause them to pay a heavy price. Previously, Yang Chendong did not know that Guaning had withdrawn the army in advance. The second cannons that he ordered were just a habit. It was this habit that caught the Southern Ming army off guard, and caused them to suffer heavy losses. Many of the Southern Ming army still did not know what was going on. While they were still crowded on the city tower, the cannons rumbled and landed on the city wall. One by one, the Southern Ming army was blown away, killed or injured. Just the second round of cannon fire had affected at least 4,000 Southern Ming soldiers. When the cannons stopped, the city tower was filled with broken limbs. Occasionally, there were people who were lucky enough to survive. However, they were also injured and crying in pain. At this time, there were no effective anti-inflammatory drugs. Once the injuries were too serious, they were basically waiting for death. Less than 4 hours after the battle started, there were already more than 1,000 injured people. Moreover, these people might not be able to be treated. Guan Ying's expression became even uglier. He was not afraid of the 5-star army attacking the city. With his preparations in advance, as well as the sufficient troops and food in the city, he was confident that he could fight a big battle with the 5-star army. Even if he could not win, he would be able to remain undefeated for a certain period of time. However, the feeling of not being able to see anyone and being hit by long-range cannons was really not good. It gave people a feeling that they could not use their strength. The cannons stopped for the second time. This time the 5-star army moved. However, they only sent out a few people. Each of them held a metal loudspeaker, and came to a place 1 arrow away from the city tower. They shouted loudly, "Southern Ming Army, listen up. The 5-star army is willing to accept the injured Southern Ming soldiers, because we are all Han people. You just need to use a crane to lower them down from the city tower. Then, our army will take them away for treatment to save their lives. There is no need to thank us. If you want to thank someone, thank your parents for giving birth to you in the land of Han people. Southern Ming Army, listen up. The 5-star army is..." The shouts came again and again. Several people took turns to shout. There were people below the city gates. This way, they could ensure that the Southern Ming soldiers in the city could hear them clearly. After another half an hour, the people who had shouted finally turned around and left. Seeing the 5-star army leave, a few generals looked at Guaning worriedly and asked, "General, what should we do? How is this treating a patient?" This was clearly a psychological tactic. This was to buy people's hearts and also to mess up their morale. How could Guaning not know what was going on? However, the other party did not attack the city. What could he do? Thinking that he could not mess up before attacking the city, Guaning gritted his teeth and said, "Find the best doctors in the city and let them treat the injured. This will calm the soldiers down." This was clearly going against the 5-star army. It was also telling the soldiers that the 5-star army could save them. The Southern Ming Imperial Court could also save them. They just needed to work hard. As expected, this move was effective. When the other Southern Ming soldiers saw the injured being carried into various hospitals, and the doctors running over to treat them, they were very happy. This also indirectly proved that if they were injured, they would not be abandoned. This meant that they had a higher chance of survival. After breaking the psychological breakdown of the 5-star army, before they could take a breather, the sound of cannons rang out again. However, this time, the cannons did not land on the city tower. Instead, they fired towards the Guangzhou prefecture. For a moment, the sound of cannons could be heard everywhere in the city. Because some places were made of wood, they were directly set on fire. The cannons directly extended into the city and caught the southern Ming army off guard. Without enough preparation, they suffered heavy losses. Chapter 1685. This was because the cannonballs did not hit any of the stored supplies. For example, flammable items such as kerosene. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? After another half an hour, the sound of cannonballs stopped. Then, some people holding metal horns came and began to shout at the foot of the city. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, Guanning had no choice but to send the wounded to the hospital for treatment. However, there was news from the hospital that they had already treated 3,000 to 4,000 patients in half a morning. They had already reached their limit. If there were more patients, they would not be able to treat them. This answer made Guan Ying's face instantly turn black. Didn't this mean that if the 5-star army continued to bombard the city, the morale of his army would be shaken? Just as Guan Ying was thinking about what to do, the 5-star army retreated. In exchange, there was another rumbling sound of cannonballs. The southern Ming army suffered heavy losses again. Thousands of people were killed and thousands of people were injured. Finally, it was noon. The 5-star army's bombardment stopped. Looking from afar, smoke rose in spirals. It was obvious that they were eating lunch. In contrast, although the southern Ming army in the city had prepared their meals, there were not many people who had an appetite, especially when they saw many soldiers and civilians lying on the streets and wailing. When they saw that there was no doctor to take care of them, some of the soldiers' faces began to change. It was as if they could see their future. The morale of the army began to waver. Bastard, the 5-star army is not a real hero. They don't dare to fight us with real swords and spears. Guanning roared in anger. This caused the other generals to lower their heads. At this time, no one was willing to speak. Seeing that no one was speaking, Guanning became even angrier. Fine, since they don't want to come, then we will go out. Generally, this time it's up to you. Don't worry, after the cavalry rushes out, I will immediately send the infantry to protect your flanks. This time, we will catch the 5-star army unprepared. Good. Li Hani nodded heavily. This feeling of being beaten without being able to hit anyone was really unpleasant. He also thought that it was time to fight back. Guanning did not expect that the trump card he had prepared would be used so soon. But at this moment, he really couldn't think of a better way. The southern Ming dynasty's 5,000 cavalry began to make their preparations. However, it was not entirely accurate to say that there were 5,000 cavalrymen. After the 3 rounds of cannon fire in the morning, the cavalrymen also suffered some losses. About 100 of them were injured by the cannonballs. However, for a team of 5,000 people, losing 100 or so people was not a big deal. Li Hani was clad in armor and held a long spear in his hand. He looked very majestic. The cavalry behind him also had all kinds of weapons. For example, long sabers, spears, halberds, axes, and so on. Just from this point alone, this cavalry wasn't very proper. This was because everyone knew that if cavalry wanted to develop their advantages, they had to be flexible, quick, and take advantage of the situation. A sharp, light, and nimble saber was the best weapon. In comparison, the longer a weapon was, the more restrictions it would face. However, at this point, no one cared about that. They only wanted to charge out and catch the 5-star army off guard to take revenge for the cannon fire in the morning. It would be best if they could force the 5-star army back on the right track and let them attack the city. Afterwards, both sides would fight back and forth. That would be perfect. Under the command of Li Hani, the 5,000 cavalrymen made their preparations. The drawbridge at the west gate of the Guangzhou prefecture was also quickly raised, following which, the earth began to shake and the cavalry began to charge. The city gate suddenly opened and countless cavalrymen rushed out. When this formation appeared, Yang Chendong, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but tense up. This was the first time he had experienced this kind of situation. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. However, when he looked at his father and the other generals, he noticed that there was almost no change in their expressions. Although the battle was approaching, they were not nervous in the slightest. Generally, people who had experienced hundreds of battles would be calm the closer they were to the battle. They would be able to talk and laugh. After fighting so many battles, they would get used to it. On the other hand, Yang Qindong was already prepared for the possible reaction of the South Ming army. Did they really think that the trenches in front of the city gate were dug for nothing? Did they really think that the cold front soldiers in the trenches were just decorations? In front of the west gate, the cold front soldiers who were chatting in the trenches heard the sound of horse hooves. 1st Regiment Commander Gao Xiang quickly extinguished the cigarette in his hand and raised his head to look outside. This time, he didn't even need to use binoculars to see clearly. Haha, they are finally here. They are coming from our 1st Regiment's defensive line. It seems that our luck is not bad. Brothers, immediately enter the formation and prepare to fire. Laughing loudly, Gao Xiang arrived in front of a heavy machine gun. He made preparations while shouting loudly. The trenches were 4 miles away from the city gate. A distance of 2,000 meters could be said to be covered in the blink of an eye. However, even though they were fast, there were still bullets faster than them. Seeing that the enemy had exited the city gate and was less than 2 miles away from them, Commander Gao Xiang started counting down silently in his heart. 5, 4, 3, 2. Fire. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. The first to sound was the heavy machine gun in his hand. Following that, gunshots continued to sound, accompanied by the sound of rocket launchers exploding from time to time, greatly suppressing the charging formation of the cavalry. Under the barrage of gunfire and cannon fire, the Southern Ming cavalry that charged forward were cut down like chives, falling to the ground one after another. In order to display their advantage, Li Hani even formed a charging formation and gathered the cavalry together. This originally allowed them to be like a knife that stabbed into the enemy's camp. However, when faced with the powerful firearms of the 5-star army, this method was equivalent to helping the flintlock soldiers, and was equivalent to gathering together to become live targets. As the saying goes, the faster you charge, the faster you die. The closer you charge, the faster you die. When batches of cavalrymen were hit by the spears and fell to the ground, they were trampled by the cavalrymen behind them and turned into a pile of meat paste. The momentum of the Southern Ming Army's cavalry began to slow down. Under the blockade of hundreds of light and heavy machine guns, less than 5,000 cavalry could not get close at all. Needless to say, rocket launchers, grenades, and other weapons were fired continuously, as if they were free of charge. Retreat, retreat quickly. After nearly half of the cavalry died in a short period of time, Li Hani's face became very distressed. He could not bear such losses and finally made the decision to retreat. As soon as his voice fell, the cavalry turned their horses back. However, if they wanted to go back now, how could they do it without paying a price? The gunshots continued, and the cavalry continued to fall from their horses. About 1,000 cavalry died in battle, and the remaining South Ming cavalry hurriedly fled into the city. After entering the city, Li Hani's tears fell. There were 5,000 cavalry just now, but in just a short while, there were less than 2,000 cavalry left. They did not even touch a hair of the enemy. This battle was really useless. Guaning had already arrived at the city tower, but he did not have any intention of blaming Li Hani. If he was the one leading the troops just now, he would have ordered the army to retreat. After all, the number of cavalry was too small. If there were 100,000 cavalry, he might have taken the risk. General. After seeing Guaning, the tears on Li Hani's face had yet to dry. Go and rest first. We will think of other ways. Guaning comforted him. Before he could think of another solution, another round of bombardment began. The city was once again in a mess. Countless soldiers and civilians were killed or injured. In the afternoon there were 3 rounds of cannon fire, 3 rounds of shouting, and finally, it was night time. It seemed that they could have a good rest. After a tiring day, Guaning, who was mentally exhausted, was also preparing to go to bed and rest. However, at this moment, the cannons sounded once again. Amidst the booming sounds, the Guangzhou prefecture became lively once again. Not good, the 5-star army is approaching the southern gate. Quickly go up the city tower. Amidst the chaos, a shout suddenly sounded. This made Guaning, who had just left his room, look serious. Then he led his guards and rushed up the southern gate tower. When Guaning went up the city tower, the five-star army had already retreated. The facts proved that the other party had only sent out a small number of troops. When they saw that the situation was hopeless, they retreated. However, it reminded Guaning that the five-star army would not only bombard the city, but also steal the city. Pass down the order. Order the generals to take turns to guard the city. We must not let the other party succeed in stealing the city. Guaning rubbed his temples and said with a tired face. In the five-star army's barracks outside the Guangzhou prefecture, Yang Bo still had an excited look on his face. The battle during the day, especially the scene of the southern Ming cavalry being killed, had really stimulated him. As the sky was already dark, he was still unable to sleep. Thus, he simply went to his father's tent and asked about things that interested him. "Father, did we not succeed in stealing the barracks? Why didn't we send more troops and use cannon fire to cover it? Bo, stealing the barracks is fake. There is no need for us to do such a risky thing. By doing so, we are reminding the other party that we are strong and that they will be on guard. After a while, they will have no choice but to deal with us. This will make them even more tired. Not only will they be physically tired, but they will also be mentally tired. This will play a very positive role in accelerating their collapse." "So that's how it is." Yang Bo nodded as if he understood. "Bo, you must remember that the lives of soldiers are the most important. If you don't have to put your life on the line, do your best to use other methods. This is especially true for the Han people. War is a kind of knowledge, and there are too many ways to do it. We need to constantly learn," Yang Chendong said earnestly. He was very optimistic about his successor and had great expectations for him. Chapter 1686. Yang Bo nodded heavily. On this day, he truly witnessed the cruelty of the battlefield. Although he could not enter the city and could not see the tragic scene in the Guangzhou prefecture, he could still imagine it. Just like what his father Xinri said, since these people chose to be enemies with Yang Xia, then regardless of whether they were soldiers or civilians, they were all enemies. Yang Xia could not be soft-hearted towards his enemies. Since Yang Xia had powerful cannons, why not use them? To be able to obtain victory and reduce the number of casualties, this was definitely the best choice. On this night, Yang Chendong asked a lot of questions and Yang Chendong explained a lot. This suitable successor was on his way to becoming an outstanding successor. On the same night, the Guangzhou prefecture was filled with wailing sounds. Compared to before, everyone's mood was obviously much lower now. Especially the wounded soldiers who had already been abandoned. Since there were not enough doctors, they were gathered together. Their only treatment was that someone would make porridge for them. As for whether their injuries would become inflamed and whether they could survive, it would depend on their fate. When they were surrounded by a group of poor people, a group of injured people, this kind of sadness would be infinitely magnified. It was unknown who it was that suddenly shouted, "Since the five-star army is willing to accept us, and is willing to provide us with treatment conditions, then why don't you let us go? Yes, we are already useless. We can only wait for death if we stay here. You should let us go." As soon as the voice fell, it was immediately echoed by other people. "Let us go, we want to live. We just don't want to die, sob sob sob." Shouts, cries, curses, and pleas rose and fell one after another. Soon it filled the entire area. When the shouts spread out, the soldiers who were walking outside were shocked. More people also felt sympathy for them. It was as if they could see themselves tomorrow. These South Ming soldiers thought that the wounded soldiers should be sent out of the city. Everyone had the right to live, right? Due to the lack of information, the South Ming army here did not know that the five-star army had used the same method to deal with Bai Ming's hundreds of thousands of troops, and finally defeated them. However, as their commander, Guaning knew about this matter. He could even imagine that once he agreed, there would be more injured soldiers appearing in the city for no reason. As for where those scars came from, it was likely that it was man-made, and it was just a way to survive. Thinking of the possible outcome, Guaning naturally wouldn't agree to send the wounded out to the five-star army. "Men, bring my bodyguards to the sick area and warn those people. If they dare to talk nonsense again, they will be punished according to military law." At the same time, tell them that the doctor will be here soon. Tell them to be patient. Also, immediately send people out of the city to ask for help from the capital. Tell them that we need reinforcements and doctors. Guanning couldn't guarantee that the request for help would be effective, but he still had to do what he should do. Otherwise, if the morale of the troops was broken, it would be difficult to lead them. Immediately, a messenger left the Guangzhou government. They chose to leave from the East Gate, because it seemed that there weren't any 5-star army stationed there. However, what made people happy was that this messenger openly jumped over the 5-star army's defense line. It was obvious that the 5-star army wasn't afraid of them asking for help. Good news, General, our messenger safely left. Guangdong's chief of the left, Yang Xian, received the news and excitedly ran over to tell Guanning. Guanning was calm, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed that the 5-star army didn't care about his actions at all. They clearly wanted to eat him up. Since that was the case, then he had to persevere and see if there was still a chance to counterattack. Perhaps the other 2 provinces would defeat the 5-star army and come to help him. As long as there were reinforcements, they would be able to kill their way out and surround the 5-star army outside the city like a dumpling. The night passed in fear and trepidation. Every half an hour, there would be cannonballs entering the city from outside. Occasionally, there would be small groups of 5-star army attacking the city, causing the Southern Ming army to be extremely annoyed. When the sun rose, most of them had dark circles under their eyes and looked very tired. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. After breakfast, the large-scale cannonballs started again. Unlike the small skirmishes at night, the cannonballs during the day were much more intense. In just one morning, after 3 waves of cannonballs, there were more than 5,000 injured soldiers in the city and more than 3,000 dead. The reason why there was so much damage was because the 5-star army's cannonballs were much fiercer than yesterday. Secondly, there were too many Southern Ming army soldiers in the city. Sometimes, a single cannonball could kill a few people and injure a dozen or more. Under such attacks, the Southern Ming army began to lose a lot of soldiers. There was no need to talk about the dead as they could no longer speak, and had already become history. However, those who were still alive and injured were really a headache. They kept wailing, which was a huge blow to the morale of the army. Especially when the 5-star army outside the city would send people to persuade them to surrender after every half an hour of cannonballs, saying that they were willing to take in the injured soldiers. This was like an outlet for everyone to vent their frustrations. More and more injured soldiers began to clamor to leave the city. Even though Guanning sent out his personal guards and even promised these injured soldiers that he had already asked for help from the imperial court, and that more doctors would come soon, the problem was still not solved. This was because in the span of last night and this morning, there were more than 200 injured soldiers who died because they did not receive treatment in time. Looking at their comrades who were shouting the same slogan as them dying in front of them, the other injured soldiers did not care about anything else in order to survive. They all shouted loudly and made the same demands and slogan. After another afternoon of cannonballs, there were thousands more injured soldiers. When their group reached more than 10,000 people, the slogan was so loud that it could be heard clearly in any part of the city. General Li Hani had a bitter expression as he walked into Guanying's temporary residence. There were some words that he had to say. Guanning received Li Hani in the main hall. When he saw the other party's dark expression, he knew what the other party was going to say. He shook his head and said, "General Li, this general understands your intentions, but you really can't do this. Don't tell me you want to watch these injured soldiers die?" Li Hani finally could not hold back the anger in his chest. Among these injured soldiers, there were actually many from the Wide Sea Guards. They used to be his comrades. Now that they were going to die from injuries, as a general, he naturally did not feel good. "Calm down, bear with it. How about this? Give me 3 more days and see the situation first." Guanning did not immediately agree, but he did not refuse either. He was very clear that a general like Li Hani was very influential. If he joined forces with others to force him to abdicate, the situation would be the worst. Therefore, he could not directly refuse. The reason why he said to wait for 3 more days was mainly because he was hoping for a fluke. For example, was the 5-star army about to run out of ammunition? Bombarding like this every day consumed a lot of gunpowder. Perhaps they could not hold on any longer? Or perhaps the injured soldiers had thought it through, or everyone had gotten used to their cries. More importantly, he had already sent people out to look for reinforcements. Even if the imperial court's reinforcements would not arrive so quickly, as long as they could bring him news of reinforcements, it would be enough to motivate him and give him a reason to hold on. In short, he would drag it on for as long as he could. The situation might change at any time. Since Guanning had already said so, what else could Li Hani say? The imperial edict clearly stated that the Battle of the Guangzhou Prefecture had to follow Guan Ying's orders. If that was the case, he would wait for 3 more days. The bombardment continued, as did the persuasion to surrender. Yang Chendong did not order the soldiers to attack the city. He only continued to bombard the city with cannons. The situation on the battlefield was also somewhat lukewarm. Compared to the battlefield in front of the Guangzhou Prefecture, the Nanchang Prefecture was about to fall into chaos. Jiangxi consisted of Nanchang Prefecture, Guangxin Prefecture, Raozhou Prefecture, Nankang Prefecture, Zhejiang Prefecture, Ruizhou Prefecture, Yuanzhou Prefecture, Linjiang Prefecture, Fuzhou Prefecture, Jianchang Prefecture, Jian Prefecture, Ganzhou Prefecture, and Nan'an Prefecture. One was San Prefecture, Ning Prefecture. There were 77 counties below. Due to the large territory, although it was not the fragrance of fish and rice, nor was it a heavily taxed area of the Southern Ming Empire, it was still a strategic location. This time, the Southern Ming Empire had sent 200,000 soldiers here. In addition to the 100,000 soldiers from the original province, there was a total of 300,000 soldiers. Although it was not as strong as the 450,000 soldiers of the Guangzhou Prefecture, it was still a strong military force. Although Jiangxi's secretary of the left, Li Qing, was very nervous, he was relieved when he learned that the Five-Star Army had only sent a little over 100,000 soldiers. The reinforcements sent by the imperial court were led by General He Ke. When the command of the 300,000 soldiers was handed over to him, one could clearly see that he was excited. He Ke was a veteran general in the army. He was in his 40s, and he was at his most mature and stable age. However, the moment he held military power, he unknowingly became arrogant. He Ke, who did not come from a good background, had relied on his own efforts to get to where he was today. Because of this, he desired power more than others. Now that he finally had power in his hands, he wanted to perform well. Especially when he learned that the Five-Star Army only had a little over 100,000 soldiers, which was a third of his forces, he decided to take the initiative to attack. The 300,000 soldiers were organized into 6 square formations by He Ke. Each formation had 50,000 soldiers. 3 of them were in charge of facing the enemy head-on, 1 was in charge of attacking from the back, and the other 2 were in charge of flanking the enemy. Once they formed an encirclement, it would be time for them to attack from all sides. This matter was decided. In the past, when He Ke led troops to suppress bandits, he did this. Reality proved that this method was very effective. Chapter 1687. With a single order, the 300,000 Southern Ming soldiers moved separately. Such a large formation was naturally seen by Yang Xie's spies in Nanchang. Following this, a telegram was sent over to the commander of the world's number 1 cavalry army, Tian Hu, who was also a member of the military council. Now that Tian Hu had entered the military council, his position was no longer just the commander of the world's number 1 cavalry army. What he needed to do was to look at the overall situation and guide it. Naturally, this time he was the leader of the army in Nanchang. When the telegram was sent to him, a burst of laughter was heard. Good. This He Ke really knows me well. It was no wonder that Tian Hu was so happy. When he learned from the telegram that the Southern Ming army in Guangzhou was like a tortoise hiding in the city, Tian Hu thought that the enemy in Nanchang would do the same. If that was the case, the world's number 1 cavalry army would not have the chance to show off their strength. They would still have to rely on the guns and cannons of the cold front. However, he did not expect that the enemy would choose to take the initiative to attack. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? After a few months of rest, The world's #1 cavalry army was not only filled with soldiers, but some of the older soldiers had also retired. Now, the entire army was filled with men between the ages of 18 and 30. It could be said that their strength was at its peak. If there was something that they lacked, it would be the experience of life and death on the battlefield. Originally, they thought that it would be good if they did not encounter any soldiers or bandits along the way. They could also train their soldiers. Who would have thought that such a large number of enemies would be sent to them? How could they not be happy? Although this bone was indeed a bit big and fat, the world's #1 cavalry army had always been strong. Moreover, with cavalry against infantry, even if the enemy outnumbered them by a few times, Tianhu was still confident that he could take them down. Tianhu gathered the 5 division commanders under him and began to plan a battle strategy against the 300,000 enemies. According to Tianhu's plan, Teimuer's division and Lu Duo's division would be the vanguard. They had to create the momentum of the main force to inflict heavy damage to the enemy and attract the enemy's attention. 3rd Division Hu Jiner's division would be the left flank, 4th Division Su Kuda's division would be the right flank, and 5th Division Yu Zhong's division would be the rear flank. In the temporary tent, Tianhu had his hands on his waist. He was wearing the military uniform of a 2nd-rank general, and his 4 golden beads were shining brightly. 3-rank general with 3 stars, 2nd rank with 4 stars, and 1st-rank generals with 5 stars. This was a military rank that he had received after becoming a member of the military commission. Brothers, I'm sure everyone knows that the world's #1 cavalry army is going to expand into a group army. When the time comes, all 5 of you here will be army commanders. This will also be the last battle before our #1 army expands into a group army. I hope that all of you can show us our prowess. Isn't it just 50,000 against 300,000? Let me tell you, our opponents are all infantrymen, and most of them are rookies who have never seen blood before. You can definitely fight 1 against 6. Now let me ask you, do you have the confidence? Yes. Teimuer and the others shouted loudly. They knew clearly that this was not only their last battle before becoming army commanders, but also their best chance to show off in front of Tianhu. Think about it, with a member of the military commission as their direct superior. How big was this thigh? If they didn't show off now, when would they be able to? As for fighting 1 against 6, even if it was cavalry against cavalry, they could easily fight 1 against 3, or even 1 against 4 with their 7-star crossbows and dual blade techniques. Now with cavalry against infantrymen, it was just 1 against 6. It wasn't difficult at all. Not to mention, as long as they performed well and fought resolutely, the South Ming army, who had never seen blood before, would easily collapse. At that time, not to mention 300,000, even 500,000 or more wouldn't be their opponents. Good, everyone go and prepare. Make use of the time to eat and drink. We will attack in 4 hours. Tianhu laughed loudly and said confidently. After arranging for his subordinates to prepare, the commander of the 5th Division, Xiao Yining, and the commander of the 3rd Division, Qi Wen, walked into the main tent together. As soon as they met, Xiao Yining complained, "Commander, it's not that bad. The world's #1 cavalry army eats meat, but we also need to drink soup, right?" The Xiao family's attitude was very humble. If it wasn't for the fact that Tianhu was the commander of the world's #1 cavalry army, he might not have even looked them in the eye. If it wasn't for the fact that Tianhu was the commander of the world's #1 cavalry army, he might not have even looked them in the eye. But now it was different. Tianhu was one of the 5 members of the military commission. He was 100% the commander. If he didn't like the cold front, he could pick on them. Now he had no choice but to lower his head. Even Xiao Yining had such an attitude, let alone Qi Wen, a surrendered general. Although he had made a great contribution to the 5-star army and was recognized by Yang Qindong, he was also put in an important position. He was even included in the Han nationality book. However, he was very clear that in front of Tianhu and Xiao Yining, the absolute main force of the 5-star army, he was still an outsider. Tianhu was in a good mood. He looked at Xiao Yining and spoke more politely. "Sai, since Commander Xiao knows that this might be the last time the world's #1 cavalry army makes an appearance, Isn't that enough to satisfy our request? Also, the cold front is about to expand soon. Didn't the Navy expand by 12 divisions before? Let me tell you, it's your army's turn next. Because he was a member of the military commission, Tian, who naturally knew some things in advance. Because the matter had already been reported to Yang Qindong and had been approved, it wasn't a mistake to tell Xiao Yining in advance. As soon as he said this, Xiao Yining's attention was diverted. Is that so? Commander, how many divisions should our cold front expand? Is there a military establishment? A soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier. Xiao Yining's experience was also very old. For someone like him, if he wanted to leave the cold front, he could easily become a commander in another army. It wasn't impossible for him to even become a commander of a group army. However, after becoming familiar with the strength of the cold front, who would be willing to lead a ragtag army? They could only wait for a promotion within the cold front. Unfortunately, in the past few years, the other armies had been expanding. Some turned from regiments to divisions, some turned from divisions to armies, and some even turned into group armies. However, the cold front didn't expand because it wanted to maintain enough fighting power. It wasn't easy for them to expand during the new year, but they only expanded the cold front. They had 12 more divisions, which meant they had 3 more armies. This gave Xiao Yining and the other commanders of the cold front a glimmer of hope and envy. They originally thought that the cold front was expanding because they were forced to enter the west. Who would have thought that the cold front was also expanding? Didn't this mean that there would be a commander position waiting for him? How could he not be anxious and excited? The specific expansion plan still needs to be discussed in detail. After all, the cold front is the most elite army. Tian Hu shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but that he didn't know either. This was because Yang Qindong had only approved Lu Lingfeng's plan to expand the army, but the exact number of people and how many divisions or armies were still to be discussed. Although Xiao Yining looked disappointed, he knew that the expansion plan was already set in stone. This already made him very satisfied. He didn't mention the fact that the cold front wasn't going to be part of this battle. After dealing with Xiao Yining, Tian Hu looked at Qi Wen, who still had the rank of senior colonel, and saluted. Commander Qi, wait for 2 hours after the 1st Sky Cavalry Regiment charged out. You can go. Yes, Commander. Qi Wen felt bitter. He knew that the Meng 3 masters were going to clean up the battlefield. Although they couldn't eat meat, if they performed well, they would still be rewarded. Moreover, their brothers wouldn't have to take risks. Qi Wen was quite satisfied with this result. After dealing with the 2 commanders, Tian Hu went straight to the kitchen. He didn't know how long the upcoming battle would take, so he had to fill his stomach in advance to have the strength to kill the enemy. At this time, General He didn't know that his actions were being watched by the 5-star army and the strongest cavalry regiment, the 1st Sky Cavalry Regiment. At this moment, he was still leading the army forward. He had already looked at the map and chose a place called Lijiapa as the battlefield. There was only one official road that allowed people to pass through. On both sides of the official road were high slopes. The official road was wide enough for the army to spread out in formation, and was suitable for an ambush. For the sake of safety and secrecy, the South Ming army set off before dawn. By the time they arrived at Lijiapa, it was already noon. The soldiers were very tired from the journey. Normally, He should have ordered them to prepare for the battlefield. However, after considering the soldiers' request, he ordered them to cook to solve the problem of their stomachs. If he could immediately take advantage of the terrain and prepare for the arrival of the 5-star army, they would still have a chance to win this battle. After all, they had the advantage of numbers and terrain. It was a pity that he wasted such a good opportunity. When the scouts at the front reported that the main cavalry of the 5-star army was less than 10 li away, he became anxious. He immediately ordered the army to stop eating and enter the battlefield. After knowing that it was cavalry, he ordered people to quickly take out the stakes and other things to prepare. They were a group of new soldiers who had never been on the battlefield before. In a hurry, everyone was a bit flustered. Many people sprained their feet because they ran too fast. Before the battle even started, there were already people who were injured. This caused he to curse out loud. Needless to say, The first group to appear was Taimur's 1st Division and Lu Duo's 2nd Division. With the idea of being bold, they didn't do much scouting along the way. When the scout cavalries in the front reported back that they saw smoke above Li Jiapa, the 2 division commanders exchanged glances with each other before chuckling. With their many years of battle experience, they could feel that Li Jiapa should be the pocket formation that the South Ming army had set up for them. Chapter 1688. They didn't even know that they couldn't light a fire while marching. It seemed like the ability of the Southern Ming Army's commander was only average. How could Taimur and Lu Duo know that his biggest battle was to suppress bandits? Naturally, he didn't need to be so careful when doing such a thing. Immediately send someone to report to the military commander. Tell him that the enemy is most likely setting up an ambush at Li Jiapa. In order to catch them off guard, our 1st and 2nd divisions have decided to take the initiative to attack. I hope that the military commander will immediately arrange for the other divisions to surround them. The 1st Division commander, Taimur, said to the telegraphist beside him. After the telegraphist finished recording the contents and left, Taimur said to Lu Duo, "How about it? Do you want to compete? All right. Let's see who can fight more fiercely and kill more people." "Ah." Lu Duo laughed, unwilling to pass on his responsibility. "Okay, inform the rest to prepare for battle. Put on your armor, and take out your Big Dipper crossbows. Attack." Taimur laughed heartily as he galloped on his horse. In an instant, a cloud of dust rose with the wind and surged towards Li Jiapa like a tornado. On the official road, the sky was filled with yellow sand. Looking from afar, it was impossible to tell how many cavalrymen there were. One could only feel the number of cavalrymen from the sound of the warhorses galloping on the ground. As the saying went, 10,000 cavalrymen were boundless. This kind of formation couldn't be described with words. General Hiku, who was setting up an ambush at Li Jiapa, became excited when he heard the rumbling sounds of the warhorses galloping on the ground. He knew that the main force of the 5-star army had arrived. This meant that his chance to make a big contribution had arrived. Hiku, who was too excited, didn't pay attention to the reactions of the Southern Ming soldiers beside him. These people were either born in the military and worked in the fields and rarely received training. Some of them were still working with hoes a while ago, but now they were given swords and sabers to become soldiers. It was impossible to expect them to perform well. When they heard the rumbling sounds of the warhorses galloping on the ground, many people were already covered in cold sweat. Some were even trembling in fear, and didn't know what to do. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the world's #1 cavalry army was an army that had been through hundreds of battles. Whenever there was a big battle to be fought, his figure could be seen. Together with Yang Qindong, they fought in the north and south, conquering vast territories. Many of these cavalrymen could be described as murderous. The number of non-humankind cavalrymen and infantrymen who died in their hands was countless times greater than the number of jihaos. Even Wallace Yeshen had to flee at the sight of this elite cavalry. Hiku actually wanted to use infantry to intercept them. He was truly ignorant and fearless. He did not know how to write the word death. In the end, it wasn't entirely Hoku's fault. After all, the biggest mission he had completed before was to exterminate the bandits. When Yang Xie's 5-star army made a name for themselves and continued to expand their territory, how could there be any enemies around the Southern Ming Empire? Even if they wanted to go to war, they didn't have the chance. He was only a general in charge of exterminating the bandits. How could he know the power of the warhorses? In Hoku's eyes, it was the same as what he knew. Once the imperial army appeared, the horse bandits and mountain bandits would surrender. The 5-star army was also human. They should do the same. His strength wasn't strong, and he underestimated the strength of his opponent. This was already the end for Hoku. It was just that he didn't know it yet. The 5-star army's cavalrymen arrived very quickly. The vanguard didn't hesitate to plunge into Li Jiapa. Then they saw the Southern Ming Empire's army on the official road not far away. Looking from afar, there were many people. It could even be described as a sea of people. Hundreds of barricades were placed in the middle of the official road. Many Southern Ming archers were already prepared to shoot. It was as if this was a trap and whoever fell into it would be dead for sure. It was obvious that this was an ambush. However, in the eyes of Taemu, and Lu Duo, these were just decorations. They didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, they even increased the speed of their war horses. The vanguard cavalrymen had already taken out their iron hooks and charged towards the barricades in front of them. Good, they're all in. They're all in. Hoku was excited. He was afraid that the enemy would immediately escape when they saw this formation. If that was the case, his ambush would be useless. If he really let the infantrymen and cavalrymen fight on the plains, even if he hadn't seen the power of cavalrymen, he knew that the situation would be disadvantageous for him. The cavalrymen had indeed entered the encirclement, but they didn't panic. Many iron hooks were thrown out, and the barricades in front of them were dragged to the side. The world's first cavalry army had done this countless times. They were so familiar with it that they were as agile as their limbs. Don't let them remove the barricades. Shoot. The 5-star Army's cavalryman's reaction was beyond Hoku's expectations. He thought that these barricades would cause damage to the cavalrymen, and even cause chaos. If that was the case, he would be able to take advantage of the situation and kill them. But now, seeing the barricades being removed one by one, the main road was about to be cleared. The cavalrymen would be left with nothing but flat plains. He was anxious and didn't care if he was within the range of the arrows. He shouted loudly. The South Ming Army's recruits were already frightened by the might of the 5-star Army's cavalrymen. They were just used to listening to their general's orders. They didn't care whether the arrows would hit their opponents or not. They only knew that releasing the arrows could boost their courage and scare the enemy. That was enough. At that moment, countless arrows flew out from the front. But because the distance was too far, they couldn't reach the 5-star Army's cavalrymen. Not to mention, some of the recruits had limited strength and didn't have any archery skills. They couldn't shoot from a distance and couldn't be accurate. A wave of arrows flew out and landed a few steps away from the 5-star Army's cavalrymen. Taemu, and Lu Duo were stunned when they saw this scene. At first, they thought that the South Ming Army was doing something and that it was some new attack method. But when they saw that the arrows had indeed landed and didn't cause any damage, the two of them finally understood that this was the archery skills of the South Ming Army's recruits. Haha, these recruits probably haven't eaten their fill. Taemu laughed heartily. Commander Lu Duo, who was standing at the side, also smiled. However, his mind was still very clear, and he gave the order to charge ahead of Taemu. F***ck, old Lu, you're not being considerate. You attacked first. Brothers of the 1st Division, charge. Taemu panicked when he saw the 2 ND Division's cavalrymen charging out first. He didn't want to lose to Lu Duo. He waved his saber, and the 1 SD Division's cavalrymen also started to charge crazily. Another wave of yellow sand filled the sky, giving people the feeling that it covered the sky. Dozens of arrows appeared naturally in an array, and were aimed directly at the South Ming Army's front. Hiku's roar sounded again. Release the arrows, release the arrows. Shield bearers in the first row, spearmen in the second row. Defend, defend. Soldiers at the back, get ready to meet the enemy. Meet the enemy. Perhaps it was because he was too excited or too anxious, but Hiku shouted out orders one after another. Then the South Ming Army became a little chaotic. Although they had undergone a short period of training before entering the battlefield, it was just a formality. Everyone knew that soldiers had to be trained and their meals had to be kept up. Without sufficient military funds and food. Or perhaps it could be said that all of this was under the supervision of the civil officials who looked down on generals. The new soldiers had never truly undergone any training. Once a general had a request and wanted to train elite soldiers, the civil officials in charge of logistics would stand up and reject the request on the grounds that this wasn't a battlefield, and there was no need to be so strict and serious. In the end, they didn't want the soldiers to exhaust too much energy and waste too much food because of training. This was the result of using literature to control military force. In front of these scholars who boasted that they were a cut above others, fighting and killing was something that only boorish people would do. These people's lives were naturally as cheap as dogs and weren't worth investing in. Due to the lack of training, Many of the recruits were thrown into chaos on the battlefield, especially when Hiku's orders were given one after another. Many people didn't even understand what was going on with the first order before the second order was given. This caused a situation of chaos on the battlefield. On the battlefield, a delay of a minute or a second could lead to a missed opportunity and lead to a huge mistake. Facing the attack of the world's #1 cavalry army, the South Ming Army actually showed signs of chaos. As the vanguard, how could the 2nd Cavalry Division give up such a good opportunity? They immediately increased their speed and at the same time, they held the Big Dipper crossbow in their hands. This kind of close combat weapon that could fire continuously, other than its range being inferior to a flintlock, was already very powerful. It was because of this that the world's #1 cavalry army was able to win battles with a small number of troops and complete seemingly impossible missions. 200 steps, 150 steps, 100 steps, 80 steps. They were getting closer and closer. The South Ming Army's arrows once again flew out and landed in front of the charging warriors of the world's #1 cavalry army. It caused a certain number of casualties, but if one looked carefully, it was very effective. Apart from the cavalry's skillful horsemanship, which allowed them to perform various evasive maneuvers to avoid the arrows, the armor on their bodies also played a great role in protecting them. This kind of armor was 3 centimeters thicker than ordinary armor, and could block most of the arrows from entering the body. Even if they were hit, as long as it wasn't a critical position, they would only be lightly injured. Especially when they were around 60 steps away, the damage of the arrows seemed to increase. The tips of the arrows that were charging at the front were hit, and had no choice but to retreat and rest. However, the damage only stopped there. When the distance was only 50 steps or even closer, the Big Dipper crossbow showed its power. Chapter 1689. This type of crossbow could fire a single shot or 7 shots in a row. Once the distance was right, it would display its unique power. One after another, the crossbows flew forward and fell into the Southern Ming Army like steel needles. Cries of pain sounded from all directions. The Big Dipper crossbow could even fire a fan-shaped attack, dealing heavy damage to the enemy. Because they were the first and second rows of Southern Ming archers, they were wearing thin clothes. Only a few of them had leather armor, and most of them didn't even have battle armor. Facing the incomparably sharp Big Dipper crossbow, what could they use to block it? It was as if they would directly fall if they were hit by a single arrow. If they were lucky, the soldiers who weren't hit screamed and threw away their bows and began to roll on the ground. Just the 7-star crossbows of the vanguard cavalry had caused a lot of damage, causing the archers of the South Ming Army to suffer heavy losses. At the same time, they had cleared a path for them to continue attacking, and at the same time, they had also cut off the threat that the archers of the South Ming Army might bring. Under the attack of the 7-star crossbow, the Southern Ming Army's third row of shield bearers appeared in front of the cavalry. Although because of the chaos, the shield bearers weren't completely in formation, because there were enough people, they gave off a feeling of great momentum. Attack! Chop! The dozens of cavalrymen at the front shouted loudly. Then they pulled out their sharp sabers from their waists. They borrowed the momentum of their horses, and used their speed to directly attack the shield bearers in front of them. The sabers used by the world's #1 cavalry army were all specially polished. Whether it was the sharpness or the toughness, they were several times stronger than ordinary swords. Those foreign race cavalrymen and infantrymen who had fought with them all fearfully called them treasured sabers. When the treasured sabers were unsheathed, they carried killing intent and coldness. When they landed on the shields, the ordinary shields were instantly split in half. The Southern Ming soldiers who should have been hiding behind the shields were thus revealed. The power of the treasured sabers greatly exceeded the expectations of the shield bearers. When they realized that the weapons that could theoretically protect them were useless, and their bodies were completely exposed to the enemy cavalry, their desire to live made them turn around and flee. They didn't care that the pikemen behind them had already extended their pikes, and were waiting for the cavalry to charge forward. The shield blocked the path, and the spear extended. This was one of the common tactics used by infantrymen against cavalry. Especially when the Southern Ming army had the absolute advantage in numbers, this kind of defense and counterattack could often cause a lot of damage to the cavalry. As long as they could stop the enemy's charge and slow down their speed, the advantage of the cavalry would be greatly reduced. Then, it would be time for the infantry to counterattack. Unfortunately, all of this was just a theory. When the shields disappeared and the soldiers charged forward, they would directly crash into the spearmen behind them, causing the formation to become chaotic. This so-called theory would not work at all. Before the formation of the pikemen could even come into contact with the enemy cavalry, they were already in chaos, which greatly reduced their power. By the time the cavalry truly charged over, the tip of the pikemen's pikemen disappeared with a flash of saber light. The pikemen's counterattack was reduced to nothing. More than 100 years later, the scene of the slave construction cavalry charging to kill the Great Ming army happened in advance. The difference was that this time, it was the 5-star army that was attacking. The difference was that the 5-star army's attack was more ferocious than the slave construction cavalry. After the formation of the archers, shield soldiers, and pikemen were broken, the defense of the Southern Ming army was quickly paralyzed. Countless Southern Ming soldiers began to desperately run to the back. At this time, they had already forgotten their mission. They only knew that if they rushed back, they might have a chance to live. The development of the situation on the battlefield was completely different from what they had imagined. It wasn't that whoever had more people would win. If this was the case, then each country didn't need to go to war. They could just directly develop their population. Although the 5-star army only had 20,000 cavalrymen, they were all elite veterans. Even the newly recruited soldiers were the best of the best. They were all people who had seen blood and killed people before. Compared to the Southern Ming army, which was full of new recruits, many of them hadn't even killed a chicken before. This was simply incomparable. Once the 7-star crossbows were used, the Southern Ming army's formation was disrupted. Then, when the people borrowed the horses' momentum and the sabers' speed to rush into the somewhat chaotic Southern Ming army, the slaughter began. Although these were all Han people and would be the cornerstone of the Yangtze's development in the future, in order to obtain a great victory and completely defeat the Southern Ming imperial court, they could only endure the pain and kill. This was also in order to preserve more Han people. Blood splattered everywhere. Human lives were like grass. The battlefield had always been cruel. It wasn't a game of life and death. If one had a kind heart, the only one who would die would be himself. When everyone understood this principle, the only thing left was to kill. After the tip of the arrows pierced into the Southern Ming army, it was like a large meat grinder. Any Southern Ming soldiers who were in front of the 5-star army, or who dodged a little slower, had their heads and limbs separated from their bodies. The smell of blood rushed into the noses of the Southern Ming recruits. Ugh! Wag! The Southern Ming recruits who had never experienced this kind of battle only felt waves of nausea. Then, they had no choice but to squat on the ground and vomit. Especially when the war horses of the 5-star army galloped past and trampled the corpses on the ground like mud. The visual impact made the Southern Ming Empire recruits unable to control their bodies. They didn't even have the strength to wield their swords and spears. Other than vomiting, they could only vomit. Everyone, stand up. Don't squat down. Don't put down your weapons. Hiku saw the situation develop to this point and roared in anger. Unfortunately, on the chaotic battlefield, under the sound of the horses' hooves, his shout was quickly drowned out and couldn't cause any waves. General, let's retreat. We can't stop them. A soldier came in front of Hiku and said this sentence. Then he directly carried Hiku, who was still cursing, and retreated to the back of the army. This was only a formation of 60,000 people. Behind them, there was still a formation of 60,000 people standing there intact. As long as they regrouped with them, they wouldn't have to worry about not having a chance to counterattack. Hiku retreated, and this scene was discovered by some of the recruits. At that moment, their last bit of will to resist no longer existed. They either fled in all directions or threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground to surrender. The army was defeated like a landslide. Even if there were 60,000 pigs, it would take at least a few days for the 20,000 cavalrymen of the 5-star army to capture them. But now, under the iron hooves of the 5-star Army's cavalrymen, the 60,000 infantrymen couldn't even hold on for an hour, and were completely defeated. On the battlefield, the fighting spirit of the southern Ming recruits was rapidly disintegrating. Even Temu and Lu Duo, who were leading the troops, didn't expect this scene. They originally thought that with so many troops, they would still have to hold on for a while. But now it seemed that victory came too suddenly. This was a good thing. Without needing to give orders, the 5-star Army's cavalrymen chased after He Ku's retreating footsteps. In front of them, there were countless southern Ming recruits. These people didn't choose to surrender immediately. Instead, they wanted to escape back to their own camp. Because they chose to escape, their existence was a great threat to the 60,000 people behind them. When they saw the 5-star Army's cavalrymen coming, and saw that there were more of their own comrades in front of the cavalrymen, the commanding general was somewhat helpless. He didn't even dare to give the order to shoot arrows because it was very likely that the arrows wouldn't hit the enemy cavalrymen, but their own infantrymen. He Ku was also running among the defeated troops. When he saw that the 60,000 people behind them didn't choose to shoot arrows, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he was among the defeated troops, wouldn't he also lose his life if he released arrows? There was only one thing on his mind right now, and that was to escape to the rear. These 5-star Army cavalry were too ferocious, and he would not fight with them in the future. It was better for him to obediently retreat back to Nanchang City and guard it. He Ku, who only cared about escaping, even forgot to let the troops lying in ambush on both sides of the official road attack. Or rather, even if he remembered now, he had no way to inform them. This was a somewhat dramatic defeat, and the development of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Reality also proved that the Southern Ming New Army's combat strength could not only be described as ordinary, it could even be described as terrible. 300,000 infantrymen faced the charge of 20,000 cavalrymen. Not to mention the ability to retaliate, they couldn't even put up a basic resistance. No one would have any confidence that such an army could protect the Southern Ming imperial court. Temu, and General Lu Duo were still leading the charge. They charged again, and in front of them were the defeated Southern Ming soldiers that were continuously retreating. Among them were the 60,000 people behind them. After seeing that the front line had already been defeated and fleeing, and seeing the bravery of the 5-star Army's cavalrymen, as well as the heads that would fly on the battlefield from time to time, the 60,000 Southern Ming recruits who were guarding the rear also began to flee. Some of them, in order to escape faster, directly threw their weapons to the ground and continued to run, fiercely charging toward Nanchang that was 60 li behind them. Wherever the 5-star Army's cavalrymen passed, there were either corpses covered in blood, captives kneeling on the ground, or Southern Ming recruits fleeing in all directions. There was no resistance at all, and this made the two division commanders even more ambitious. Nanchang, Temu, and Lu Duo said at almost the same time. Then there was a burst of laughter. The 20,000 cavalrymen, who didn't suffer too many casualties, gave up on their pursuers and headed straight for Nanchang that was 60 li away. Chapter 1690. Instead of capturing captives everywhere, it would be better to directly attack the Nanchang prefecture. As long as they occupied the place, these deserters would become turtles in a jar, and would not be able to escape. Of course, when they were attacking, they did not forget to send a telegram to Tian Hu was behind them. They gave a simple summary of their thoughts and the situation on the battlefield. When the telegram was sent to Tian Hu, he was leading the army towards Lijiapa. They were not moving at their fastest speed. Tian Hu's idea was to let the two cavalry divisions consume the enemy's strength. When the enemy was exhausted, he would suddenly appear with the main force and win. He never thought that the battle would go so smoothly. Tian Hu could only give up his previous plan and said to the telegram operator, "Immediately send a telegram to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th divisions. Tell them to quickly go to the battlefield and capture the captives. Order the army to speed up. Tell everyone that if they are late, they will not be able to drink the soup. Lastly, send a telegram to the 3rd division. Tell them to speed up and take care of the captives." Telegrams were sent out one after another. At this time, if one could look down from the sky, they would see that with Li Jiapa as the center, there were several cavalry units moving quickly and surrounding him. Behind the cavalry, there was also the 5th Division of the Lu Lingfeng Division. Although they were the last to set out, they were quickly approaching the battlefield with their 3-wheeled motorcycles. Their vanguard had even caught up with the 3rd Division. Nanchang Prefecture. The sky was getting dark. There were scattered soldiers standing guard on the city walls. But from their relaxed expressions, they did not realize that the battle was about to begin. There was less than half an hour before the city gates closed. The soldiers on the city walls began to gather in 2s and 3s to chat. From time to time, they would even laugh. They were so relaxed because they were very optimistic about the situation on the front line. After all, the 300,000 infantrymen were already prepared. They were only facing the 100,000 5-star army from afar. They should have a high chance of winning. Even if they could not win in a short time, they could still be in a stalemate. As for the Nanchang Prefecture, it could be said that it was safe. Since that was the case, why was there a need to be so nervous? Not only the soldiers, but even Li Qingzhua, the political envoy of the city, was also holding a banquet for the tyrants in the city. Once the war started, they would need a lot of money and food. There was only one reason why they had gathered these people, and that was to ask them to donate money and get food. Li Qing was very confident in doing this. After all, Yang Xie's policies had already spread throughout the southern Ming dynasty. Those who surrendered could take 20% of their family's wealth and move out. Those who didn't surrender and did evil would be killed and their property confiscated. Those who didn't surrender and didn't do evil would be captured and released. They could only take 10% of their family's wealth and move out. This kind of policy was unacceptable to all magnates. Why should they hand over the wealth and land that they had worked so hard to create for several generations? With such a sharp contradiction, there was only one way to resolve it, and that was to fight. It would be best if they could defeat the 5-star army. At the very least, they had to keep them out of the city. That way they could continue to live above others. For the sake of their better days, they could only donate some money and food. Although they felt some heartache, they could only do as they were told. When Li Qing's invitation was sent to the tyrants, they all thought about it and came. For a moment, the Li residence was very lively, and it didn't feel like a war was about to break out. At this moment, outside the city, Temu, and Lu Duo finally arrived with the cavalry before the city gates were closed. Then they ignored their fatigue and directly attacked Nanchang City. When a large number of cavalry arrived, the southern Ming soldiers guarding the city gate were still confused about what was going on. When they felt the ground beneath their feet tremble, they looked in front of them in shock. When someone with sharp eyes saw that it was a cavalry with a bright red 5-star army flag, he couldn't help but shout, "It's the 5-star army's cavalry. Quick, quick, close the city gates." At this moment, it was too late to close the city gates. The 5-star army's cavalry at the front had already drawn their bows and arrows. After a series of xiao 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 sounds pierced through the air, the southern Ming soldiers who were rushing towards the city gate were shot down to the ground. This frightened the other southern Ming soldiers. These new recruits who had never been on the battlefield and had never seen blood before did not continue to take the risk to close the city gates. They didn't even have the courage to go into the city to report. Instead, they tactfully knelt on the ground, threw down their weapons, and made a gesture of surrender. They were able to do this mostly because the 5-star army's appearance was too sudden and ruthless. After all, no one wanted to die, so no one would take the risk. Another reason was that to the commoners, it was the same no matter who ruled over them. The southern Ming dynasty did not treat them well. Especially in the past few years, the taxes had been constantly increasing. Some commoners could no longer live, and there were even some who directly left their homeland for the Yangtze's territory. It was said that the Han people there were treated very well. Not only were they able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes, but they were also given a lot of farmland and lived a better life. Those who stayed were not necessarily loyal to the southern Ming dynasty. They just didn't want to leave because of various reasons. Now that the 5-star army's cavalry was in front of them, why would they risk their lives for the southern Ming dynasty? They might as well just surrender. In any case, they had no money, no power, and no farmland. Apart from their lives, they had nothing. Could the cavalry kill them? This was the true portrayal of the commoner's mentality under the feudal dynasty. Between the rise and fall of the dynasty, the commoners were usually the most indifferent. They didn't have high demands and only wanted to survive. Apart from a few rotten dynasties, most of them were very tolerant of the commoners. Therefore, the change of dynasty was always a struggle between the upper echelons. There were very few commoners who participated in it. Even if there were people who participated, there were only a few people. It was just like when the Japanese invaded China. The commoners also held such thoughts. This was why they were ruled for 8 years, and even longer in some areas. If the commoners could all stand up and resist, then they would all be able to wash the Japanese into the sea and feed them to the sharks. Temujin and Lu Duo smoothly entered the city. Then, several Yangxia secret agents came out from the city gates. They took out items that could prove their identity and gained the trust of the cavalry. Then they immediately rushed to the most important places in Nanchang City. Poor Li Qing was still receiving the guests in the mansion when suddenly, a servant came to report that the 5-star army had entered the city. Li Qing, who had drunk a little too much, didn't hear it clearly. He thought that there was something wrong with his ears. He actually laughed and said, "Did this official hear wrongly? What did you just say? The 5-star army was defeated?" Seeing that Li Qing was still not sober, the soldier who came to report couldn't help but raise his voice and shouted, "Sir, it wasn't that the 5-star army was defeated. They entered the city and have already surrounded our Li mansion." The voice was so loud that this time, Li Qing heard it clearly. Because of this, he froze in place and looked at the soldier who came to report with an incredulous expression. He wanted to know what was going on. Was it the servant's nonsense, or did the 5-star army really enter the city? There was no need to verify. There were already sounds of fighting outside the mansion. It was the mansion's soldiers fighting with the 5-star army cavalry. Unfortunately, the battle only lasted for a short period of time before a large number of footsteps could be heard heading towards the residence. Not good, it must be the 5-star army. Quickly run. When the other nobles saw that the situation was bad, they quickly stood up and wanted to rush to the door. Then countless sabers were erected in front of them, forcing them to retreat. A burly man with the insignia of a major general walked into the hall with a smile. Who else could it be but Temur? When he saw so many people in bright clothes gathered here, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Not bad, everyone should be here. Since that's the case, capture them all. Kill anyone who resists." In the face of the ferocious Temur, everyone stopped resisting. They could feel the killing intent coming from this general and his soldiers. They believed that if they really dared to resist, they would be the next to die. More than 2 hours before the fall of Nanchang City, Tian, who also brought his army to Lijiapa and attacked the 200,000 new South Ming soldiers who were still lying in ambush here, waiting for orders. When the ambushers became the target of the ambush, the morale of the South Ming soldiers quickly collapsed. When the Lungfeng 5th Division and Meng Sanshur arrived, they began to capture the captives. In this battle, more than 12,000 of the 300,000 South Ming soldiers died. Most of them were trampled to death. Tens of thousands were injured and more than 200,000 were captured. Even the general, Hiku, was captured at night. In the end, less than 20,000 people escaped. Even these 20,000 people didn't report to the other South Ming government offices. It was obvious that they were scared by the 5-star army. They changed from soldiers back to commoners. On the day of Nanchang Prefecture's complete victory, gunshots rang out in Jiangxia Prefecture, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. It was completely different from Guangzhou City and Nanchang City. The 5-star army chose to storm the city and kill their way in. Huguang City was also known as the Hubei Administrative Bureau, Jiangxia City, Wuchang City, Wuhan City. It had Wuchang City, Hanyang City, Huangzhou City, Qingtian City, Douyin City, Jingzhou City, Xiangyang City, Yunyang City, etc. Lu Jianli, the administrative bureau of the left, gathered all the soldiers and civilians of Hubei City in Jiangxia City. There were a total of 100,000 soldiers. Then they welcomed the 150,000 reinforcements sent by the imperial court. With Mu Tsong as the leader, they decided to defend Jiangxia City to the death. Chapter 1691. The eldest son of the former king of Shiping was chased into the mountains by the Five-Star Army. He survived by eating rats and ants and escaped to Yingtian Prefecture. Because he had experience fighting against the Five-Star Army, and was the eldest son of the former king of Shiping, there was no problem with his loyalty. He was sent by Zhu Qizhen to guard Jiangxia. Mu Tsong didn't look happy at all as he held the 150,000 new imperial soldiers. He knew how powerful the Five-Star Army was, so he discussed with Sir Lu Jianli to defend the city to the death. Mu Tsong said that they didn't have as many soldiers as the Nanchang Prefecture and Guangzhou Prefecture. They were also new soldiers. If they went out to fight, it would be suicide. It was better to use all of their strength to defend the city. They could hold on for a while longer, and even turn the tide. Lu Jianli agreed with the suggestion to defend the city to the death. Jiangxia Prefecture immediately started to strengthen the city. All kinds of defensive weapons were also prepared. However, it was useless. When the Five-Star Army arrived at the city, 100mm caliber field cannons were set up. All of the preparations were in vain. New Army Commander Su He, Lung Feng 4th Division Commander Ling Daqiang, and Meng 2nd Division Commander He discussed and decided to attack Jiangxia City. This is the first time the motorcycles are on the battlefield. It's a good opportunity to train the troops. Commander Ling Daqiang seemed to be very proud of this method and laughed. Su He and He didn't need to be mentioned. They both liked to be straightforward. Attacking by force was exactly what they wanted. The field cannons were set up, and then the shells were fired. In just half an hour, a hole over 100 meters wide was blasted open on the city walls of Jiangxia Prefecture. Then the cavalry and motorcycles poured in through the hole. This was especially true for the three-wheeled motorcycle. There was a heavy machine gun mounted on it, and the soldier in the back was holding a light machine gun. With their cooperation, any Southern Ming recruit that entered their sight became a moving target. Bursts of gunshots rang out, and the Southern Ming soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Needless to say, the cavalry relied on the momentum of their horses and brandished their sabers. One by one, heads fell to the ground, and bodies fell to the ground. When the motorcycles and cavalry charged into the city and dealt a heavy blow to the new Southern Ming army, Mu Tsong showed his brave side. He personally led the newly formed inspection team and commanded batch after batch of South Ming New Army to launch a suicidal charge against the Five-Star Army. When corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river, it finally incited a mutiny among the recruits. They turned their spearhead and charged at Mu Tsong and his inspection team. It was a pity that the eldest son of the king of Shiping did not die in the hands of the Five-Star Army. Instead, he died in the chaos after being slashed countless times. Mu Tsong died in battle, and Lu Jianli surrendered. Hubei was settled in one battle, and they captured more than 230,000 recruits. One was a smart move, the other was a forceful attack, but the results were both good. When Yang Chendong received the telegrams from Tian Hu and Su He, he was naturally pleased. When he issued the commendation, he ordered them to continue to work hard and continue to attack the Southern Ming Empire. He wanted the Southern Ming Empire to be unable to mobilize their troops in time to occupy more territory before the Southern Ming Empire reacted. At the same time, Yang Chendong ordered Yu Mian to take over the territories in Jiangxi and Hubei. At the same time, he arranged for the accompanying officials to take up their posts. Since those places were already Yang Xie's territory, they had to be properly protected. As for what to do, the officials who came along were all experienced and knew what to do. After arranging all these, Yang Chendong looked at the Guangzhou Prefecture in front of him, and felt that it was a bit of an eyesore. Before he could think of a solution, the 3rd Army's commander Wu Sheng and 2nd Army's commander Xiao Feng came to him, and requested to attack the city. Obviously, they were stimulated by the victory of their brothers. Yang Chendong was naturally gratified by the general's overflowing fighting spirit. He also felt that it was about time. They had already surrounded and bombarded the city for 5 days. It was time to give them a result. From tomorrow onwards, increase the intensity of the bombardment. Also, get the Air Force to distribute leaflets. Tell them that they only have 1 day. If they don't surrender, they will burn the Guangzhou prefecture. The next morning, the weather was fine. After the first round of bombardment, several hot air balloons appeared in the sky above the Guangzhou prefecture. Following that, countless leaflets of various colors fell from the sky and scattered around the city. After the first round of bombardment, there were many more injured people in the Guangzhou prefecture. Compared to the previous 2 days, the bombardment was even more ferocious. The southern Ming soldiers and civilians in the city clearly understood what it meant to be in an abyss of suffering. Guaning hid in a basement dug by a tyrant in the city with a solemn expression. The bombardment outside was so intense that he didn't dare to stay outside any longer. Other than leaving a few soldiers on the city wall to observe the movements of the 5-star army, he usually stayed here. Guaning had thought of countless outcomes. He even thought of the 5-star army attacking the city. If the city was breached, he would die on the battlefield. However, he didn't think that the 5-star army would besiege the city and use cannons to deal with him. Now that the 450,000 soldiers were trapped in the city and couldn't leave, they didn't have an opponent to fight against. This feeling made him feel helpless. Dang dang dang. Someone knocked on the door. Before Guaning could invite him in, the Guangdong provincial secretary, Yang Xian, walked in with a leaflet in his hand. He was sweating profusely. General Guan, look at this. It's all over the city. The situation isn't good. Guaning reached out to take the leaflet. After reading the first few lines, Guaning flew into a rage. This is impossible. The Nanchang prefecture and Jiangxia prefecture have a total of 550,000 soldiers. How could they be breached in such a short time? This must be a rumor spread by the 5-star army to attack our morale. Yang Xian didn't answer this question. He didn't know how to answer it. Logically speaking, this was impossible. However, after seeing the power of the 5-star army's cannons, he had to admit that the 5-star army could do what the southern Ming army couldn't. Just like the Guangzhou prefecture under his feet. Was it because the 5-star army couldn't take it down? Of course not. They just wanted to capture him. However, looking at the contents of the leaflet, if they didn't surrender, the cannons would be even fiercer. They might even set the city on fire. It was obvious that the 5-star army was angry. They would rather give up the Guangzhou prefecture to deal with them. If they really wanted to burn the city, they wouldn't have anywhere to hide. Yang Xian hurriedly came to find Guaning, hoping to discuss a solution. After reading the leaflet seriously, Guaning turned around and asked Yang Xian, Sir Yang, do you think that Nanchang and Jiangxia prefectures have really been breached? What does it matter if they are breached or not? The important thing is that we don't have time. The 5-star army had already made the final announcement through the leaflet. Either we rush out and fight the 5-star army, or we abandon the city and escape. Otherwise, we can just stay in the city and wait to be burned to death. Yang Xian reminded Guaning. At this moment, Guaning didn't care about whether Nanchang and Jiangxia prefectures had been breached or not by the 5-star army. Yang Xian was right. The difficulty in front of them was the most important. Didn't the 5-star army say that they will take in the wounded? Send our wounded out of the city, and we will break out. I believe that the emperor won't blame us. If there is a crime, I will bear it. Guaning finally thought it through. He wanted to send the wounded out and reduce the burden on the army before breaking out. He had a feeling that the 5-star army was playing the trick of surrounding 3 and missing 1. However, he didn't have a choice now, right? Once the hundreds of thousands of soldiers rushed out of the city, there would be many who would escape. This could be considered as leaving some seeds for the southern Ming army. After finally making a decision, Yang Xian let out a sigh of relief after hearing Guanying's decision. He was afraid that Guaning would still be indifferent. If that was the case, then the problem would be serious. He was afraid that the wounded soldiers wouldn't be comforted and a mutiny might occur. If that was the case, then there was no need for the 5-star army to make a move. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers would kill themselves. Yang Xian let out a sigh of relief and seemed to be afraid that Guaning would go back on his words. He hurriedly said, Okay, I will arrange for the wounded soldiers to be sent out of the city. I hope that the 5-star army will keep their promise and treat them. Yang Xian's shout could be heard from the top of the Guangzhou city's city wall. He expressed that he was willing to hand over the wounded soldiers to the 5-star army and hoped that they would be treated well. Soon after, the western city gate opened and some southern Ming soldiers carried or supported the 20,000 wounded soldiers out of the city. Then, the soldiers in charge of escorting the wounded soldiers hurriedly returned to the city and closed the city gate from the inside. The 5-star army continued to watch and didn't take the opportunity to attack. It wasn't until the gates of the Guangzhou city were closed that some soldiers rushed forward and brought the wounded soldiers back. The medical personnel who had been waiting for a few days also came forward and began to classify the wounded soldiers and treat them. They're quite cooperative. Commander Wu Xing chuckled. Yang Qindong's expression didn't change. Everything was within his expectations because he knew that the enemy was going to break out. It seems that we don't need to burn down the Guangzhou city. Sixth young master, do you mean that they are going to break out? Wu Sheng was worthy of his position as a commander and quickly thought of something. On the other side, Commander Xiaofeng also understood Yang Qindong's meaning and added, the reason why they sent the wounded soldiers out is because they don't want to be implicated when they break out. That's right, you are all right. All right, Commander Wu, you have things to do. Go and inform Commander Ahuli and prepare to make a move. If I'm not wrong, they will break out tonight. Yang Qindong nodded calmly. The battle of the Guangzhou city should be over soon. Just as Yang Qindong expected, after the wounded soldiers were sent away, Guaning made preparations to break out. Chapter 1692. He called Yang Xian, Li Hani and the others over to discuss how to break out of the encirclement. In the end, Li Hani would be the vanguard, leading 50,000 soldiers to clear the way. Yang Xian and the other civil officials would be protected in the middle, and Guaning would lead the main army to follow. If the 5-star army caught up, he would lead the army to meet them. He would risk his life to buy enough time for everyone to break out of the encirclement. Yang Xian and Li Hani disagreed when they heard that Guaning wanted to bring the army to bring up the rear. All right, it's settled. With Bugnam of Gojosian's personality, he won't give up until he catches me. Since I can't escape no matter what, I might as well stay behind. I only hope that if you see the emperor, you must tell him that I, Guaning, didn't defect and fought until the last moment. Since Guaning had already said so, what else could they say? They could only nod and agree. Next, they started to cook and let the soldiers eat their fill. No one knew how long they would run, and where they would have their next meal. The cannons in the city continued to fire. This was Yang Qindong's idea. He didn't want Guaning to think too much when the cannons stopped firing. As long as the other party left the turtle shell that was the Guangzhou government, he wouldn't have the final say in what happened next. After another afternoon of cannons, the southern Ming army lost another 1,000 soldiers and 2,000 more injured soldiers. Guaning kept all the injured soldiers and told them that the 5-star army wouldn't make things difficult for them. Then, everyone sat down and waited for the sky to turn dark. In order to prevent the 5-star army from discovering their plan, Guaning didn't order to burn the accumulated rations in the city. What he wanted to do was to leave the city without anyone knowing. As long as they could catch the 5-star army off guard, even if they wanted to chase after them, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. It was also impossible to catch all of them. Amidst their anticipation, the sky finally turned dark. After another round of cannons bombarding, outside the city, the sound of the 5-star army's metal horns could be heard. They urged them to surrender, and also asked them to send the injured soldiers out. They promised that they would treat them well. All right, now is the time. The army will leave the city. Guaning immediately made a decision. He was already clear about the 5-star army's pattern of cannons. Usually, the sound would continue for an hour before another round of cannons were fired. He wanted to use this time to let more people rush out of the city. The east gate, open from the inside, was creaking in the night. Then, countless black shadows rushed out of the city and headed straight towards the southern Ming's heartland. 300 paces away from them, the army were the army and the army, And were the five-star armies too? Seeing that the enemy had indeed begun to break through the encirclement, the squad leader in the middle said, "Immediately report the situation here. Sheep is out of the encirclement." Yes, in front of the powerful five-star army, the South Ming army was just a bunch of sheep. Even if Guan Ying's army was made up of veterans, they did not put them in their eyes. Their weapons were not as good as theirs, their morale was not as good as theirs, their protection was not as good as theirs, and their treatment was not as good as theirs. At this time, the soldiers did not have a strong will. They did not even know who they were fighting for. In their muddle-headedness, they only thought about how to survive on the battlefield. It would be too difficult to rely on such an army to win the war. The mighty army walked out of the Guang province prefecture in the dark. In order not to be discovered, they did not even light up their torches. As a result, there were sounds of people falling or spraining their ankles on the road. Even Li Hani's vanguard army was like this. This army was a veteran army based on the Guang High Guards. They could be called veterans, but they had only been in the army for a long time, and did not have much actual combat experience. The five-star army was to blame for this. Because of their strength, they had wiped out all the nearby forces. Now the South Ming army had nothing to worry about. They did not even have a ship, so it was impossible for them to participate in actual combat. Therefore, even though they had been in the army for many years, it was still the first time for many of them to be on the battlefield. When they saw how cruel the war was and how many of their comrades were killed in the artillery fire before they even saw the appearance of the five-star corps, they finally understood how powerful the opponent they were facing this time was. They also knew that this battle was much more difficult than they had imagined. However, they were already on the battlefield, so there was no point in thinking about it. What they needed to do now was to leave the Guang province prefecture and reach a safe place. As for what to do next, many of them had their own thoughts, which was to escape. There were even many people who had such thoughts. As the Guang High Guards who lived near the coastal area, they knew more than ordinary South Ming people. From time to time, they would see Yangxia's merchant ships and warships floating in front of them, which indicated their economic prosperity and military strength. There was also the policy of Yangxia towards the Han people, which made them understand that if they could join Yangxia, their life and work would be much better than in the South Ming dynasty. The pride in their hearts was dissipating bit by bit, and it was replaced by envy. However, because they were the registered soldiers of the Guang High Guards, they did not dare to do anything. If they really defected to Yangxia, it would only bring disaster to their families and loved ones. However, it was different in the war. They could face casualties at any time, so if there was a chance, they would secretly leave. This way, the South Ming dynasty would not immediately deal with their families. While the other party was investigating, they could find a way to bring their families to Yangxia's territory. Everyone had a selfish side, but some people showed it more obviously. Now, for the safety and a better life for themselves and their families, many soldiers had already made a decision in their hearts. As their commander, Li Hani was naturally able to sense all of this. However, he pretended not to see it and did not think too much about it. Thinking about it, if even ordinary soldiers could see it, how could he, as the commander, not understand it? It was just that he was indebted to the emperor, and could not do something like surrendering without a fight. He could not do it, but he could give his brothers a way out. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve over. With such a mentality, he led the Guang High Guards as the main force of the South Ming dynasty's army as the vanguard and walked at the front of the group. Their speed of progress was quite good. When it was almost dawn, they had already rushed 15 kilometers and left Guangzhou behind. Li Hani believed that he was safe. He did not see any soldiers from the five-star army for the entire night, so he believed that escaping would not be a problem. Now he was worried that General Guaning, who was in charge of covering the rear, would not be able to escape. After all, with so many soldiers leaving Guangzhou, there was no reason why the five-star army would not be able to detect them. In fact, their every move was under the surveillance of the five-star army. The reason why they did not make a move was because they were waiting for the South Ming dynasty's army to leave the city. Otherwise, once they attacked, what would they do if they scared the enemy back into the city? Since this battle had lasted the longest, It was only natural that they hoped to reap the most rewards. If they still had to attack the city in the end, they might as well choose to attack the city like how the new army and the Cold Vanguard Division dealt with the Jiangxia prefecture. Although the losses would be greater and the gains would be less, victory would be in their hands. Waiting was often the most torturous thing. Seeing that the sky was about to brighten, and the vanguard of the South Ming Dynasty's army was about to run out of the encirclement, news finally came from the radio. The last batch of South Ming Dynasty's army had also walked out of Guangzhou and was about 2 kilometers away from the city. In the current Guangzhou prefecture, other than injured soldiers and some old people who could not walk, there were no decent soldiers left. Yang Qindong also immediately saw the telegram sent by Wang Shan and immediately said, "Order the entire army to attack. Follow the plan and encircle the South Ming Dynasty's army. Those who surrender will live. Those who resist will die." The 18-kilometer encirclement was only guarded by the 50,000 soldiers of the Third Army and the 50,000 soldiers of the Russian First Division. It was clearly a bit empty. Luckily, the Cold Vanguard Division was mobilized in time. With their powerful firepower, they were able to fill the gap in the encirclement. Every 30 meters, there was a machine gun set up on both sides of the road to block the escape route of the South Ming Dynasty's army. It was a bit risky, but when he thought of the fighting spirit of the South Ming Dynasty's army and the machine gun, Yang Qindong felt relieved. However, in order to ensure that there would not be any problems, he looked at Crown Prince Yang Bo and said, "Bo, do you want to go to the battlefield?" "Yes." Almost without any hesitation, Yang Bo excitedly and quickly replied. As he spoke, he even put his feet together like a soldier who received an order to stand at attention. Yang Qindong was very satisfied with Yang Bo's performance. "Good, since that is the case, I will give you a chance. You can take the 4,000 black cavalry soldiers to the battlefield. But remember, you are only responsible for the periphery. Wherever there is a gap, block it. There is no need for you on the main battlefield. Also, these are all Han people. If you can avoid killing them, don't kill them." Although it was only a peripheral mission, Yang Bo was still very excited. He originally thought that he was only here to feel the atmosphere on the battlefield. He did not expect that he would have a chance to personally go to the battlefield. How could Yang Bo not agree? He immediately saluted and replied, "I promise to complete the mission." Yang Bo left. Along with him were Beta Persei, Black Cavalry 1st Brigade Captain Xiu Vi, 2nd Brigade Captain Dao Xiao, Vice Brigade Captain Peng Yu and the others. Only Ba Daojiang and the 1,000 black cavalry soldiers stayed by Yang Qindong's side. Chapter 1693. From this, it could be seen that Yang Qindong admired Ba Daojiang a lot. Once Qiu Vi and Dao Xiao retired due to age, this person would become the true leader of the Black Cavalry. Right after the Black Cavalry Dragon Guard set off with Crown Prince Chang Yang Bo, the 3rd Army of the Lungfeng Army and the 2nd Division of the Lungfeng Army also launched an attack on the official road to the east of the Guangzhou prefecture. They tightened the encirclement and launched an encirclement to annihilate the 400,000-strong Southern Ming Army. Guaning was in charge of bringing up the rear. When he led the 50,000 soldiers out of the Guangzhou prefecture, the sound of horse hooves and gunshots could be heard from all directions. At this time, the sky was already bright, and one could vaguely see that the front of the army was already in chaos. There was also the sound of horse hooves covering the sky. Not good, we've fallen into a trap. Guaning was indeed Kuang Ye's student, and immediately thought of a possibility. The first order he gave was for the army to turn back and return to the Guangzhou prefecture. At least they could rely on the city walls to resist. Even if they retreated back into the city, they could still fight in the streets. It was not like the outside of the city where everything was flat. What could they defend? Guaning gave the order very quickly. However, someone was even faster than them. The 4th Regiment commander of the 2nd Division of the Lungfeng Corps, Ling Lianquan, was in charge of bringing up the rear. After the Southern Ming Army left the city, he brought a whole battalion of Lungfeng soldiers to the front of the Guangzhou prefecture's east gate and quickly set up a defensive line. Countless prepared sandbags were piled up together to form a temporary defensive line. Before the defensive line was fully set up, the Southern Ming army that had just left charged back. Regiment Commander Ling Lianquan, who could already see the people approaching, took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "This road is blocked. The Guangzhou prefecture is now under the control of the 5-star army. Anyone who dares to come within 100 meters of the front will be treated as a dangerous person and will be killed on the spot. Lay down your weapons, and that is your only way out. The 5-star army can guarantee your safety and dignity." Ling Lianquan was not the only one shouting. Every platoon had a soldier shouting the same slogan to ensure that every Southern Ming soldier could hear them clearly. The shouts did enter the ears of the Southern Ming soldiers. But at this moment, no one cared so much. They only knew that the 5-star army only had a few hundred people. This was a great opportunity for them to attack. If they did not seize this opportunity, they would not be able to return to the Guangzhou prefecture, which would be the real danger. Countless soldiers from the Southern Ming dynasty rushed over. They wanted to rely on their advantage in numbers to completely defeat the 5-star army. However, just as they ignored the advice and entered about 100 steps away from the formation, gunshots rang out. In view of the large number of soldiers from the Southern Ming army, there were at least 5,000 soldiers in the vanguard. Commander Ling Lianquan did not dare to be careless. When he gave the order to counterattack, he used heavy firepower. Light and heavy machine guns and rocket launchers rained down on the Southern Ming army, causing flames to erupt. Countless Southern Ming soldiers fell to the ground, covered in blood. This was a battle that should not be taken seriously. It couldn't even be called a battle. It would be more accurate to call it a massacre. The moment the gunshots rang out, the 5,000 soldiers from the Southern Ming dynasty were destined to die. A group of soldiers holding large swords and spears rushed towards a group of soldiers with modern weapons. It was like a suicide attack against the 8-nation alliance in the late Qing dynasty. Figures fell to the ground one after another, and their lives were quickly drained away. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the barrels of many of the cold vanguard warriors had turned red. The ground was littered with bullet casings. Finally, there were no more enemies in front of them. The world suddenly became quiet. There were more than 5,000 lives, but in just a short 15 minutes, not a single one had survived. This kind of lethality was something that the Southern Ming soldiers had never seen before. Even Guanyin, who was leading the troops, couldn't help but widen his eyes and shut his mouth when he saw this scene. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he knew that it was over. Everything was over. The 5-star army had such a powerful firepower advantage. It was not something that the Southern Ming dynasty could contend against. Not to mention that their military strength was only 3 times that of the enemy. Even if it was 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times, they still could not see any hope of victory. Guanyin finally understood why the 5-star army was able to conquer such a large territory in just a few decades. They were able to conquer a situation that the Han people did not even dare to think about. If the Southern Ming dynasty had such powerful firearms, they should also be able to do it. Guanyin could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. The 5-star army was ultimately the Han people's army. They would not be as ruthless as they were against other races. Didn't they just shout for them to surrender, so that they could keep their lives and dignity? It would not be too difficult for the surrendered soldiers to keep their lives. However, it would not be easy for them to keep their dignity. Since the 5-star army made such a promise, it meant that they still treated the Southern Ming dynasty as a part of the Han people. Thus, surrendering was not unacceptable. Just as Guanyin was thinking about this, a captain ran in front of him and asked carefully, "General, should we continue to charge?" Guanyin could see from the eyes of this Chiliarch that he was afraid. However, he did not have any intention of mocking him. If it was him, wouldn't he also be afraid? It was just that he was not afraid of death. He was only afraid of unnecessary casualties. What's the point of continuing to fight? We can't win. Just follow their words and surrender. Also, go to the front and tell the army to surrender. Guanyin finally made the best decision in his life. That was to surrender to the 5-star army and save everyone's lives. As for how the history books would write about him, he would just let it be. Guanyin surrendered. This result was beyond the expectations of many people. Even Yang Qindong, who was at the rear, was slightly surprised when he received the news. In his opinion, Guaning should be an extremely strong die-hard person who would rather die in battle than surrender. However, no one would have thought that after a series of gunshots and a one-sided massacre, they would actually convince him. It seemed that sometimes, one had to be decisive. Although this seemed a little cruel, it was often possible to use the smallest price to obtain the greatest victory. Just as Guaning announced his surrender, the 18-kilometer battle line was already in chaos. The sudden appearance of the Five-Star Army's cold vanguard soldiers and cavalry caught the Southern Ming Dynasty's army off guard. They first carried out a meaningless resistance without any suspense. After throwing down some corpses, the morale of the army collapsed. They did not choose to fight force with force. Instead, they began to run in all directions. At this time, the Five-Star Army's soldiers who were already in position played a role. They used guns and heavy machinery to block most of the escape routes of the Southern Ming Dynasty's army, forcing most of the Southern Ming Dynasty's army back to the battlefield. However, there were also a small number of people who escaped from the gap in the encirclement. But then they were divided into squads and surrounded by the seemingly omnipresent black cavalry, and became one of the captives. Yang Bo and Beta Persei led a group of 8 Longwei soldiers. They also successfully surrounded a group of hundreds of Southern Ming Dynasty's soldiers. In order to escape faster, they had already thrown away all their weapons and became unarmed deserters. How could they be a match for the elite black cavalry dragon guards? It was also Yang Bo's first time participating in a real battle. Although he was only responsible for the periphery and faced some defeated soldiers who had lost their fighting spirit, he was still very excited. Wearing a set of specially tailored black battle armor, he single-handedly stopped 7 Southern Ming soldiers who were trying to escape. Yang Bo did not know that this was the result of Beta Persei deliberately going easy on him. His every move was in the sight of Beta Persei. Once there was danger, he would rush to his side to protect him. In the worst-case scenario, he would become a huge human shield. Whether he knew it or not, whether it was intentional or not, Yang Bo had indeed been trained. He also showed maturity and steadiness beyond his age from the first battle. After that, when Beta Persei reported to Yang Qindong, he was not stingy with his praise. This also proved that Yang Qindong's way of training his successor was correct. Yang Bo's growth also made Yang Qindong very pleased. There was nothing happier than having a successor. The Guangzhou prefecture was breached. This battle lasted for a full 6 days. Nearly 10,000 enemies were killed, more than 30,000 were injured, and more than 400,000 were captured alive. As soon as the news reached Nanjing Yingtian prefecture, the precious porcelain in front of Zhu Qizhen was smashed clean. Just a few days ago, he received a letter from Guaning asking for help, and was thinking about whether to send reinforcements. Then came the news that Jiangxia and Nanchang prefectures were breached, Jiangxi and Huguang were occupied by the Five-Star Army, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were captured. On the day he received the letter, Zhu Qizhen smashed a lot of things. But at that time, he still had hope in his heart, and that was Guaning. Unlike Nanchang prefecture and Jiangxia prefecture, they were all new soldiers. In contrast, Guaning brought some veterans. Although they had not seen blood, they had been trained for so long, so they should have some strength. Just as he was thinking about whether there would be good news from the Guangzhou prefecture, that could at least inflict a heavy blow on the Five-Star Army, and let everyone know that Yangxia was not invincible, the Guangzhou prefecture fell. Guaning surrendered, along with more than 400,000 soldiers. In this way, including the local army, there were less than 1 million soldiers a few days ago. Now there were only 700,000 soldiers in his hands, including the soldiers of the capital defense camp. Could they still resist the advance of Yangxia's army? Chapter 1694. Peace Talks. After Zhu Qizhen calmed down, this thought flashed through his mind. Since there was no way he could win in a fight, it was better to negotiate while he still had some strength. It was better than the other party killing his way to Jingdou to negotiate. At this time, Zhu Qizhen was still dreaming of being the emperor. In his opinion, losing a few provinces was nothing. After his efforts, didn't he already lose half of the Great Ming dynasty? Although it was called Baiming, he had long regarded it as a different race. Now he was only losing half of his territory, so why not? As long as he was still the emperor, he would be able to make a comeback, wouldn't he? As long as there was hope, he would fight for it. Mao Mu and Zhou Xiang met Zhu Qizhen under such circumstances. Because Minister Xie Chongshu had once met with Yang Qindong alone in Crimson City, and as for what they talked about, no one knew. He had long since lost Zhu Qizhen's trust. Right now, he was locked up in the prison of the Brocade Guard's Brocade Guard. Now Zhou Xiang was in charge of the Ministry of Rights. However, his loyalty was still to be determined, so he did not take the position of minister. In front of the two of them, Zhu Qizhen tentatively expressed his thoughts. In the end, he said, I am considering the safety of the people and don't want them to suffer the pain of war, so I made this decision. And if Bugnam of Gojoseon must come to the capital, I will fight to the death with him. Obviously, Zhu Qizhen still cared about his face. At the end, he still hardened himself and expressed that he was an unyielding person. In fact, in history, Zhu Qizhen still had some ability. Even when he was captured by the leader of the Wara, he was very decent and unyielding. Of course, that was only recorded in the history books. As for whether or not it was written under the instructions of Zhu Qizhen, who later became the emperor, no one knew. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang carefully raised his head. Reporting to the emperor, this official's qualifications are low. Should I ask Minister Xie to come out and preside over such a big matter? Whether or not there is a problem with Xiechong is still being investigated. He absolutely cannot be released. What's wrong, Minister Zhou? Are you not confident in your own abilities? Or are you saying that you don't want to share the burden of the Great Ming dynasty? Seeing that Zhu Qizhen was about to get angry, how could Zhou Xiang dare to say no? He immediately kowtowed and said, This subject is willing to share the worries of your majesty and the Great Ming dynasty. Tomorrow, I will lead a team to Bugnam of Gojoseon for peace talks. Zhou Xiang knew that it was difficult, but he was even more clear that if he did not agree now, he was afraid that his head would fall to the ground immediately. This attitude made Zhu Qizhen's expression much better. After that, he no longer looked at Zhou Xiang. Instead, he looked at Mao Mu and said, Minister Mao, the embroidered uniform guard must arrange for people to protect this matter. Furthermore, the front lines had suffered consecutive defeats. Perhaps, the people's hearts were now unstable, and some people might take this opportunity to threaten the Great Ming dynasty. We, the embroidered uniform guards, must take action. We won't allow any villains to stir up trouble. Also, arrest Guan Ying's family members. Throw them in jail, put them on trial and behead them after autumn. This subject obeys, Mao Mu said without any change in expression. Then he glanced at Zhou Xiang, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling with fear. He knew that it was impossible to negotiate now. This was just Zhu Qizhen's wishful thinking. As Yang Qindong's spy in the Southern Ming Empire, he needed to do more things to show his ability and extraordinariness when he saw that the matter was about to be completed. After Zhu Qizhen waved his hand, Mao Mu and Zhou Xiang left Qinzheng Hall. Then Mao Mu left the palace and went straight to the embroidered uniform guard's yamen. He thought that it was time to have a good talk with Shen Nantang and the others. The current embroidered uniform guard was in Mao Mu's hands. It was just like when Qiao Jixiang controlled the embroidered uniform guard. However, the difference was that he no longer had any external enemies. Not only did the emperor and empress trust him, but even the entire group of eunuchs did not dare to oppose him. His current power was comparable to Wang Zhen's in the past. When the embroidered uniform guard learned that Mao Mu had come, Shen Nantang, Wu Ben, and Luo Zhu also came to the secret room. Greetings, master. After the three of them entered, they noticed that there were two unfamiliar men standing behind Mao Mu. Based on their experience, they felt that these two people must be skilled martial artists. They couldn't help but feel a little nervous. They carefully recalled what they had done recently. It seemed that there was no situation where they disobeyed orders. Only then did their complexions become much better. You're all here. Hand over your sabers. Mao Mu's gaze swept over Shen Nantang and the others before he opened his mouth to speak. When they heard that they had to hand over their sabers, they saw the two fierce warriors standing behind Mao Mu. Wu Ben's instinctive reaction was to not hand it over. This was clearly to deal with him. Although he had been very obedient and had not done anything to let Mao Mu down, he still wanted to resist. Shen Nantang and Luo Zhu did not say anything. Even their expressions did not change. They happily took off the spring-embroidered sabers from their waists and handed them over to the two strong men who walked over. They were originally scapegoats. If it wasn't for Mao Mu, they would probably have died in prison. Even their lives were given by him. What else was there to be afraid of? As long as it was Mao Mu's words, they would obey. This was because in their eyes, Mao Mu was their savior and their talent scout. Wu Ben only hesitated for a moment before he saw Shen Nantang and Luo Zhu obediently hand over their sabers. Only then did he come to his senses and hurriedly take off his saber. However, this moment of hesitation had already fallen into Mao Mu's eyes. Previously, he was still worried about who to appoint as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. Now he had made a decision. The three of you, how have I treated you? Mao Mu decided to get straight to the point. In front of his subordinates, there was no need to hide things. Wouldn't that make him seem ungenerous? Master, your kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. You are like a second parent to us. If you have any orders, even if it is a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, we will not frown. This time, the three of them spoke in unison. Good, I am very gratified. Let me ask you, now that the Southern Ming dynasty has been defeated, the 5-star army is bearing down on us. What do the three of you think? Mao Mu picked up a cup of tea from the table and slowly drank it. This turn of events was a bit big. For a moment, Shen Nantang and the others didn't immediately speak. Instead, they thought to themselves, what did Mao Mu mean by this? Could it be that the army had been defeated and he wanted to transfer them to the army? If there was such a possibility, wasn't the Imperial Horse Directorate in charge of this matter? And the head eunuch there was Mao Mu's subordinate, Zhang Chen. Wouldn't it be a simple matter to arrange for them to be transferred to the army? If it was before, it would be a good thing to be able to temper themselves in the army. After all, the embroidered uniform guard's reputation wasn't too good. If they could be transferred to the army, they might actually have a chance to stand in the imperial court and become an important official. This was something that the shameful embroidered uniform guard officials couldn't do. But now, it was clear that the army wasn't enough. Entering there was no difference between sending them to their deaths. Those who had the ability were all thinking of how to jump out of the army. Who would take the initiative to enter? Thinking of this, the three people's faces turned ugly. They knew that if Mao Mu really had such intentions, they would have to go regardless of whether they were willing or not. Well, why aren't you replying? Say whatever you want to say in front of me. I'll forgive you. Mao Mu saw that a while had passed and the three people still didn't speak, so he pretended to be unhappy. With Mao Mu's reminder, the three people didn't dare to remain silent. Shen Nantang was the first to speak. The 5-star army is full of vigor. They are all elites who have been through hundreds of battles. In comparison, our Southern Ming army is all new recruits. If we fight on the battlefield, I'm afraid that we will lose more than we will win. Yes. Mao Mu nodded. Although Shen Nantang's words were tactful, Mao Mu could tell that he didn't think highly of the Southern Ming army. On the contrary, he thought that the 5-star army would win. This answer made him very satisfied. This was a person he could rope in. I agree with Shen Tongji's opinion. The Southern Ming army is probably not a match for the 5-star army. Luo Zhu immediately expressed his opinion. Mao Mu didn't respond this time. Instead, his gaze fell on Wu Ben. At this moment, Wu Ben's mood was somewhat conflicted. After all, he was now a member of the Southern Ming Imperial Guard. Logically speaking, he shouldn't speak on this kind of matter. Even if he spoke, he shouldn't say anything discouraging. However, Mao Mu had to ask. Moreover, Shen Nantang and Luo Zhu both responded. He knew that he had to say something. Yes. Reporting to Factory Master, this lowly one thinks that it will be very difficult for the Southern Ming army to win this battle. Wu Ben finally spoke. Although it was a bit forced, He also expressed that he didn't think highly of the Southern Ming army. This made Mao Mu feel relieved. He finally made a decision. Good. The three of you listen to my orders. Xin Nantang will be promoted to commander of the Imperial Guard, a primary third-rank official. Luo Zhu will be promoted to commander Tongji, secondary third-rank official. As for Wu Ben, you can go to the army and temporarily be the deputy commander of the Capital Guard, also a primary third-rank official. This subordinate thanks factory master. Xin Nantang and Luo Zhu were both in high spirits. The two of them finally got what they wanted. Their official positions were also promoted. At this moment, their hearts were filled with excitement and excitement. On the other hand, although Wu Ben's official position was promoted, he was kicked out of the Imperial Guard. As for going to the Capital Guard, who didn't know that the commander there was the Emperor's trusted aide? He was also the general of the Imperial Guard, Fan Zhong. If he went to be a deputy commander, how could he have any power? He hated himself for not performing well just now. However, it was useless to say anything now. An arm couldn't twist a leg. Moreover, Mao Mu had saved his life. He couldn't betray him. Therefore, although he was unhappy, he still replied, "This subordinate thanks factory master." Good. Commander Shen and Luo Zhu can go first. Deputy Commander Wu can stay behind, Mao Mu said with a smile. Chapter 1695. Yes. Xin Nantang and Xin Nantang hurriedly left. Only Mao Mu's group of 4 remained in the secret room. When there was no one else around, Mao Mu finally spoke. "Wu Ben, do you hate me?" No, this subordinate definitely does not have such intentions. Without factory master, Wu Ben would be a dead man by now. The grace of saving my life is equivalent to giving me a new lease of life. No matter what factory master wants this subordinate to do, this subordinate is willing to do it. Wu Ben hurriedly waved his hands as he explained. However, these words were not false. When he handed over his saber, it was merely an instinctive reaction. He did not intend to resist, nor did he intend to harm Mao Mu. Yes, this duke understands your intentions. This duke also knows that you want to become the commander of the embroidered uniform guard to prove yourself, Mao Mu said with a smile. When these words entered Wu Ben's ears, his eyes involuntarily widened. There is no need to look at this duke like that. This duke has been in the imperial palace for many years, and is most proficient at observing others. If you truly had disloyalty, would you still be standing here now? Mao Mu's voice suddenly rose as he spoke, causing Wu Ben to sweat profusely. He was also rejoicing that he did not have any disloyalty. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse by now. Wu Ben's performance fell into Mao Mu's eyes. This made him even more certain that he did not use the wrong person. He continued, "Wu Ben, you are not the same as Xin Nantang. He is extremely obedient. As long as it is an order from this duke, regardless of whether it is right or wrong, he will do his best to carry it out. As for you, you have your own thoughts. Although you will do many things according to my orders, you will always ask yourself why. Is this duke right?" This subordinate knows his mistake. More cold sweat appeared on Wu Ben's forehead. However, Mao Mu did not care about this. Instead, he continued, "It is because of your willingness to think that this duke has decided to hand over the important matters to you. However, I do not know if you have the ability or the courage to do it well." This subordinate will listen to factory master's words, and will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. In order to express his decision, Wu Ben knelt down on the ground as he spoke. "Fine, since that's the case, I'll be frank with you. Sending you to the Capital Guard this time is not to send you away, but to give you a great opportunity. Whether or not you can seize the opportunity will depend on your ability. As for the mission, it's to replace Fan Zhong as the commander." What? Even though Wu Ben was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked by this sentence. Who was Fan Zhong? That was because he had followed Ing Zong through the Tumu Castle incident, and had been protecting him all the way until today. It could be said that he was the person Zhu Qizhen trusted the most. Otherwise, why would he be given such an important position as the commander of the Capital Guards? On the other hand, He was just a member of the embroidered uniform guard with a dishonorable background. Now he was actually being asked to replace him. Was this even possible? If these words were said by someone else, Wu Ben would have thought that the person was crazy. But since it was Mao Mu who said it, he wouldn't doubt it. He just didn't believe in his own ability. Wu Ben having such a reaction was completely within Mao Mu's expectations. What, do you have no confidence in yourself or in me? Your subordinate has no confidence in myself, Wu Ben said truthfully. No matter, with my support and a large sum of money to pave the way, there's nothing that can't be done. Have you forgotten whether it's Qian Sungbao or Kaizhong? What kind of status did they have? Didn't they all fall? Since that's the case, why can't Fanzhong fall? Mao Mu said in a tempting manner, the smile on his face growing wider and wider. Wu Ben looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes widening in an instant. Are you saying? That's right, in order for you to obtain this position, the guild will use all means to help you. During this time you can try to rope in other people. However much silver you need, I'll give you. In short, you just need to control the capital guard before Fanzhong falls from power. Mao Mu finally told Wu Ben the general plan. However, for safety's sake, he didn't say that he was already Bugnam of Gojoseon's man. This matter was too big. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't announce it. Wu Ben finally understood that the factory master wanted to extend his hand to the military. Although he didn't know why Mao Mu wanted to do this, since this mission was assigned to him, he just needed to do his best. All right, your subordinate will do his best to complete this mission. Haha, you really didn't disappoint me. How about this? These two people behind me will follow you. If you encounter any danger, they will lend a helping hand. You can do whatever you want, they won't stop you. Mao Mu said as he pointed at the two elite special forces members behind him. They were both experts in action, specially assigned to Mao Mu by the captain, Tai Hu, to help him complete his mission. Wu Ben naturally saw that these two people were mainly here to monitor him. After all, this matter was too big, no one could be completely at ease. If Mao Mu didn't have any countermeasures, then he would be apprehensive. Since he knew the purpose of these two people's visit, Wu Ben naturally wouldn't refuse, nor could he refuse. He said, "Thank you for your understanding, factory master. Your subordinate will get along well with these two brothers." Very good. With this matter accomplished, Mao Mu's heart was put down. Interfering with the capital guard was one of the main tasks that Yang Qindong arranged for him. Previously, he always felt that the time wasn't right. Now that the South Ming army had been defeated, some opportunities had appeared, and he could grasp them tightly. The reason why he arranged for Wu Ben to enter the capital guard now was to make use of the time difference. This was because only when the frontline army was defeated would he arrange for people to enter the capital guard, and not make Commander Fanzhong feel disgusted. This was because there were too many people who surrendered at the front line. Even Guaning had surrendered to the 5-star army. The emperor must have arranged for the embroidered uniform guards to monitor him. That was why he accepted them and didn't think too much about it. Fanzhong was a person who would never surrender, so he didn't feel disgusted or think too much about it. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't agree to having a deputy by their side in the midst of a great battle. They might even take the opportunity to make a fuss. The matter was just as Mao Mu had thought. At this time, Wu Ben appeared in the capital guard and took up the post with an internal affairs report from the Imperial Horse Directorate. As expected, Fanzhong's thoughts went astray. In the future, the emperor was worried that the army wouldn't be under his control, so he used a conventional method. Thus, not only did he accept Wu Ben's appointment as deputy commander, he didn't report this matter to the emperor. What should he write in the report? Ask why. As for Zhu Qizhen, of course, he didn't know that he already had a deputy commander in the capital guard. Even if he knew, Mao Mu would explain that it was to better watch over the army. Of course, Zhu Qizhen wasn't so easy to fool. Without ordering the embroidered uniform guards to arrange people in such an important unit like the capital guard, who knew if he would think too much about it? This was why he secretly did things. Now, it seemed that Mao Mu had made the right bet. Wu Ben's matter didn't attract anyone's attention. This played an important role in taking over the capital guard. Guangzhou Prefecture. Guanning and his group were sent back here. The first thing Yu Mian did was to visit the small courtyard where they were locked up. At this time, Guanning no longer had his previous high-spirited appearance. Instead, he looked dejected. Before the war, he still had aspirations. Although he knew that the 5-star army was very strong, with the geographical advantage and numbers advantage, it wasn't certain that they would lose. But after the real battle, he realized that the 5-star army's strength was far beyond his expectations. They couldn't even be described as an army. It was more appropriate to call them a human meat grinder. They had heavy firearms that no one dared to imagine. And they also had mobility that was faster than a warhorse. They were also a group of elites that had experienced life and death on the battlefield. Such an opponent should not exist in this world. Such an opponent, not to mention him, even the strongest army since the Han Dynasty wouldn't be a match for them. Losing to such a person wasn't shameful at all. That was why he gave the order for the entire army to surrender. Guanning was a talent that Kuang Yi valued. His military ability was very good and his commanding ability was also very strong. But knowing that they would lose, he couldn't make his brothers fight with their lives on the line. This was also why Yu Mian appeared before him. If not, with Yang Qindong's temper, Guanning would have been locked up and forced to do hard labor until he died. It was also because Guanning was able to see the big picture, and knew how precious the lives of Han soldiers were that Yu Mian gave him a chance. Naturally, there was only one chance. If he couldn't grasp it, then he couldn't blame anyone else. When Yu Mian arrived, he immediately explained Yang Qindong's intentions to Guanning. General Guan, it's true that you're a talent. In the Southern Ming army, you're one of the best. But in the Yangxia army, you're really nothing much. Bugnam of Gojoseon's subordinates are all generals who have experienced countless battles. We don't lack talents in this field. This time, it's because you're able to see the big picture, and didn't let the Han army suffer more losses that I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. You must understand. Yu Mian's meaning was very clear. This time, I'm not here to beg you, but to give you a chance. If you don't want to be captured, then that's fine. We've dealt with more than 1 or 2 surrendered generals like you. We have plenty of ways. After hearing these words, Guanning was completely stunned. His face was filled with confusion. This was the first time he had seen or heard of such a method of persuading someone to surrender. With his temper, he really wanted to throw Yu Mian out to show that he was a strong-willed person. Chapter 1696. Without waiting for Guanning to speak, Yu Mian continued, "Right now, I have something to report to General Guan. This time, the Southern Ming Emperor already knows that you ordered the surrender of the army. Right now, your family has been captured by the embroidered uniform guards, and is in the prison of the discipline prison. They may die at any time, or be exiled or banished to the army. However, our Bugnam of Gojoseon is virtuous. Seeing that you saved so many Han soldiers, we have already arranged for people to protect your family. However, whether they are safe or not will depend on your performance." Guanning, who was about to get angry and express his dissatisfaction, and even use this to express his loyalty to the Southern Ming Empire, immediately shut his mouth. Right now he was obviously hated by Yingzong. He could imagine how the history books would record him under the emperor's instructions. Although he believed that he did things with a clear conscience, sometimes rumors could really kill people. Even if you were dead, you would not be able to rest in peace. He had completely offended the Southern Ming Empire. If he offended Bugnam of Gojoseon, then he would not be able to rest in peace even if he died. Right now he was worried about his family. If he wanted to say anything, he would have to think carefully. With this thought, Guan Ying's face became even uglier. From Yu Mian's words, he heard another meaning. That was, the current Yangxia seemed to be able to extend his hand into the embroidered uniform guards. To exaggerate, he could even achieve the goal of controlling them. This was somewhat frightening. With the mistake he made, Yingzong would definitely send the embroidered uniform guards to capture his family. However, under such circumstances, Bugnam of Gojoseon still had the confidence to protect his family's lives. Didn't this mean that the embroidered uniform guards were no longer pure, and were no longer the butcher's knife in Ingzong's hand, where he could cut wherever he wanted? Considering that the southern Ming Empire's capital was in an uproar about the arrest of officials, 4 out of 6 ministers were arrested, and many officials from various yamen were also arrested by the embroidered uniform guards. Previously, he thought that it was because these people joined the observer group. Now it seemed that things were not so simple. Perhaps the embroidered uniform guards' actions were not only Ingzong's idea, but also Bugnam of Gojoseon's idea. Thinking about it, if those capable officials were all arrested, how could the southern Ming dynasty not be in chaos? Even if they were newly promoted officials, would they be able to grasp the situation in such a short time? It turned out that Yang Xie's strength had already infiltrated to such a degree. It was laughable that these generals still wanted to repel the 5-star army on the front lines. Even if the other party did not have such powerful firearms, the officials behind them were not competent enough to guarantee that they would not be able to deliver the goods. In the end, they would still fail. Thinking of this, Guan Ying's mood was no longer as heavy. He seemed to have already seen the scene of the southern Ming Empire being defeated. He was just an appetizer before the defeat. Guan Ying, who knew that the southern Ming Empire would become a force to be reckoned with without them, put down the burden in his heart. When he looked at Yu Mian, his tone became very polite as he said, "Thank you, Bugnam of Gojoseon, for thinking highly of me. Since this is the case, Guaning would not dare to not work for you." Guaning had surrendered. This time, he was not forced to surrender. He had truly surrendered to Yang Xie and the 5-star army. For this reason, Yang Chendong did not treat him unfairly. He directly gave him the title of Great General who pacifies the southern Ming Empire. Not only did he find 50,000 veterans from the surrendered army for him to command, he also ordered him to be the vanguard, leading the charge from the Guangdong region to the southern Ming Empire's capital, Fengtianfu. After Guaning surrendered, he was put in an important position. More importantly, he released a signal to the outside world that as long as people knew what was good for them, not only would they not suffer any losses, they might even be put in an important position. As a result, along the way, almost all of the state capitals that the army passed surrendered at the sight of the wind. All of the city capitals opened their doors early to welcome the 5-star army into the city. From the beginning of the 4th month in 1468, the war officially started. In just 3 months, the 5-star army's 3 armies passed through countless state capitals and finally arrived outside of Nanjing. Along the way, wherever the 5-star army passed by, other than leaving behind troops to guard the various cities, they did not harm the commoners at all. Even some of the local tyrants did not have the intention to make a move. It was as if they were allowed to exist. This also reduced the voices of resistance from all walks of life to the lowest. The common people did not have any objections to who became the emperor and who ruled them. Bugnam of Gojoseon was also a Han. Since that was the case, why should they put their own lives on the line and fight to the death? The tyrants did not lose any benefits, so they pretended that they did not see anything. To them, as long as they could continue to benefit from it, it made no difference whether they called Yang Chendong Your Majesty or Zhu Qizhen Your Majesty. There was no need to talk about the officials. Those who had the ability were all captured by the imperial guards. The remaining people were those who had less experience. They did not enjoy much of the southern Ming emperor's grace, so why should they risk their lives? Now that they could change their identities and become officials in the Yang Xie, everyone's experience would be equal. This became a good thing. Only a fool would oppose it. Under the collision of many thoughts, this was the result. The 5-star army smoothly approached and arrived in front of the southern Ming capital. They quickly surrounded the place. The capital guard. It was equivalent to the emperor's imperial guards, and was the most elite existence in the southern Ming army. Fan Zhong, this general who had followed Zhu Qizhen for more than 20 years, was now over 50 years old. He gave people the feeling that he was old. However, in reality, he was diligent in training. Even now he could eat 5 caddies of meat, drink half a jar of old wine, and wield the 40 caddies of broadsword like a tiger. Fan Zhong never embezzled the soldiers' rations. Based on his relationship with the emperor's trust, he had obtained many benefits for the Jingdo Guard. This caused the atmosphere of this troop to be quite good, and their training had not been neglected. This also became the only troop in the South Ming army that had the most combat power, and one of Zhu Qizhan's greatest supporters. However, all of this changed with the arrival of Wu Ben, the deputy commander. Wu Ben had come with orders and a large sum of money. After he entered the capital guard, other than showing respect to Fan Zhong on the surface, he used money to rope in the capital guard's officers. The attraction of banknotes was very strong. Especially for these martial artists in the army, they did not have as much gray income as the corrupt officials. Under Fan Zhong's watch, they did not dare to embezzle money like the other generals in the Southern Ming army. They only relied on the limited amount of money they received every month. Their living standards had always been very low and even a bit miserable. As the Southern Ming and Yangtze became hostile, the price of food began to rise. Relying on the money from before was not enough to feed a family. Because of this, the officers at all levels were unable to do anything. It was at this time that Wu Ben appeared. A large amount of banknotes was given out from his hands. Whenever he knew someone's family was in trouble, he would help without any compensation. This caused him to obtain the love and respect of the capital guard in a very short period of time. He became the #1 person after Fan Zhong. Privately, many soldiers were discussing that it would be better for Wu Ben to be their commander than for Fan Zhong to be their commander. It could be said that they only lacked an opportunity to replace him. At first, Fan Zhong did not know about all of this. Later, some of the soldiers loyal to him began to respond to him. He found out a bit, but he did not stop them. In his opinion, it was a good thing to be able to solve the problems of the soldiers, so he should not stop them. Later on, when Fan Zhong found that everyone looked at Wu Ben with more respect than they looked at him, he finally felt that the situation was not good. Soon after, he ordered people to invite Wu Ben to his manor, and used official business as an excuse to ask him to come. This was clearly going to make a move. Fan Zhong was afraid that his power would be taken away, so he had to take measures. If it was 3 months ago, Wu Ben would naturally be afraid. But now at least 90% of the Jingdo Guard officers had received his kindness. Now he was truly not afraid of what Fan Zhong would do to him. He was not afraid, but he still had to be prepared. First, he reported the matter to Mao Mu. After giving him a night's time to prepare, early the next morning, Wu Ben brought the 2 bodyguards, who followed him closely other than when he was sleeping to the Fan Manor. Just as Wu Ben expected, Fan Zhong was prepared to get rid of Wu Ben. He believed that given his friendship with the emperor, even if he really killed Wu Ben, the emperor would not do anything to him. Thus, he had made sufficient preparations. He had arranged for 100 of his best soldiers to lie in ambush in the manor. They would only need to wait for him to break his cup to act. At this time, Fan Zhong was still making mistakes. He still wanted to persuade Wu Ben to withdraw from the Jingdo Guard and return the army to his hands. It had to be said that Fan Zhong was not ruthless enough. This doomed him to a tragic end. In the Fan Manor, the servants had already prepared food and wine in advance. Fan Zhong and Wu Ben sat across from each other. They chatted as they ate. At the beginning, it was Fan Zhong who spoke while Wu Ben listened. Most of the time he spoke in a gentle tone. Fan Zhong also wanted to persuade the other party to retreat in the face of difficulties. It would be best if they did not use weapons. In order to give eunuch Mao Mu enough time to prepare his plans, Wu Ben pretended to listen attentively. Just like this, more than an hour passed. Fan Zhong had also earnestly spoken for half a day. Everything had been laid out. Finally, it was time to express his position. Deputy Commander Wu, you are indeed a capable person. Perhaps you have also received the emperor's trust. However, I still have to say that when I was serving the emperor, you were probably not even born yet. If you really do expose some matters to the emperor, I guarantee that the one who will suffer in the end will be you. Stop. This is a banknote worth 50,000 liang. Take it and be a good deputy commander. In the future, just eat, drink, and play. Chapter 1697. A banknote with 50,000 taels of silver written on it was pushed in front of Wu Ben. This meant that everything was about to be settled, and there had to be a conclusion. The corner of Wu Ben's mouth twitched slightly as he chuckled. Commander Fan, are you trying to dismiss a beggar? You want me to pretend to be deaf and blind for 50,000 taels of silver? How can that be? Fan Zhong's heart was filled with joy when he didn't directly refuse. He knew that the other party had spent a lot of money recently. He had done a rough calculation and found that it was around 1 million taels of silver. In comparison, 50,000 taels of silver was indeed a bit small. However, it wasn't that he didn't want to take it out, but that he really couldn't take out that much. Even 50,000 taels of silver was obtained by selling some of the things that Zhu Qizhen had given him. Fan Zhong, who didn't have much silver, knew that he was going overboard. He asked in a negotiating tone. However, how much does Vice Commander Wu need? I can do my best to satisfy you. In the future, a portion of the money that the Imperial Court earns each month will be deducted and given to you. How about it? How about it? Wu Ben directly refused. What kind of joke was this? The 5-star army was about to arrive outside the city. Who knew how long the Southern Ming Empire could last? If he wanted to wait for the monthly payment, then who knew how long it would take? Although Wu Ben still didn't know Mao Mu's true identity, he already had a feeling. He thought that eunuch Mao wanted him to lead the capital guard because he wanted to use this as an excuse to negotiate with the 5-star army. Since this was the case, he had to firmly grasp the military power in his hands. Wu Ben, who had opened his mouth to refuse, continued. If you want me to withdraw, then take out 2 million taels of silver. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. 2 million taels of silver was equivalent to paying half of the price. From a certain perspective, it was a bit overboard, but it wasn't much. However, Fan Zhong wasn't rich. He was only a general and wasn't greedy for money. How could he have so much silver? Seeing that there was no room for discussion, Fan Zhong had no choice but to reveal a fierce gaze as he looked at Wu Ben and asked, is there really no room for negotiation? Apart from paying directly, there's nothing else to talk about. Wu Ben shook his head and said with a resolute expression. Good, then don't blame this old man. Fan Zhong knew that he had no other choice now that things had come to this point. He immediately threw the wine cup to the ground with a bang. Soon after, the sound of footsteps rang out. 100 executioners who had been lying in ambush rushed out from all directions, completely surrounding Wu Ben and the other two. Seeing so many people surround them, but eunuch Mao Mu's backup plan still not appearing, Wu Ben's expression changed as he asked, Commander Fan, what are you trying to do? I'm the vice commander of the Capital Guard personally appointed by the Emperor. I haven't done anything wrong. You can't treat me like this. I'm sorry. Fan Zhong didn't want to continue arguing. He admitted that he was in the wrong. However, he did not want to lose his military power. For many generals, losing their military power meant that they were not far from losing their lives. Do it, Wu Ben. Don't blame me after you die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for blocking my way. Fan Zhong gave the order to attack, and the 100 executioners roared and charged forward. At that moment, a voice rang out before they did. Oh, this place is quite lively, huh? Following the voice, Shen Nantang, dressed in the military uniform of the embroidered uniform guard commander, appeared behind Fan Zhong, and the others with 300 embroidered uniform guards. The embroidered uniform guard? Seeing the people who had come, Fan Zhong's eyes narrowed as he cursed in his heart. He knew that Wu Ben used to be a comrade of the embroidered uniform guard. Now that the embroidered uniform guard had appeared, he couldn't help but wonder if they had come to support him. More importantly, his actions today were personal, and had been seen by the embroidered uniform guard. He was afraid that he wouldn't have a good time in the future. This thought only flashed through his mind. Fan Zhong fiercely shook his head, and threw this thought to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. He had to kill Wu Ben first. As long as this person died, there would be no suitable commander of the Capital Guard. Presumably, for this reason, the Emperor would not kill him. He would only let him redeem himself through meritorious service. Therefore, he only had to kill Wu Ben first to save himself. Thus, Even though the embroidered uniform guard had appeared, Fan Zhong still had no intention of stopping. Instead, he continued to shout. What are you waiting for? Quickly kill him. Fan Zhong would stake everything on a single throw. This was something that Shen Nantang hadn't expected. Seeing that the executioners ignored him and continued to rush towards Wu Ben, he shouted angrily. Little ones, Fan Zhong is rebelling. Let's attack together and destroy them. Shen Nantang was really anxious. This mission was given to him by Mao Mu last night. He had repeatedly urged him to protect Wu Ben's safety. In fact, he had arrived a long time ago. He hadn't shown himself because he was waiting for a suitable opportunity. He wanted to let Fan Zhong make the first move. This way, even if this matter was reported to the emperor, he wouldn't be afraid. A commander wanted to kill a deputy commander without the emperor's order. Based on this, the embroidered uniform guard could use all kinds of methods. Originally, he thought that everything was under his control. He had never expected that Fan Zhong would dare to kill in front of the embroidered uniform guard. This made him turn pale with fright. At the same time, he drew out his embroidered spring saber and directly rushed forward. Wu Ben also didn't expect Fan Zhong to be so ruthless. Usually, this old man looked honest and considerate. It seemed that one really couldn't judge a person by their appearance. At this time, it was meaningless to talk about this. Seeing that the executioners were rushing toward him, Wu Ben drew out his saber and prepared to fight with all his strength. But at this time, two figures reacted faster than him. They had already rushed out with sabers, one on the left and one on the right, protecting him from both sides. They forcibly blocked the incoming executioners. Wu Ben had never had a chance to see the strength of these two people. No one wanted to harm him, so they had no place to use their strength. After a long time, he regarded them as existences to monitor him. It wasn't until now that he realized that Eunuch Mao was right. These two people's skills were really terrifying. They actually blocked the charging power of dozens of people. With the protection of these two people, Wu Ben's saber was even more skillful when he brandished it. At this time, the embroidered uniform guard also attacked from behind. Under the desperate attacks of Shen Nantang and the others, more than 20 soldiers were cut down in a short period of time. More than 30 people were injured. The development of the situation was completely beyond Fan Zhong's expectations. Originally, he thought that he could kill Wu Ben. At that time, he would have everyone put down their weapons and let the embroidered uniform guard take him away. But he didn't expect that the two guards beside Wu Ben were so skilled in martial arts that they were able to block his attack. Seeing the embroidered uniform guard rush forward, he knew that the situation was over. He closed his eyes in pain. In this battle, not only did he mistakenly underestimate Wu Ben's strength, he also neglected the other party's back. It was normal for him to lose so miserably. The embroidered uniform guard rushed forward. With 300 people against 100, the result was obvious. More than 60 of the 100 executioners were killed. The remaining 30 or so people were all injured. How should we deal with these people? Shen Nantang looked at the executioners held down by the embroidered uniform guard and asked Wu Ben for his opinion. Let me deal with them. You embroidered uniform guard should not interfere. But Fan Zhong's matter will still be dealt with by you. Wu Ben had no intention of killing. This was not out of kindness, but because he knew that although he had subdued many people in the past 3 months, there were still many people in the capital guard who were loyal to Fan Zhong. If he wanted to replace Fan Zhong, it was not as simple as killing a few people. That way, even if there were people who were loyal, it would only be on the surface. He needed to defeat those who supported Fan Zhong mentally. He needed a righteous cause to become the commander. Okay, then we'll do our own things. Shen Nantang nodded. Mao Mu had already given him instructions on how to deal with Fan Zhong last night. Now he only needed to do as he was told. Men, take Fan Zhong to the inner room. Also, gather all the family members in the manor together. Remember, don't even let a live chicken go. The storm was thus forcefully suppressed. But there were still many things that happened afterwards. For example, Wu Ben did not kill a single one of the 30 or so injured executioners. Instead, he gave each of them 100 taels of silver and let them go. Of course, there were conditions. For example, the news circulating in the Capital Guard was released by these people. Commander Fan Zhong was afraid of the five-star army and wanted to surrender to them. He called Deputy Commander Wu Ben over for a meeting. Unable to reach an agreement, and afraid that the matter would be exposed, he wanted to kill Fan Zhong. Fortunately, the embroidered uniform guard arrived in time and brought Fan Zhong to justice. Fan Zhong wanted to surrender and kill Wu Ben, but he died first. This way of dying was understood by others. For a moment, not only did Fan Zhong not receive any blame, everyone came forward to comfort him. Of course, they were also expressing their loyalty. Anyone could see that after Fan Zhong's death, the position of commander of the Capital Guard would be Wu Ben. On Zhu Qizhen's side, the embroidered uniform guard had also prepared everything. After they used the entire Fan family as a bargaining chip, the captive Fan Zhong had no choice but to go against his will and write a few letters according to Shen Nantong's request. The letters were addressed to Bugnam of Gojoseon. The general idea was that Fan Zhong believed that the South Ming army would definitely lose this battle. After seeing the situation clearly, he was willing to cooperate with the five-star army to take down Yingtian Prefecture, without shedding a drop of blood. He also wrote that if it wasn't for Bugnam of Gojoseon's help at Tumu Castle, he would probably have died. He had been very grateful all these years. This letter was now in Zhu Qizhen's hands, and when he read it, he was furious. He did not expect that his most trusted guard general had never truly submitted to him. He even thought that he was a loyal official. Chapter 1698. Thinking about how he had misjudged Wang Zhen, then Qian Sengbao, and now even Fan Zhong, Zhu Qizhen spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Mao Mu, Zhang Chun, and the other eunuchs helped him up and sent him to Empress Qian's palace. Zhu Qizhen had fallen ill. Due to his anger, he would not be able to govern without 10 days to half a month of recuperation. Mao Mu, the head eunuch and head eunuch of the embroidered uniform guard, was the one who delivered the news. Mao Mu, who had been waiting for this moment, left Zhang Chun to keep an eye on Zhu Qizhen. He turned around and called Shen Nantang and Wu Ben to him. At this moment he no longer had to hide his identity and could tell them everything. You two are the people I trust the most. Now that things have developed to this point, there is no need to hide some things from you. I am a spy that Bugnam of Gojoseon arranged to stay by Zhu Qizhen's side. My mission this time is to cause chaos in Nanming, and I have already completed half of my mission. Now that the five-star army is outside the city, they can enter the city at any time. I want to know your choice. After speaking, Mao Mu's gaze was fixed on Shen Nantang and Wu Ben's faces. Once he found that they had a trace of hesitation, he would kill them. There were members of the Langya Special Forces waiting outside the room. Now that things had developed to this point, there was no room for any accidents. Mao Mu's words were both unexpected and reasonable when they were heard by Shen Nantang and the other man. After all, they had participated in many things. They had some guesses about Mao Mu's actions. The only difference was that they thought that eunuch Mao Mu was looking for a way out in advance. Now that they knew that he had always been Bugnam of Gojoseon's men, there was nothing else to say. Of course they agreed. As long as one was not a fool, one could see that. Nanming was about to be replaced by Yangxia. This was already the trend, and it was not something that a few people could change. Now that everyone was thinking of ways to contact Yangxia, how could they not seize the opportunity now that it was in their hands? Eunuch Mao, we are willing to follow you. Please tell us what to do. The two of them quickly made a decision, which made Mao Mu very gratified. Alright, you're all smart people. One day, you'll feel proud of the choices you've made. This duke can also promise you that Yangxia will treat you well, and will also put capable people in important positions. As for now, Wu Ben, immediately return to the Capital Guard and take control of the army. At the same time, disarm the Protectorate of the Five Armies, the Divine Strategy Battalion, the Supreme Court, and the various city gates that have troops. Afterward, an imperial edict will be sent to you. Commander Shen, here is a list of names. Take the embroidered uniform guards and capture them immediately. Don't let a single one of them go. Kill anyone who resists. Mao Mu, who was already prepared, began to arrange everything. After the two of them left, he also headed straight for the discipline commission. He wanted to see Chen Sun, Wang Zhua, and the others who had long been locked up here. If he wanted a peaceful transition in Jingdo, he needed these influential old officials to personally come out. Zhu Qizhen was sick in bed, completely unaware that the outside world had already been turned upside down. The factions and people loyal to him had all been locked up. Chen Sun, Wang Zhua, and the other old officials had once again stepped forward to take charge. The 5-star army outside the city was also preparing to enter the city. Once the sky was completely dark, the army would enter the city. As for Empress Qian, her heart was completely focused on Zhu Qizhen. How could she care about what was happening outside? Whenever Mao Mu came to report something, she would ask him to find the officials to discuss it. With the help of Zhang Chun, the eunuch who was in charge of writing, numerous edicts were sent out from the palace. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. On the 7th day of the 7th month in the year 1468, when the people of Jingdo came out of their homes to the streets as usual, they saw soldiers wearing the uniforms of the 5-star army patrolling the streets. In just one night, the sky had changed. Yingtian Prefecture had been peacefully taken over. Many people didn't understand what had happened, but they had changed from citizens of the Southern Ming Dynasty to citizens of Yangxia. It could be said that this was the most peaceful change and transfer of power. It was so small that the people didn't feel anything. As the master of the show, Yang Chendong was currently accompanied by Mao Mu and the others into the Southern Ming Palace. Yang Chendong stopped in front of the Qinzheng Hall. All right, this king will temporarily work here. Everyone go do your own things. If there's anything you need to report, you can come find this king immediately. Officials, you still have to work hard. The most important thing is to stabilize the price of food. This king has brought a lot of food this time, and it will be sent to the city soon. Now, I ask everyone to open the national treasury and sell the food at a low price. In short, no one is allowed to starve to death because the price of food is too high. Do you all understand? We obey the king's orders. We understand. The officials of the Southern Ming Dynasty all cupped their hands and bowed. Then they dispersed. Although the new regime had been set, the personnel hadn't been set. Right now it was time to perform well. Mao Mu also left the Qinzheng Hall and went straight to the palace. At this moment, Empress Qian already knew what had happened outside, and also knew Mao Mu's true identity. However, she did not shout or make a scene because she still remembered that if it were not for Mao Mu, she would not have been able to safely travel from the capital of the Northern Ming Dynasty to the capital of the Southern Ming Dynasty. Based on this, what right did she have to blame others? Mao Mu appeared in front of Empress Qian with his head lowered. Mao Mu respected Empress Qian from the bottom of his heart. She was kind-hearted and enjoyed a very high reputation in the palace. She had a temperament and was never extravagant. It was rare for her to add a few new clothes in a year. She had a peaceful mind and was neither happy nor sad. She had never vented her anger on people like eunuchs and palace maids. Most importantly, she was very good to Mao Mu. From the time she served the empress until now, she hadn't said a single harsh word to him. Facing this kind of empress, Mao Mu was sincerely respectful. It was just that their paths were different. Although Mao Mu thought that what he did was right, he still indirectly hurt Empress Qian. This time, he came here to be scolded. As long as she didn't take his life, he was willing to be beaten up. Alas you! Empress Qian sighed as if she had released all the depression in her heart. Well, it's useless to say more now. Now the emperor urgently needs to rest, and doesn't want anyone to disturb him. Can you do that? Mao Mu didn't expect that Empress Qian still didn't want to scold him at this time. He was moved. Empress, this servant will definitely not let anyone disturb the emperor and you. The imperial doctor will also come 3 times a day to take your pulse. If the empress needs anything, you can tell this servant. He didn't even call himself a minister. Just from the way he addressed her, it could be seen that Mao Mu really treated himself as a servant in front of Empress Qian. Then I'll have to trouble you. Empress Qian nodded silently. Although she didn't know what kind of status Mao Mu had in front of Bugnam of Gojoseon, she knew that Mao Mu must have put in some effort to do this. I don't dare. As long as it's Her Majesty's order, this servant will listen to it at any time. This servant will also do my best to satisfy your request. Mao Mu lowered her head. After saying this sincerely, she left. After thinking about it, he decided to talk to Yang Chendong. Even if it was for Empress Qian, he had to do his best. In Qinzheng Hall, Yang Chendong was reading the telegram sent by Wang Shan. It was a report of the progress of the Yangxia cadres entering the provinces, prefectures, and prefectures of the southern Ming dynasty. Since the master was changed, these officials naturally had to be changed. If they were really capable, they would be gathered together to learn and finally be distributed. If they were not capable, they would be given some money to send them away. At this moment, Yang Chendong couldn't be soft-hearted at all. Otherwise, some things would only be more troublesome to solve in the future. Young master, eunuch Mao Mu is outside the hall. Beta Persei walked into the hall and reported softly, "Let him in." Yang Chendong nodded, then handed a telegram to Yang Bo, who was sitting next to him. Take a look at this first. Father has a question for you later. Yes, father. Yang Bo nodded respectfully. It was said that reading 10,000 books was not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Along the way, Yang Bo followed his father Yang Chendong and saw a lot of things that were not recorded in books. He also learned a lot of knowledge that was not recorded in books. At this moment, he was like a sponge, constantly learning and accumulating his own energy. Mao Mu walked into the hall and knelt in front of Yang Chendong with a plop. Long live your majesty. Mao Mu, there's no need for such a big ceremony. Get up and talk. Yang Chendong straightened his body, and then looked with interest at Mao Mu, who was slowly standing up in the middle of the hall. Yang Chendong didn't have a good impression of eunuchs, but he didn't hate them either, because they were a very pitiful group. No matter the reason, it was a very sad thing to become neither male nor female. Often, even if they fought among themselves, it was just to survive or to live a better life. What was wrong with that? Everyone had the right to pursue a better life, right? But understanding was one thing. Yang Chendong didn't like to have such people around him, so he had long decided that he would not use eunuchs in his regime. There were also palace maids who were strong. They could replace eunuchs to do what they should do. This was also the reason why there were never any eunuchs in the palace. Of course, one of the reasons why he made this decision was because Yang Chendong wanted to lead the Han people to become strong and prosperous, to reach the peak of the world. Oh, if he turned some of the Han people into eunuchs, wouldn't that go against his original intention? As for not using the Han people and using other races, there was no need to consider. As long as they had the slightest bit of ability, Yang Chendong would not let the other races raise their heads. Why would he take the initiative to raise their social status? Chapter 1699. The decision to not use eunuchs had been made long ago. People like Mao Mu became the last batch of eunuchs. Yang Chendong had to consider whether he should stay or go. After all, Mao Mu was a meritorious official. Without his efforts, the conquest of the southern Ming Empire would not have gone so smoothly. Yang Chendong was still clear on this point. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mao Mu stood up and raised his head. But as soon as he saw Yang Chendong looking at him with a deep gaze, he felt a lot of pressure. This time, seeing Yang Chendong was completely different from 10 years ago. At this time, Yang Chendong was dignified without being angry. His entire body was filled with a domineering and kingly aura. How could ordinary people dare to look him in the eye? First, he calmed down his complicated emotions. After making up his mind, Mao Mu finally said, Your Majesty, how are you going to treat Yingzhong and Empress Qian? After hearing this, Yang Chendong looked displeased. How to deal with others was Yang Chendong's right. Whether it was to kill, release, or even bury them, it was not something that others could question. Even the few servants of the Yang family did not dare to test Yang Chendong's attitude on such matters. Although Mao Mu had made a great contribution, it was absolutely impossible to say that he had such ability. Merit was merit, and fault was fault. Yang Chendong was particular about distinguishing right from wrong. He did not believe that Mao Mu could not see that. If he did not have such ability, it would be impossible for him to stand tall in the palace for so many years. However, Mao Mu still came and emphasized the words, Empress Qian, in the question. His meaning was very obvious. He wanted to know how Yang Chendong would treat Empress Qian, so much so that he would rather risk being punished. Yang Chendong replied with a grunt, his face showing displeasure. Beta Persei, who was standing at the side, had already angrily rebuked. Eunuch Mao, you've gone too far. This was Mao Mu's great contribution. If it were anyone else, they would have been dragged out by Beta Persei. Yes, I've gone too far. However, Empress Qian has treated me well. If your Majesty really wants to kill her, I'll be bold enough to ask to be buried with her. Mao Mu's face was calm. Although it was said to be bold, anyone could see that at this time, he was determined to help Empress Qian fight for something. You really have guts. Young Heir became even angrier when he heard these words. He glared at Lin Fan as though he wanted to eat him alive. Enough. On the other hand, Yang Chendong didn't seem to be so angry anymore. He waved his hand at Second Yang, then looked at Mao Mu and said, Are you threatening me? Do you think your Majesty doesn't dare to touch you because you've just made a great contribution? After a few words, Mao Mu knelt on the ground again. Then he kept kowtowing while saying, Your Majesty, I don't dare. I only want to repay Empress Qian for taking care of me all these years. Now that the Southern Ming Empire is owned by Wuxia, they are no longer a threat. Please, Your Majesty, spare their lives. Of course, Mao Mu knew the consequences of his actions, but he still did it. That could only mean one thing. He was really a sentimental person. In order to repay Empress Qian's kindness, he was willing to bet his future, even his life. From this point of view, his actions were very admirable. As for this, wasn't it an act of kindness? A person who knew how to repay kindness wouldn't have a bad heart. Yang Chendong thought that he wouldn't use eunuchs, nor would he allow such a group to appear. Mao Mu's arrangement was very problematic, and he couldn't not arrange for people who had made meritorious contributions. Otherwise, it would easily disappoint others. Now that Mao Mu had made such a request, why didn't he take the opportunity to give them a chance? No matter what, Zhu Yuanzhang had defeated the Yuan dynasty and led the Han people to become the ruler of the world. He had made meritorious contributions. His descendants should also receive some of his blessings. In an instant, Yang Chendong thought of a way to solve the problem. He looked at Mao Mu, who was still kowtowing, and said, All right, there's no need to kowtow anymore. If you injure yourself, who will serve Empress Qian? Ah. Mao Mu was immediately stunned. Then, as if he thought of something, he said with a face full of joy, Your Majesty is willing to spare their lives? This prince has never thought of killing them. After all, they are a part of the Han people. Even if you didn't plead for mercy, this prince would only lock them up and send them to a special department to take care of them. But since a meritorious person like you has spoken, this prince has decided not to lock them up. They can go out and look around. When the time comes, this prince will send troops to protect them and let them travel the mountains of our Han people. Thinking about it, this prince is a bit envious of them. When Mao Mu heard this, he also looked forward to it. The result of this plea was completely out of his expectations. Not only would they not be killed, they would also be able to obtain freedom. Although they would lose their power, this was undoubtedly the best result for a loser, wasn't it? At the very least, no victor would treat a loser like Yang Chendong and give them a certain amount of freedom. Thinking that this was likely the result of his pleading, Mao Mu immediately kowtowed and shouted, This servant represents Ingzong and Empress Qian to thank your Majesty for your kindness. There's no need to thank me yet. This prince still has a few conditions that need to be agreed to first. Yes, your Majesty, please tell me. Mao Mu replied with a serious expression. First, freedom is limited to Ingzong and Empress Qian. As for the other people in the palace, including the heirs of the imperial family, they will all be demoted to commoners. They will be moved to other regions and live in secret. In the future, they will not be allowed to mention their origins. If they are discovered, they will be killed without mercy. Second, Ingzong will take the initiative to abdicate the throne to shut the mouths of the people. Third, Maomu, you will accompany them until they die of old age, or until the day you die first. And if Zhu Qizhen still has other thoughts during this process, not only will you die, but all of his children and concubines who are wandering outside will die as well. There are only 3 conditions. After you think it over, you can reply to this, prince. After Yang Chendong stated his 3 conditions, he waved his hand. These conditions were not something that Maomu could agree to. It needed Ingzong and Zhu Qizhen to agree to it. Of course, if the other party did not agree, then sorry. The opportunity was given to you, but you did not grasp it. Then you can go live in the king's tomb in Crimson Nest City. There are many old friends there, and perhaps you can find common ground with them. Maomu left. Yang Bo, who was looking at the various telegrams, put down the telegram in his hand and looked at Yang Chendong with a face full of curiosity. Lord Father, it is said that the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. You can just lock them up to prevent any future troubles. Why do you have to go through all this trouble? Bor is right. This proves that you have thought about this matter. As you said, locking them up is the simplest and most effective way to deal with them. It is just like how we deal with other countries and powers. Facts have proven that the results are not bad. However, Boer Zhu Qizhen is the emperor of the great Ming dynasty. The people under his rule are all Han. If we do not want the Han to suffer any losses, we must be flexible. Regardless of whether it is dealing with the Southern Ming dynasty or the Bai Ming dynasty, we cannot deal with them the same way we deal with the other foreign races. This way, we will only weaken our own strength. If we want the Han to rule the world, the most important thing is population. This requires a large number of people to unify the world. Based on this requirement, we must be extremely careful when dealing with matters related to Ingzong. Even if it is more troublesome, we can obtain more Han people's support and population. No matter how you look at it, it is worth it. There are many benefits to this method. For example, Maomu's relationship as ruler and vassal will be preserved. For example, it will set an example for the Bai Ming dynasty that has yet to be conquered. This will have a great effect on the subsequent conquest of that place. If we can subdue them without fighting and obtain the Bai Ming dynasty without conquering them, the significance will be even greater. There is one more thing that we cannot ignore. After all, the Zhou clan has ruled the Han dynasty for many years. There are still many people who support them and are willing to pledge their loyalty to them. Speaking to this point, Yang Chendong thought about the history of the Ming dynasty. After the Jianfu dynasty entered the Great Ming dynasty, the so-called anti-Qing and restoring the Ming dynasty continued for over 100 years. If this matter was not resolved properly, the same thing might happen to him. He said with a more confident tone, resolving Ingzong's problem is the same as resolving a lot of problems in the future. This way, we can focus more on development and construction instead of quelling the rebellion. No matter how you look at it, it will be worth it. Yang Chendong said so much in one breath. Yang Bo listened to everything before he finished. However, he still nodded. All right, father. Bo will remember your words. I will slowly think about it when I return. If there is something that I can't figure out, I will ask father. All right, Bo. Can ask father if there is anything that you don't understand. Yang Chendong patted Yang Bo's head with satisfaction. He hoped that his son would grow up quickly so that he could retire earlier. To be honest, he also wanted to be like Ingzong and walk around. He did not want to be locked up in the palace and deal with all kinds of things. That kind of life was too monotonous. Bai Ming Dynasty Imperial Palace. The capital of the Southern Ming Dynasty had been taken down by Yang Chendong without shedding a drop of blood. After hearing the news, the Daizong, Zhu Qiyu, spat out a mouthful of blood. Following that, he fell into a coma. However, this caused the imperial physicians and ministers in the palace to be extremely busy. Zhu Qiyu's health had not been good for nearly a year. He would spit out blood from time to time, causing people to worry. If not for the fact that there were many good things in the palace that could prolong his life, he would have died long ago. Chapter 1700. His life was hanging by a thread. One of the things that supported Zhu Qiyu's determination was that he wanted to see how Wuxia would deal with the Southern Ming Empire. Did the Southern Ming Empire have the strength to fight back and kick Wuxia out? In the end, both sides would become neighboring countries. The descendants of the Zhu family would then be able to protect the great Ming Empire. When a person had hope in their heart, their life would become more tenacious. After waiting for a long time, the news finally came. The result was unexpected. Wuxia easily took over the entire Southern Ming Empire, and the Great Ming Empire lost half of its territory. This was the worst result that Zhu Qiyu could not hold on anymore. He spat out blood and fell ill. Whether it was Zhu Qiyu or Zhu Qizhen, they were both qualified emperors. They were better than many of the Zhu family emperors in history. They were diligent, loved the people, and were willing to set an example. They were not extravagant and wasteful. They only hoped that the country would become stronger in their hands. It was a pity that they met Yang Qindong, a monster, who left them in the dust in terms of spirit, thinking, and action. They were destined to have a tragic ending. It was already a very amazing thing to be able to hold on until now. Zhu Qiyu fell ill again. The persistence and hope in his heart slowly diminished. If the Southern Ming Empire was still ruled by Zhu Qizhen, perhaps one day, Baiming would still have the hope of unifying the country and restoring the Great Ming Empire's glory. But now, the Southern Ming Empire had become part of Wuxia. It was unrealistic to think about unifying the Great Ming Empire. When the hope in his heart was completely destroyed, Zhu Qiyu entered the end of his life. With Zhu Qiyu's illness, the power of the Southern Ming Empire fell to the crown prince, Zhu Jianshan. At this time, Zhu Jianshan was already 20 years old. He had been the crown prince for a long time, but these years were not easy at all. Every day, he had to face a large amount of knowledge and study, which made him very tired. Yang Qindong's appearance changed a lot of history. Zhu Jianshan, a child who should have died at the age of 7, miraculously lived to adulthood. Perhaps there were no records of him in history, or perhaps he was not a talented emperor at all. Since the age of 12, he had already begun to resist imperial power. Deep in his heart, he wished to be a free child who could act like a spoiled child in his parents' arms. He wanted to be like other children who could run wild outside and enjoy the happiness of a child's childhood. His birth meant that he was destined to have no fate with all of this. He was instilled with the teachings of Confucius and Mencius every day, and the teachings of those who knew him well, which made him lose his youthful temperament early on, forcing him to grow up slowly. Now that his father fell ill again, Zhu Jianshan not only didn't want to take over the power, but also treated him as a filial son. Every day, he poured medicine and water in front of Zhu Qiyu's ward. He completely ignored the government affairs. When asked by other ministers, he would reply, "If there's anything, just ask my teacher. He will take care of it." Who was Zhu Jianshan's teacher? Su Yozhen was the crown prince's junior tutor and the minister of justice. From this, one could imagine what kind of problems the Southern Ming dynasty would face, and what kind of situation they would face. After Su Yozhen's trip to Crimson City, he was personally summoned by Yang Qindong. He already had a certain understanding of the development of the situation. Now he held the power again. Of course, he knew what to do next. Thus, on the surface, the Southern Ming dynasty was the Southern Ming dynasty, and Baiming was Baiming. But in reality, after the Southern Ming dynasty became a part of Wuxia, the Southern Ming dynasty was also influenced by Wuxia. It was slowly changing towards a peaceful situation. Baiming, who had already laid the foundation, was being poured into Wuxia through Su Yozhen's hands. While the strategy of the higher-ups was changing, Baiming's officialdom had long become a complete mess. Ever since Su Yozhen's suggestion and Zhu Qiyu's agreement, they implemented the system of buying officials and criminals, as well as the establishment of the Zhu family bank. The middle and upper levels of the Southern Ming dynasty's officialdom and atmosphere had long become a complete mess. 70% of the salaries were deducted from the Zhu family bank. 50% of the merchants' profits also had to be deposited in the Zhu family bank. It was glorified in the name of unifying the Southern Ming dynasty's power and finances. Everyone contributed their efforts to better raise the Southern Ming dynasty's strength. It could be said that this slogan was heaven-shaking. In reality, in the beginning, the Zhou family bank also possessed a large amount of wealth, and the emperor also had usable money in his hands. However, all of this was obtained at the expense of the officials and the interests of a few tyrants. This method directly led to voices of opposition from the middle and upper levels. If not for Zhu Qiyu's ruthlessness and centralization of power, as well as the colossus Yang Xie eyeing covetously from the outside, there would have been people who would have rebelled a long time ago. The officials and tyrants who couldn't and didn't dare to rebel quickly thought of other methods to solve the problem. For example, oppressing the common people to supplement their own wealth, bribing the tax officials to reduce the amount of tax they had to pay, and so on. It was that saying the higher-ups had countermeasures, and the subordinates had policies. As a result, the ones who suffered in the end were the common people. The money in the Zhou family bank also became the common people's hard-earned money. There was also the system of buying officials, and the system of buying criminals from the Ministry of Justice. As long as one had money, one could become an official. As long as one had money, one would be fine even if one committed a crime. As a result, the problem of social security was worrying. The rich became more and more lawless, and the common people were still the ones who suffered. Baiming's political situation was chaotic under this kind of environment. It couldn't withstand even the slightest bit of external force, and there was the possibility of it collapsing at any time. If Yang Xie dealt a heavy blow at this time, the power would collapse faster than the Southern Ming dynasty, and not slower than the Southern Ming dynasty. However, the crown prince didn't want to solve this problem. Instead, he handed everything over to Su Yozhen. It was easy to imagine what would happen next. Su Yozhen, who had power in his hands, immediately started to do things according to Yang Qindong's instructions. Military power, financial power, and personnel power were all in his hands, and they were all developing in a direction that was beneficial to Yang Xie. Su Yozhen had already received Yang Qindong's promise that there would be a position for him among the 9 elders of Yang Xie. Compared to the powerful and vast Yang Xie, the power of the Southern Ming dynasty wasn't in his eyes at all. The Kingdom of Spain. This was originally one of the largest countries in the West in the 15th century. At this time, it was far from being as arrogant as it was in history. On the contrary, the atmosphere in the country was bleak. This was all because their neighbor, Portugal, was about to be attacked by Yang Xie. Admiral Miguel and Curlutz were captured by Yang Xie, and the merchant Anthony was captured. When the news reached the capital, Toledo, King Enrique IV had shouted that he must take revenge. He must let the ignorant Eastern yellow monkeys know the consequences of angering the great kingdom of Spain. However, this was only a slogan. King Enrique, who was jokingly called a useless person in history, was more interested in countless gold, silver, and beautiful women. Compared to Yang Xie in the east, which was far away, Portugal was just a place that couldn't be reached by 8 poles. Everyone was from 2 different worlds. Why should they go to the trouble of provoking him? In Enrique's eyes, the place that was more worthy of his blade was his neighbor, Portugal. How to occupy this place was the problem that he needed to consider. Spain, who had been accumulating strength, could be said to be eyeing its neighbor covetously. At that time, Spain was indeed a very powerful country, especially after the merchant Garcia obtained information about railcars from Yang Xie. They took a big step forward in their industrial development. With a strong industrial base, it was more conducive to increasing the strength of their country, thus establishing the fact that they were a big country in the West. It was also a preparation for dominating Europe in the future. It was also at this time that news came from the Navy. Yang Xie's navy had already passed through the Cape of Sea, and their target was Lisbon, Portugal's seaside port. According to the Navy's reconnaissance, the 500 warships of Yang Xie's navy were less than 5 miles away from Lisbon. Over the years, Yang Xie had never stopped the construction of the navy, and he was also willing to spend money. After the destruction of the Golden Horde and the Ross Duchy, a large amount of gold and silver was plundered, and most of it was invested in the construction of the navy. According to incomplete statistics, In less than 3 years from 1463 to 1465 AD, Yang Xie had invested more than 500 million taels of silver into the navy, and most of it was plundered by the army. As the saying goes, 10 years of an army, 100 years of a navy. With Yang Xie's large financial investment, and Yang Chendong's large amount of information that was beyond this era, the intelligence and wisdom of the Han people came into play. A large number of warships were built in the docks, and the first batch of 500 warships was only the first batch. Behind them, there was an even larger fleet of warships, and there were also some newly built super-large warships, which were also called Class 7 warships by Yang Xie. The 500-plus Yang Xie's warships approached, and the densely packed fleet of warships rushed over, frightening the Kingdom of Portugal, which was near the sea. Although they had once thought of themselves as one of the overlords of the sea, their territory was still too small, and the number of warships in the country was only about 1,000. Moreover, most of them could not even be called warships, as they were small in size and displacement, and many of them did not even have the most basic cannons on them. After learning that almost every warship of Yang Xie's navy was equipped with more than 10 cannons, the Kingdom of Portugal was terrified, and they quickly asked for help from their neighbor Spain. Although they had long seen the ambitions of their neighbor, now was not the time to be calculative. Enrique IV was naturally happy with the Kingdom of Portugal's submission. He knew that this was a very good opportunity to enter the Kingdom of Portugal. However, he also knew that if he wanted to annex this country, which he had been eyeing for a long time, the first thing he had to do was to drive Yang Xie's navy out. Only by restoring peace to Europe could he do what he wanted to do. Chapter 1701. Once an order was given, the commander-in-chief of the Spanish Navy, Sergi, led 400 warships to Lisbon and formed a naval battle formation with the commander-in-chief of the Portuguese Navy, Rojas. The two navies had nearly 1,500 ships. They wanted to teach the Yang Xie Navy how to behave. They wanted to tell these arrogant five-star army that the strength of Europe was far from what these Asian yellow-skinned monkeys could touch. On the Yang Xie Navy fleet, the first-rank admiral with 5 gold stars on his shoulder, the deputy commander-in-chief of the Navy, Gao Xiong, was sitting on a level 6 warship called the Big Man, looking at the sea ahead. The current Gao Xiong was no longer a pirate with only a few small boats and hundreds of brothers 20 years ago. At this time, he had become the supreme commander of the Yang Xie Navy. He could easily mobilize hundreds and thousands of warships. Under his gaze, many countries in the African region had already been trampled under their feet. Gao Xiong led the navy all the way and conquered a large territory for the Yang Xie. He himself had also become a member of the Yang Xie army because of his many military achievements. He was now a first-rank admiral, becoming the third person in the Yang Xie Navy after Yang Chendong, commander-in-chief, and Tiger's main commander-in-chief. The once awesome deputy commander of the army, Lung Feng, was now just like him, a first-rank admiral with 5 stars on his shoulder. His status had risen, his power had increased, but Gao Xiong had not changed his mind. In his eyes, he was still just one of Yang Chendong's generals. Even though Yang Chendong's current combat prowess had long surpassed that of many countries, this thought had never changed. Gao Xiong would not forget that everything he had today was given to him by Yang Chendong. If he lost Yang Chendong's support, someone would replace him in a matter of minutes, and he would turn from a respected vice commander of the navy to an ordinary Han citizen, who was unknown to the public. No one knew how powerful the 6th young master was more than Gao Xiong, who was the first to follow Yang Chendong. For example, the powerful cannons and guns that appeared out of thin air, as well as the various creative ideas that no one would have thought of, were all created by Yang Chendong. Who knew what other cards Yang Chendong had up his sleeves? In Gao Xiong's eyes, Yang Chendong was mysterious. And the more his status rose, the more he understood just how powerful Yang Chendong's mysterious power was. For example, there were 6 mobile cannons in the 6th grade ship that were hidden under his feet. After seeing its power for the first time, Gao Xiong was completely convinced. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts in his heart. In fact, he had never had such thoughts. After all, Yang Chendong had treated them well. Reporting to the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, the scout ship ahead has reported that a large number of foreign warships have been spotted 60 nautical miles ahead of us. They are swarming towards us in an encirclement. A lieutenant colonel ran up to Gao Xiong and reported with a salute. There are about 1,500 warships. 1,500 ships, that's 3 times our number. Haha, but in terms of firepower, I'm afraid it's not even 1% of ours. Haha, since there's such a big meal in front of us, how could we not eat it? Order the fleet to move forward at normal speed. At the same time, all ships check their ammunition and be prepared to fight at any time. After Gao Xiong gave the order, he laughed loudly. He was afraid that the enemy would escape and then use their familiarity with the sea to ambush him. That would be the most annoying thing. As for setting up a formation and fighting openly, that was what he liked the most. To be honest, from the time he had been in command until now, he hadn't had the experience of fighting against thousands of enemy ships. Now that he had the opportunity, of course he was happy because it meant that it was time for him to make a great contribution. The order was given through the radio, and the other ships maintained their normal formation and continued to move forward. However, in the ships that couldn't be seen, the soldiers were checking their ammunition. At the same time, the hidden cannons were revealed one by one, like a monster with its mouth wide open, waiting to devour any enemy or opponent that dared to resist. If this scene was seen by the Portuguese Navy scouts, they would definitely be shocked. Yang Xie's ships didn't only have 10 cannons, but each ship had close to 100 cannons. Even the level 3 transport ships had 50 to 60 cannons protruding from them. All Yang Xie ships were equipped with 150 mm caliber cannons. As long as they were fixed, they didn't need to be pulled, transported, or moved like the army. This made the caliber of the cannons much more powerful, and their attack range was up to 30 kilometers. Compared to the Yang Xie ships, most of the ships were equipped with swords, spears, crossbows, arrows, and other cold weapons. There were also hooks, spears, axes, hooks, and other weapons that were specially used in naval battles. Only the Portuguese and Spanish navies, which had a few dozen small caliber cannons on their larger ships, were worth mentioning. The small caliber cannons had a short attack range, and some of them could only hit a range of 3 to 5 kilometers. Moreover, there were also many solid shells. This kind of firepower was really not something that the Yang Xie soldiers would consider. Good weapons didn't necessarily mean that they would win the final battle. However, good weapons would definitely increase their chances of winning. Not to mention, the Yang Xie soldiers were all specially trained elites. They had participated in countless naval battles along the way. Such a veteran army, with such powerful cannons and guns, was equivalent to an invincible existence in this world. They didn't know what kind of opponent they were facing. The Portuguese and Spanish navies formed a coalition of navies, and they were still approaching the Yang Xie's navy according to their previous plan. Finally, the two sides met in the Atlantic Ocean 60 kilometers away from Lisbon. Almost at the same time, the commander-in-chief of the Portuguese Navy, Rojas, and the commander-in-chief of the Spanish Navy, Sergi, gave the order to speed up and attack the Yang Xie's navy. In an instant, 1,500 ships of the two navies raised their sails and rushed straight ahead at full speed. The distance between the two sides was constantly shrinking. 15 nautical miles, 10 nautical miles, 8 nautical miles, 7 nautical miles, 6 nautical miles. Seeing that the Portuguese and Spanish navies were getting closer and closer to them, and most of the Navy's ships entered the firing range, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Gao Xiong, who was on the Level 6 battleship, gave the order to fire. Boom, 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 boom. Almost at the same time, thousands of cannons were fired, and countless meteor-like red lights flashed across the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Following that, the cannonballs scattered in all directions. Rumbling sounds of explosions could be heard as the Portuguese and Spanish naval forces were hit one after another. Some of them were directly blown into two halves, while others were blown up and sunk to the bottom of the vast Pacific Ocean. The sudden attack, the powerful cannons, after a wave of artillery fire, sank at least 500 Portuguese and Spanish Navy ships. In an instant, 1/3 of their strength was lost. This made Rojas and Sergi's eyes widen in disbelief. Just a few seconds later, the two commander-in-chief gave the same order almost at the same time, and that was to retreat again and again. As the saying goes, once an expert makes a move, you will know whether he is an expert or not. At such a distance, their cannons couldn't reach them at all, and they were completely in a position to be beaten. And judging from the power of the enemy's cannons, it was not something they could withstand. It was not an exaggeration to say that almost a single cannon could sink a small ship and make a large ship lose half of its strength. Under such intense artillery fire, how could they resist? How could they be an opponent? Unlike the Yangtze Navy, who can send orders by telegraph, they still rely on primitive semaphore to send orders. It is destined that in the chaotic battlefield, orders can't be transmitted and sent in time. Therefore, under the waves of artillery fire, except for a few Portuguese and Spanish navies that saw the new order to retreat, most of the other navies did not retreat. Instead, they crossed the sea and became the target of the Yangtze Navy's cannons. In less than half an hour, this large-scale naval battle between 2,000 warships was over. The Portuguese and Spanish navies fled at the cost of more than 1,200 navies. In the end, less than 300 navies sailed quickly to the port of Lisbon. The panicked Portuguese and Spanish navies had already lost their will to fight. They only wanted to escape to land and rely on their various facilities and trenches to resist the Yangtze Navy's attack. However, it was too late to escape at this time. The Yangtze Navy had already used the principle of steam, and its speed was not something the Portuguese and Spanish navies could compare to. Vice Commander-in-Chief Gao Xiong put down his binoculars and gave an order. Leave 200 navies to clean up the battlefield and rescue the enemy who fell into the water. Haha, the sixth young master said that now that the Southern Ming Empire has become part of the Yangtze Navy, they will need a lot of manpower to build railways and roads there. Let these people work for a while. While saying these words, Gao Xiong seemed to see the scene of these captives working in the Southern Ming Empire, and saw the moment when the sixth young master showed him. Gao Xiong's smile disappeared in a flash, and his expression became calm again. He continued, order the other 300 navies to follow the Portuguese and Spanish navies, and head to the port of Lisbon. Tell the people below to not fire carelessly. Now is not the time to destroy them. These 300 navies still have their final value. The so-called final value was to intimidate the enemy. Just as Rojas and Sergi were about 2 miles away from the port of Lisbon, before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, a wave of cannon fire covered the entire area. The two commanders and their navies sank to the bottom of the sea. In this battle, they were pitiful. They basically did not have the chance to fire their cannons. Even if they did, due to the distance, they did not damage a single Yangtze navies. Chapter 1702. This battle could be said to be a cowardly one. The disparity in strength meant that the Portuguese and Spanish navies were doomed to complete defeat. On the port of Lisbon, the 5,000 Portuguese soldiers saw the scene of the two navies being completely destroyed. While everyone was shocked, the news was quickly conveyed to the rear. Then the shocked kings of Portugal and Spain quickly issued an order to send land infantry to the port of Lisbon. Since they were no match for the enemy at sea, they had to defend the land. As long as they did not let the enemy land, the safety of the two countries would be guaranteed. Although they lost the joint fleet, the two kings did not feel that there was any danger. They even mocked Yangtze for only knowing how to show off at sea. If they directly went ashore after destroying the joint fleet, how could the 5,000 soldiers stop them? By now, Yangtze should have already reached the land, and the flames of war should be everywhere in Portugal. Now they were prepared. Almost all of the Portuguese army was mobilized, sending out 300,000 soldiers, and the Spanish army also sent out 200,000 soldiers. Together, they had 500,000 soldiers. How could they give the enemy a chance to go ashore? As long as the Yangtze Navy could not go ashore, how long could they last at sea? In the end, the enemy would definitely withdraw. In this way, their defense would be successful. With this failure, the Yangtze Navy would not casually attack them in the future. The two kings were still mocking the Wuxia navy for not having the ability to go ashore, and not knowing how to seize the opportunity. However, they did not know that all of this was intentional by Gao Xiong. Of course, he could directly go ashore after destroying the Portuguese and Spanish navies. However, when he entered the hinterland of the two countries, he would inevitably have to face a large number of land forces. At that time, without the help of warships and cannons, it would be difficult to fight. How to severely damage or even destroy the land forces of the two countries was what Gao Xiong needed to consider. Therefore, he did not take the opportunity to go ashore. He wanted to give the other side time to mobilize their troops. In this way, a month passed. The other side prepared 500,000 soldiers on the shore of Lisbon, waiting for him to harvest. This also proved that Gao Xiong's decision was correct. Pass down the order. Everyone have a good night's rest. Tomorrow morning, bombard Lisbon and prepare for the landing. When Gao Xiong saw that the other party was no longer recruiting, he knew that this should be all the strength they could muster in a short period of time. Even so, he didn't need to wait any longer. After all, the sixth young master was still waiting for his good news. The Wuxia navy had already ordered an all-out attack the next morning. Neither the Portuguese nor the Spanish army knew about this. The situation on the battlefield had determined that they would only be able to defend. They could only wait for Wuxia to join the battle, or for her to leave. Maybe it was because the Wuxia navy didn't do anything in the past month. They didn't even bombard the shore with their cannons. This caused the armies of the two countries to have the misconception that Wuxia's navy had a limited number of artillery shells and soldiers. They no longer had the ability to attack the land. The reason why they did not leave immediately was probably because they were in a dilemma. They had completely underestimated the Wuxia navy's two armies, and were not prepared at all. They gathered on the shore in twos and threes, chatting and talking about women. They had the attitude of a victor. The next morning, the weather was good, and the sky was clear. In the distance, the Portuguese and Spanish armies were also preparing to eat breakfast. When they were about to start a fire, the Wuxia navy moved. Under the bombardment of thousands of cannons, the two navies were caught off guard. Many soldiers didn't stay in the trenches. Of course, even if they stayed in the trenches, they didn't know the caliber of the Wuxia navy's cannons. The trenches were still too shallow to withstand the attack of the 150 mm caliber cannons. When the cannons fell on the battlefield, they quickly plowed the land. The whole land was turned over, and the so-called Portuguese and Spanish allied forces were turned into bloody corpses and buried there. Such a powerful cannon fire was the first time in their lives. A total of 500,000 soldiers suffered a baptism of cannons. Just the first wave of attack caused more than 100,000 casualties. Many of them were directly killed by the explosion, and some were killed by the powerful cannons. They never knew that cannons could be so powerful. The soldiers of the Double Fang coalition army just lay on the ground out of fear. They didn't know how powerful the remaining power of the 150 mm caliber cannonballs was. Each of them was shaken to the point that their internal organs ruptured and they died. There were also many soldiers who were far away, but because of the power of the cannons, they were injured by the shrapnel. They fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Hee, prepare for the second wave of cannons fire. Putting down the binoculars in his hand, Gao Xiong's face was full of smiles. Then he shouted again, and the deafening sound of cannons rang out again, extending towards the Allied forces. The soldiers who were lucky enough not to be hit by the cannons before were already stunned by the scene in front of them. They were still standing there with their eyes wide open, sighing at the powerful firepower of the Wuxia navy. Above their heads, there was a wave of red light. Not good, this is a cannonball attack run. An officer of the Portuguese army shouted in fright. It's just that his voice was already replaced by the rumbling of the cannons. Apart from himself, no one could hear him. Even if they could hear him, under the bombardment of thousands of cannons, where was a safe place? After the cannons spread out, they once again gave the Allied forces a thunderous blow. More than 100,000 soldiers were killed. Broken limbs were everywhere, and countless were injured. After 2 rounds of cannons, the cannons finally stopped. The current Allied forces were already in shambles. Apart from the casualties, there were less than 100,000 soldiers left. They were scattered all over the place. If they were to use cannons to attack, it would be like using cannons to kill mosquitoes. It would be a waste. At this time, the Marines could be used and they could directly go ashore. At this moment, the 5-star Army's king of the land finally made his appearance. 6 CTZ, 99 main battle tanks jumped out from the deck of the level 6 battleship Kaohsiung was on. They passed through the temporary iron bridge built by the engineers, and smoothly arrived at the port of Lisbon, Portugal. Behind the rumbling king of the land, there were tens of thousands of soldiers from the cold front. They all carried the same Type 95 and charged towards the shore in large strides. The cannons rumbled and the gunshots burst out. The soldiers who weren't covered by the cannons became live targets. When the Allied soldiers were still holding onto spears, sabers, and spears, they surged forward. Lines of fire appeared several hundred meters away, turning into huge meat grinders. When tens of thousands of soldiers were bombarded and shot to death, the fighting spirit of the remaining soldiers of the Double Teeth Alliance finally collapsed. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to escape. Run as far away as possible from these murderous demons. It was just like the scene when the 8-Nation Alliance set foot on China many years later. At this time, the 5-star Army's navy came ashore with unparalleled might, and the Tufong Alliance was completely defeated. Tens of thousands of Marines, under the leadership of the 6 tanks, smoothly captured Lisbon, and then chased the deserters of the Tufong Alliance into the hinterland of the Kingdom of Portugal. The advantage of firearms and years of hard training finally paid off. In less than a month, the entire Kingdom of Portugal was completely captured. And then the army's vanguard kept moving towards the neighboring Toledo of the Kingdom of Spain. In the world, not only did China have traitors, but in the face of the powerful offensive of the 5-star Army, there were also many Portuguese and Western traitors. In order to survive, they took the initiative to become the guides of the Wuxia army. They helped to occupy the land of the 2 countries, and helped to plunder the wealth of the 2 countries. In just 3 months, the bright red flag of the 5-star Army was planted all over the borders of Portugal and Spain. It was worth mentioning that when Kaohsiung led the army to attack Toledo, he also found a railcar construction factory here. This was all bought by the merchant Garcia at a high price from Resin City. He originally wanted to use this to start an industrial revolution in Spain. And now, all of this fell back into the hands of the 5-star Army. As Yang Chendong expected, it was all for the development of Wuxia. The occupation of Portugal and Spain was just a microcosm of the Wuxia Navy's conquest of the West. Things like this were happening all the time. One after another, Western countries were destroyed, and one after another, vast lands became a part of the Yang family. And this kind of war would continue until one day, Wuxia's 5-star flag was planted in every corner of the Western world. Baiming capital. Zhu Qiyu, the Daizong, finally passed away due to illness. In 1469 AD, his son Zhu Jianji succeeded the throne and was given the title of Hezong. It was a symbol of peace. It was just a title, and it could not change everything. Baiming's strength was rapidly weakening. If not for the fact that Wuxia was still consolidating the fruits of his victory over the Southern Ming Empire, Baiming would have followed in the footsteps of the Southern Ming Empire. Obviously, Yang Chendong did not have any intention to attack Baiming. In the 3 battles that he had fought against the Southern Ming Empire, more than 10,000 Han soldiers had died. It was enough. Now that he was going to deal with Baiming, Yang Chendong hoped to take over everything in a more peaceful way. He believed that he could do this. Zhu Jianji succeeded the throne. Although he did not like power, and he did not even want to be the emperor, he was still in power. However, he was still in power and had just ascended to the throne. So he still wanted to do everything he could to turn the tide with his own strength. One of the things he did was to take back some of the power of his teacher, Su Yozhen, and personally handle the affairs of the country. Although Zhu Jianji did not show any ambition for power or political methods when he was the crown prince, no one could underestimate an emperor. However, no one could underestimate the power of an emperor. The day Su Yozhen really took over the throne, when the Northern Ming's genie guards and Eastern faction guards were completely under her control, Zhu Jianji saw the drawbacks in some of Su Yozhen's actions. He really couldn't understand how his late parents could pass such an obvious act of cheating the country by using money to buy officials and crimes. After taking away Su Yozhen's power and confining her at home, the young and energetic Zhu Jianji began a 2-year-long journey of reform. Regarding this, Yang Chendong had been watching from the sidelines. He also wanted to see what this young emperor, who had never appeared in history, would do. Would he really be able to change the entire Northern Ming dynasty into a brand new state? Clearly, Yang Chendong was going to be disappointed. Zhu Jianji, who only wanted to rely on his own strength, was still too young. He did not understand the way of the emperor. Although many of his ideas were good, and he had used a few ambitious young officials, the road of reform was not so easy to walk. When it came to the interests of the conservative factions, even the emperor would be defeated and forced to leave Maicheng. After 2 years of tossing and turning, the orders from above could not even leave the capital's Shuntian prefecture. Zhu Jianji, this young emperor, was also resisted by more and more officials. At this time, Su Yozhen once again had a place to use her skills. More and more officials sought her out, hoping that she could stand up and preside over the situation. When necessary, they were even willing to lower their heads to Bugnam of Gojoseon. These people were not stupid. They could already see that if they allowed Zhu Jianji to continue tossing and turning, it would not be long before their wealth would be greatly reduced. If the reform continued, their lives might not even be saved. In contrast, if they surrendered to Yang Xie, they would at least be able to live peacefully and keep at least 20% of their wealth. In comparison, this result was much more acceptable. Under the numerous calls and shouts, Su Yozhen walked out, half unwilling, half unwilling. In the imperial palace, she and Zhu Jianji, the Emperor of Peace, talked from morning until night. No one knew what they talked about, but not long after Su Yozhen came out of the imperial palace, Zhu Jianji announced that he would be recuperating in the imperial palace due to his poor health. Thus, the power of the court returned to Su Yozhen's hands. As soon as Su Yozhen ascended to the throne, the first thing she did was to send people to Wu Nanwang to ask for peace. She also expressed that they were willing to perform the courtesy of a subject, willing to give up their political power, and willing to let Northern Ming become one of the Yang faction's forces, a part of it. If it were 2 years ago, if Su Yozhen dared to say such a thing, he would definitely be condemned by thousands and cursed by tens of thousands. But now, not a single person stood up to oppose this. Perhaps they had already seen that Baiming had no other choice but to be swallowed up by Yang Xie. The only difference was whether they had to submit after a fight or submit peacefully. None of the officials in the imperial palace stood up to oppose, because they had always been in favor of peace. With the idea of emphasizing culture and restraining military force, it was better not to go to war if possible. After dealing with the civil officials, only the military generals were left. As a powerful figure in the Baiming army, Shi Heng had already quietly set out at this moment, and came to Shi City, one of the cities built by Bugnam of Gojoseon. This time he came to ask for peace, or to put it bluntly, he came to surrender. Marquis Wukinghow Shi Heng had already received the news that the Shaanxi army general had been secretly taken down by the Deputy General Su Dai. Now this army was secretly moving towards Datong. It seemed that they were going to take Datong. As for the Datong army general Sun Hong, he was old. In these years, because Baiming and Yang Xie got along well, there was no war. The imperial palace had already cut off the other party's grain and provisions. Datong was constantly referees and soldiers, and it was no longer as prosperous as before. Once the Shaanxi army entered Datong, it was obvious what the result would be. At this moment, if Shi Heng did not make the right choice, he would not be given the chance to surrender in the future. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first gains the advantage, and the one who strikes later suffers. Shi Heng took the lead. This great general, who was the best at taking advantage of the situation, took the initiative to come to Shi City to express his sincerity in surrendering to Yang Xie. Tiger's man was not surprised at Shi Heng's arrival. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment. Otherwise, as a member of the military committee, he would have gone to Qiqian City to take up his new post. Seeing that Shi Heng had finally appeared, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The man had feelings for the woman, and the woman had feelings for each other. The following negotiations were naturally very smooth. Shi Heng's request was not high. He just wanted to save his and his family's lives. He probably also knew that over the years, he had fought many battles with the Five-Star Army, although they all ended in defeat. However, he had also killed the soldiers of the Five-Star Army, who knew if they would bear a grudge against him. He did not dare to ask for too much. He only asked for his old life and the safety of his family. Regarding Shi Heng's tactfulness, Hu Meng did not make things too difficult for him. It was still the same sentence that the young master often said. The Baiming army was also made up of Han people. They would not fight their own people. In this way, in just over an hour, it was agreed that Shi Heng would take his 300,000 Baiming army and surrender to Yang Xie. As a reward, Yang Xie would not make things difficult for Shi Heng and his family after this. He would leave half of his property. Shi Heng was very satisfied to be able to keep half of his property. Compared to other rich people who would easily hand over 80% or even 90% of their property, Shi Heng was very satisfied to be able to keep half of his property. After the important matter was discussed, Shi Heng chatted with Tiger's man while drinking tea. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Heng carefully probed, "General Hu, may I know about the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Shaanxi?" Tiger's man's lips curled up slightly. He knew what the other party wanted. At this time, he was not afraid that the other party would know. He casually said, "Shi Ho, you are asking about Deputy General Su Dei, right? In fact, he has been a member of Yang Xie for 10 years. Oh right, he was personally recruited by Bugnam of Gojoseon. He has always been in the Baiming army as a spy." A flash of surprise appeared in Shi Heng's eyes. He praised himself in his heart, and started to rejoice that he had done the right thing. Since Yang Qindong could arrange a spy in the Shaanxi army, who knew if he had such a spy by his side? If he resisted until the end, his head might be chopped off by one of his subordinates before the war even started. After learning the truth, Shi Heng was even more determined to surrender. He cooperated with the Five-Star Army, and 300,000 Baiming army soldiers became captives of the Five-Star Army. Not long after, good news came from Su Dei. Due to the fact that Datong's general manager Sun Hong was unrepentant, he still wanted to compete with the Shaanxi army despite the disparity in numbers. After sleeping for one night, his head was chopped off by an inconspicuous soldier beside him. Because of this, the leaderless Datong army could only choose to surrender when the Shaanxi army arrived at the city gates. The rebellion of the border army had opened the western gate of Baiming morning. After the new Five-Star Army commander Shi Wanshan pacified the Yusang region and rested for a year, he led his army into Baiming. The army headed straight for the capital of Baiming. The army passed through the Xian Mansion, Huailai, and Juyong Pass. When the news reached the capital of Baiming, the civil and military officials in the imperial court were all shocked. They knew that Baiming was no match for Yang Xie, but they had never expected that the army would surrender without even fighting a single battle. In the imperial palace of Baiming, Zhu Jianji, who had already stopped his reforms and handed over his authority, did not have any change in expression when he heard this news. All of this was within his expectations. In the 2 years that he had been in power, he had always felt a large hand obstructing him, as if everything he wanted to do was fraught with difficulties. At that time, he had already predicted that this day would come. With a sigh, Zhu Jianji issued an order. Someone, summon junior teacher Su into the hall. Around 2 hours later, Su Yozhen entered the main hall of the imperial palace, and saw Zhu Jianji seated in the throne room. "This subject pays respects to your majesty." It was only a bow. Given Su Yozhen's status as the emperor's teacher, it was common practice to not kneel, unless there was a major event. "Someone give junior teacher a seat." "Thank you, your majesty." Zhu Jianji waved his hand, and all the eunuchs and maids in the hall withdrew. Once there was no one else present, Zhu Jianji spoke with an ashen face. Junior teacher, we can no longer protect the great Ming dynasty, right? Zhu Jianji's voice was filled with an indescribable bleakness. Although he had no desire for imperial power, fate had made him a descendant of the Zhu clan. At this time he had to watch the foundation of his ancestors fall into his own hands. That feeling was also very difficult to bear. Su Yozhen, who had long been prepared for this, wanted to persuade this emperor's student to take it easy, but in the end, after opening his mouth, he didn't say anything. He only spat out a word after hesitating for several breaths. Yes. Hearing this almost resolute voice, Zhu Jianji laughed bitterly. He already knew that he was powerless to reverse the situation. But even if he surrendered, he still wanted to know where he belonged. Junior teacher, do you know what our future path will be? This. If your majesty is willing to abdicate, you can travel the world like the Southern Ming dynasty's emperor, and you won't have to worry about food and clothing. If you want to resist to the end, I'm afraid you'll have to enter the king's tomb for the rest of your life. Has junior teacher been in contact with Bugnam of Gojoseon? Hearing Su Yozhen speak in such detail, Zhu Jianji raised his eyebrows and a flame of anger burned in his heart. He had long had a feeling that Su Yozhen and Yang Xie seemed to have a close relationship. Now it seemed that it was true. At this moment, Su Yozhen was no longer afraid of anything. Yang Xie was going to dominate the entire Great Ming dynasty, so there were some things that didn't matter even if he admitted it. He believed that even if Zhu Jianji knew, he wouldn't do anything to him because there was no need to. On the contrary, if he really killed him, it would only make the situation in Baiming even more chaotic. Yes, Bugnam of Gojoseon sent people to find this subject. Su Yozhen actually admitted it, which was somewhat outside of Zhu Jianji's expectations. At this moment he asked very unhappily, "What? Does junior teacher think that we are inferior to Bugnam of Gojoseon?" Su Yozhen really wanted to say yes. But at this time, it was meaningless to say this. In order to give face to the emperor, he had to say against his will, "Your Majesty, Bugnam of Gojoseon has worked hard for several decades. In comparison, Your Majesty has just ascended to the throne. If you are inferior, it is because the previous emperor didn't have a better foundation. It has nothing to do with Your Majesty. In this subject's opinion, Your Majesty is a wise and qualified monarch." As soon as these words fell, Zhu Jianji's expression clearly improved. Although he knew that Su Yozhen's words were obviously flattering him, he still liked to hear it. Thinking that he really wasn't as hardworking as Yang Qindong, Baiming was already full of holes. He sighed and said, "What junior teacher said is true. Even if the mandate of heaven isn't with us, we can't go against the heavens and change our fate. Thus, junior teacher should be the main person to negotiate with Bugnam of Gojoseon. You must tell them not to hurt our people, they are all innocent." Intentionally putting on an appearance of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind was the only thing Zhu Jianji could do as the emperor. At least this way, when history books recorded him, it wouldn't be too embarrassing, right? In the end, Zhu Jianji still decided to submit, although this wasn't outside of Su Yozhen's expectations. However, nothing was absolute. Before this result, he was still somewhat apprehensive. Now that everything was settled, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands and replied, "Please be at ease, Your Majesty. This subject will do his best to complete this matter. I will ensure the safety of Baiming's people and ensure that Your Majesty will receive better treatment." The last sentence was exactly what Zhu Jianji wanted to hear. Seeing that Su Yozhen understood his intentions, he nodded in satisfaction. Then he waved his hand and said, "All right, junior teacher can withdraw. We are tired." In the 8th month of the year 1471, the Emperor of Baiming and Emperor Zhu Jianji created an imperial edict for Yang Qindong of Bugnam of Gojoseon. 3 years after the annexation of the Southern Ming dynasty, Yang Xie unified Baiming and completely unified the entire Great Ming dynasty. After 22 years of division, the Great Ming dynasty was once again unified. The next month, all of the important officials of Baiming's Yang Xie rushed to Qiqian City to attend the ceremony. Yang Qindong set up the altar of life, worshipped the ancestors, and announced the establishment of the Great Wuxia Empire. The word big only meant vast. Hua referred to the land of China. Xia referred to the early days of China's history. Descendants of Wuxia was also commonly referred to by later generations. The Great Wuxia Empire completely replaced Yangxia and became the newest, strongest, and largest empire. For years later, the Great Wuxia Empire's navy continuously worked hard to unify the Western countries. The Great Migration of the world officially began. Westerners came to the east to be slaves and servants, and Han Chinese went to the west to be masters. Other than some barren and remote areas that had yet to be conquered by the Great Wuxia Empire's army, all civilized lands belonged to the Great Wuxia Empire. The Great Wuxia Empire finally unified the world. Under the chairmanship of Yang Qindong, the new cabinet meeting and military committee meeting were successfully held in Qiqian City. The cabinet elders, Yu Qian and Shen Yu, retired from the cabinet because of their age. They were replaced by the new cabinet elders, Yu Mian and Bai Shuang. At this point, the 9 members of the new cabinet were Luan Shaoqian, Wu Qian, Long Tainan, Yu Mian, Bai Shuang, Su Youzhen, former Beiming official, Hu Changning, Empress Huyan's father, former Beiming official, Shang Lu, former Southern Ming official, and Ma Dali. The military committee was expanded from 5 members to 9 members. They were Tiger's Mane Lung Song Gao Xiong, Tian Yu, Tian Hu Beta Persei, commander of the Black Cavalry, Yang San, director of the General Intelligence Bureau, Yang Si, chief of the Logistics Department, and Yang Wu, commander of the Imperial Guards. After the cabinet and military committee, there were more than 30 governors. They were Governor of East Asia, includes Great Ming, the Mongolian grasslands, Korea, and Japan. Governor-General in Southeast Asia. Sphere of influence includes the Philippines, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, Thailand, Malaysia, and Brunei. Governor-General of South Asia. Sphere of influence includes Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. Governor of Central Asia. Sphere of influence includes the provinces of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Timor. Governor of West Asia. Sphere of influence includes Khan, Iraq, Iran, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey. In addition, there were more than 20 regional governors in Northern Europe, Eastern Europe, Central Europe, Western Europe, Southern Europe, North Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, West Africa, South Africa, Oceania, North America, and South America. The governor positions would be changed every 5 to 8 years to prevent any private power from getting too big. The list of governors would be recommended by the military committee and appointed by the Great Wuxia Emperor. In each governor-general's region, there is a governor-general in charge of local affairs, such as the people's livelihood, agricultural development, urban development, taxation, census, education, and other local affairs. There is a military governor-general in charge of local security and garrison security. There is a commercial governor-general in charge of light commerce, industrial commerce, heavy commerce, and resource management, including the development and management of minerals, petroleum, and non-ferrous metals. There would be 3 governors in one region, and each of them would have the power to submit a secret report to the Great Wuxia Emperor to ensure that there would be checks and balances. At the same time, the surveillance, anti-corruption, and intelligence departments would investigate the officials in each region. If there was any corruption or malfeasance, they would be taken down without any hesitation. Because these undercover officers were also randomly transferred and changed every few years, it was impossible for anyone to bribe them. After the 60 governors were appointed, the first thing they did was to stabilize the local people's livelihood. First, they solved the problem of food. Next, they raised the Han people's position in the world. As long as one was a Han person or a Han person, they would enjoy the best treatment. For example, they would receive special treatment in education, hospitals, housing, and business. Even in terms of marriage, only Han Chinese men were allowed to have multiple wives, or Han Chinese women were allowed to have multiple husbands after they had some achievements and applied for permission to have multiple wives. For a time, people all over the world learned Chinese, learned how to write Chinese, and were proud of their identity as Han people. They suppressed other religions and destroyed other languages and books. Anyone who was found to be harboring such things would be punished. If it was light, they would be killed. If it was heavy, they would be exterminated. What the great Wuxia country needed was a voice, a language, a history. In the end, the highest authority of the great Wuxia kingdom was given to the emperor, followed by the 9 members of the cabinet, the members of the 5 military commissions, and the more than 60 governors on the 3rd level. After that, as the creator, founder, and core figure of the great Wuxia kingdom, Yang Chendong was also prepared to let go of his power and become a hands-off emperor. In 1475 AD, which was the 4th year of the great Wuxia country, Emperor Yang Chendong passed the throne to his successor, Crown Prince Yang Bo. With lightning speed, by the time the cabinet, the army, and the various governors knew about this, Yang Chendong had already left the throne and brought his 8 wives to tour the world. When the people of the world heard the news, they all cried. They thought that the great Wuxia emperor did not want his people anymore. Many Han people thought that this was a huge matter. It was not until the new emperor, the second great Wuxia emperor, Yang Bo, took the initiative to express to the people of the world that his father, Yang Chendong, was not abandoning his people. Instead, he was going to tour the world and observe the lives of his people closely to understand what they needed. Only then did the people stop crying and laugh. At that moment, Yang Chendong had truly won the hearts of the Han people. He had truly brought the Han people to the peak of the world. This was something that no ancient emperor could do. His achievements would be recorded in history, and forever recorded in the hearts of countless Han people, who were walking towards prosperity and happiness. Yang Chendong's appearance had achieved the ultimate goal of the Han people's reunion, and the Han people's supremacy. He did not let down Datsong's help, and did not let down the mission given to him by transmigrating in his previous life. He did not forget his original intention. When the Han people walked to the peak of the world, when other races crawled at the feet of the Han people, he laughed. It was a laughter that he had never laughed so heartily in the 20 years since he came to this world. Then, this laughter spread throughout the great Wuxia Empire, and was forever imprinted in the hearts of the Han people. The end of the book, when he finished writing these 3 words, he was extremely excited. After 2 years of hard work day and night, he had told a relatively complete story. Although Longzi's update speed was not very fast, it was stable. Since the day the book was published, there had not been a single time when he stopped updating. For 2 consecutive years, more than 700 days and nights, 5 million words could be considered a positive result. Without everyone's support, Longzi would not have persisted. Although his grades had not been very good, he had never stopped working. This was the direction that Longzi had worked hard towards. Since he had started, there must be results. From 2010 to now, it had been like this for 11 years. He also thanked everyone for accompanying Longzi through this journey. In the book of military supplies, there were also many people to thank. Moral Student 609 G Pingon, L_Rue, Bookfriend 58760743, Bookfriend 58278201, Flame 3-inch Ding, Bookfriend 26784426, King Kancha 202, Bookfriend 57762277, God_Killing God, 1346-100-9964, Ba Daojiang, Dazili, and so on. Thank you for your support, rewards, subscriptions, and recommendations. With your support, Longzi will put in more effort to write every story. His new book, The Duke is Fierce, has already begun serialization on the Zongheng Chinese website. He welcomes everyone to read it and witness a new story with Longzi. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.